gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Nutmeg mayonnaise?
Nutmeg mayonnaise.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it so fun for?
like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking hands on it.
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
In one of the most stunning developments you've ever seen in your entire life, the Mavericks selected Cooper Flagg.
It is stunning.
Last night in the NBA Draft. I did not think for a second they were going to take Cooper Flagg.
You're being sarcastic.
I'm being very sarcastic.
It is stunning.
It is stunning
because they could always mess something up. I mean, they went on a they went on a 5-month run of literally doing the wrong thing every time. That it wouldn't have surprised me if they would have just been like, they could have picked who, God knows who, yesterday. They could have just been like, well, we just wanted we thought there was a really scrappy defender from Colgate, and so we took him number one.
Hey, look, I mean, God, who was the Colgate player? Never mind. They could have screwed the whole thing up. They didn't, and maybe we're turning the corner here. Just maybe.
They deserve credit for kneeling the ball.
They didn't try to pass it.
Don't do anything stupid. Just kneel the ball. Just
they knelt.
Yeah, keep the possession, and that's what you did. And now you got Cooper Flagg, who is. He's going to be a great player. Like here's the thing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. He might bust relative to expectation if people have unrealistic expectations for what he can be.
Mm-hmm.
If you think he's going to be Michael Jordan or even LeBron or anything like that, he's not going to be that.
No.
But his baseline, his worst level of play, barring injury, that could always happen. But barring injury, his worst level of play will be a good two-way player that you need on a title contender.
Right.
That's the floor for him.
Yes, that's the floor. Again, barring all craziness like injuries and stuff. That's
injury would literally be the only thing that would derail him from being a good player.
Yes.
It remains to be seen if he'll be one of the best, if he'll be a top 10 player in the league throughout his career, but he will at the very least be a good player.
I agree. So that's the exciting part. And then that's going to be something that we are obviously keeping an eye on his entire career. Like, unfortunately for Cooper, like we are going to break down just about every single game, like it's an NFL game in year one.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure we did that with Luka, but I know we did. But Luka came out, and he came out red hot.
He did. Luka still wasn't Luka the first year.
No, because he was thinner and faster and able to dunk.
Yeah, and that led to like a shooting percentage that was like 8 percentage points off his career average. Luka, his first year he shot 42% from the field. He averaged 21 points, almost 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. And then obviously a couple years later,
say his numbers again.
21, 8 rebounds, 6 assists.
Dude, if Cooper Flagg averages 21, 8, and 6 year one, we're throwing parades.
See, I think that's the thing. I think 21, 8, and 6 might be who he is.
For his career?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
But yeah, it is. But it'll be efficient, and it's going to be also 21, 8, and 6, and 2 steals and a block and a half per game or something. And he's going to play lockdown defense. Like, he's the raw numbers, that's the thing. You're not going to see in 2023-24 when Luka led the league in scoring with 34 points a game. That's never going to be Cooper Flagg.
No, but it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't. And that's why I say just he might, if you're concerned about bust factor, it will literally only be relative to expectations that someone puts on it. If you're going to expect him to be a 34 point per game scorer, you're going to be disappointed. But if Scottie Pippen was never a 34 point per game scorer, and that's who he's most compared to is Scottie Pippen.
No, yeah, and he was one of the all-time greats.
Yeah,
without
and
doing that.
Nobody would pass on Scottie Pippen on this team.
No, absolutely not. So Cooper Flagg is officially a Dallas Maverick. Here he is on Joining the Mavs with Hall of Fame players already on the team.
I mean, I'm really excited. You know, I think I keep saying I'm excited to be a sponge, to get down there and just learn, be surrounded by, Hall of Fame caliber guys, and just to be able to learn from them. It's going to be an incredible experience. I feel so blessed, to be in the position I am, and just to get down there, like I said, be a sponge, learn, and try and grow my game as much as I can.
That is a unique situation for the top pick to go with. The top pick generally doesn't go into this situation at all. The top pick generally does not come into a spot where there's other Hall of Famers on the team. Generally, the top pick goes to Washington. And it's got a bunch of guys you've never heard of trying to find their way, trying to make their way. And it's toxic. It's toxic.
Yeah. There's enough toxic here. That's for sure. He's coming in here to follow toxic. He is. And he's here to be the savior. Not only just the savior of them on the court, he is here to be the savior of them financially off the court. That is a lot of responsibility. And to be fair, he seems like the perfect guy. If you needed to put this on any 18-year-old's shoulders, he seems like the one from everything we've heard.
Do you think this is toxic on the floor?
No, that's why I just said it's delicate on the floor. That's why I'm saying when you say it's usually toxic, you're talking about on the floor. I'm saying there's plenty of toxic here. It's just not necessarily the play. That he's walking into toxic in terms of maybe more difficult toxic, which is, hey, we need you to save an organization. We need you to save their image with the fans.
Well, that's a big part of it. That there is that part of it. But he already did. I mean, I think he's already done that.
He's bought them time. He's gotten them a temporary restraining order. That's what he got them.
So you think it's still a...
Dude, there's a lot of people still unhappy with them.
Oh, of course they're unhappy.
Yeah. Nothing's directed at Cooper Flagg, I don't think, from the fan base.
Right.
The fan base likes him, and I think a lot of fans are saying, we deserved this. Nico doesn't deserve it. Patrick Dumont doesn't deserve it. I deserve it. We deserve this. The fans deserve it. So right. I think there's a lot of people. I don't think there's anybody upset that Cooper Flagg's here.
No. You better not be upset. Now, if you're upset that he's here because, it means that Luka's not, okay, there's still that faction of people because he wouldn't be here if Luka was here. They wouldn't have.
If Luka had played, I don't know if Kyrie, they had Kyrie and Luka at the end of the 22-23 season and they ended up in the lottery. So you could end up in the lottery. You still could end up.
They wouldn't have fixed it.
Depending on how slow Luka's. They wouldn't have fixed it. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying they still, in theory, it was probably just as likely they were going to get the number one pick, which was about 1%.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. I think they would. I just feel they would have been, once Luka came back, a team that probably went a little further than they did. So they would. I don't believe they would have
potentially.
Been
yep. Yeah, it just depends on, do all the injuries still occur like they did? Does Kyrie get hurt? Does Luka get hurt again? Is there some sort of other tension that exists?
You don't know. We have no idea how things would have played out, but
regardless, this is. It's exciting, and he'll be.
He's super exciting.
He's going to be a good player. The thing I would say, if I could give any piece of advice to the Mavericks this morning, which they're not going to listen because they just do their own thing, but if I could give any piece of advice this morning is, you are already asking a ton of this kid, a ton. Do not make it any harder on him. From this moment on, shut your mouths. Don't make it any harder on him. Let him just come here and do his best to fix what you've effed up.
You're talking about the front office.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's do it. I was hoping not to play it yet, but let's play it. Bobby's been trying to. So he's been trying to kind of steer.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to steer nothing
into this.
I'm not. No. I don't even want to play it. We'll play it later. We can be all positive this segment if you want. I'm just saying that
next segment.
That would be my advice to them. Is just he's got a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah.
Help him out and just get out of the way.
All right. So
that's it.
Well, so we'll play that at 6:20. But here is Marty Smith. Now this is they had a watch party back in Maine, in Newport, Maine, where Cooper Flagg is from. And man, this was cool. The entire city, town, whatever they call it up there, seemed like they were there all in their Duke jerseys. They're all gonna be wearing Mavs jerseys. This is gonna have like the highest TV rating of any city outside of DFW is gonna be somewhere in Maine for Maverick games. But this is Marty Smith. This is pretty cool. I thought on TV last night.
Welcome to Flag Day in Newport, Maine, where in just a few moments, as the clock winds down, anticipation is building. This community is so proud, not just of the athlete, but of the young man, of the character, of the hard work, of the humility that he exemplifies, that they know he learned right here in Newport. I spoke to his principal, Mary Netto, at Nokomis High School, and she told me that Cooper has completely rewritten reality for kids all over this state. They're watching one of their own, one of them, achieve the ultimate dream of flying highest atop the NBA draft tonight, right now. Let's go!
I half expected Marty Smith to go, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona.
I was waiting for and what you gonna do, brother? I thought he was going full Hulkamania. That was cool. Like the entire by the way, everyone in that town's like 58 years old.
Yeah. Everybody in Maine is 58 years old.
I have a feeling everyone in Maine is like that old. It's like when I go to Gaylord, Michigan, like the surrounding areas up there in northern Michigan, just in the country, that there's no young people. It's just everyone everyone gets out of high school and immediately is 58 years old. They look it, they act it. That's just like northern country living, I think. And it's country living anywhere, really. And that's exactly what it is. It looked like the gymnasium where everyone was in the gym sitting on those bench seats that they have and where the fold out in the gym floor. They all looked like they were 60 years old.
Yeah. It's just a different vibe where he came from. Now he gets to come run around uptown.
Honestly,
hang out
that's
with the youth.
the most scary thing. That's the most scary thing because he's coming to a place he has no frame of reference how big it is here compared to where he's from. And even in Durham, it's just a college town. I mean, I know it's outside of Raleigh, but still,
it's sprawling. Like the Metroplex is massive.
Yeah, and where he's gonna live. He ain't never seen anything like it.
No, it'll be all new. But he's also been, even if it's not been Maine, this is somebody who has traveled around to play ball and has been the dude for a few years now.
Yes, he has,
and has probably had to deal with a lot of attention and different things like that has prepared him the right way, I would guess.
It's exciting. It's a fun day. You get to see the Mavs' future. Because we were robbed of our present, but we get the future now. All right, well, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We were in a conundrum last night because I may have ruined a night for a certain Ranger baseball player.
You absolutely did. You don't get to choose whether we're unloading the group text today. That's happening.
And we will play what Bobby is calling. What are you calling this audio? One of the most irresponsible things.
Just the dumbest thing.
Thing.
One of the 10 dumbest things the Mavs have said in the last 2 months.
And that's saying a lot. The audacity of the general manager to say this last night. It's coming up next. Sean and RJ.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Franco and Franco. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car wrecking attorneys in Dallas.
It is Cooper Flagg Day, part 2. Here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell running the board, Aiden Butler on the video, and then we got Khaki Kev. Kevin Walker is sitting in because he's going to be covering for Peyton here in a couple weeks.
Both wearing our upside-down Dallas hats today.
Are they both? Oh, you and Kev both are. I was like, I didn't even notice Peyton had a hat on.
I need to get a right side up Dallas hat.
Do it.
Just to go against Joe.
Do it. I'm sure someone makes them.
I think those were just called hats for a long time.
It's called hats. It's called regular hats.
Yeah, they were the right side up.
Just get the Cowboys. Just get a Cowboys one that just says the big D on it.
We're gonna be talking about we'll talk about the Rangers here in just a second and how RJ Choppy is going to draw the ire of many of you. But before
you know
we
what?
do that,
I saved you.
Oh no, you did not.
I saved you.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. We'll get to that here in just a second, though, with the Texas Rangers. First, man, Nico Harrison cannot get out of his own way.
Oh boy.
And I don't know if this is.
I don't believe that this is actually. I don't believe this.
You haven't heard the clip yet.
I haven't heard the clip. I don't believe that he said this.
This was last night with this. Tim McMahon couldn't wait to tweet this out. He just picked up his phone. Oh boy, and he was ready to go. And he said it out there, and everybody immediately was like, "No, he didn't. He didn't say it."
I don't believe this one.
He did, because this is what Nico Harrison does. He says dumb things all the time. Everybody's excited. Everybody's like, "Yeah, Cooper Flagg is here. Surely there's nothing Nico can do to mess that up." Well, then someone asked Nico Harrison, "Hey, what was your reaction initially to getting the #1 pick in the lottery?"
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. So that's just, but things happen. Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
No. That's AI.
That's a new drop. Fortune favors the bold.
That's AI.
That is AI. Literally, he is now taking credit for, we won the lottery because I was being rewarded by the universe for doing the right thing and trading
Fortune
Lucas.
favors the bold.
God, he's an idiot.
Oh my God. No.
This is the exact concern. He learned nothing.
He feels empowered. He feels empowered. Like he feels like he did the right thing. This is I'm trying to think of the example. Like it's like this is.
There's nothing like this.
There's nothing like this. There's nothing like this.
This is like if you
Man, that was the one concern. That was the one concern when they got the number 1 pick. It's like crap. They're not gonna learn anything. They're gonna get rewarded here.
Yeah, they touched the stove, and then mom was right there with aloe to put on it immediately. And you're like, oh, see, my hand doesn't hurt. It was fine. I can touch the stove again if I want. That's an awful quote. And I don't know if that's... Again, what I can't figure out with him is he tone deaf? I mean, he certainly is. But is he tone deaf? Or is he calculated and defiant? Like, I don't know what it is.
I think he's just... not arrogant, confident in his move.
But does he understand how that's going to be received when he says it? Do you think?
I don't think so.
So then he's tone deaf, or he's just I don't care how they receive it. I will stick my thumb in there.
I'm fine if he doesn't care how it's received. I'm fine with that. I don't think that anybody who's in a position like that should care how their message is received. They should care whether or not their things work.
Okay. Moves, fine, whatever else.
Yeah.
They should have courage and conviction on their moves.
Yes.
The rhetoric does not need to be defiant. Especially for an organization that had so many financial problems in the immediate aftermath of the trade. This is a guy who has angered the fan base for months. Mm-hmm. Things are finally kind of calmed down, and then he goes, let's do it again. Let's poke him in the eye. Your rhetoric does matter in terms of like he should worry about how his words are received. Yeah. Not necessarily his moves. His moves are his moves, and he should stand by them. But you need to be able to communicate them.
I think he should feel... I think Nico, truthfully, should feel that it was the right move, right? Because if he doesn't think it's the right move anymore, that makes it even worse.
Sure. Believe it. That's fine if he believes it. He's wrong. Believe it. The problem is the way he addresses it every single time. He could have just said, I was excited. We were thrilled. We got the opportunity to take a guy like Cooper Flagg. We're so pumped about what he brings to the organization. There's literally zero reason to throw in the fortune favors the bold commentary.
Yeah, that's the bold.
That is, we deserved this.
Yeah.
For the courage I had.
That's dumb.
What an idiot.
Very dumb.
Oh my gosh. All right.
It's upsetting because it's like, all right, yeah, we didn't learn anything. Again, I want him to have the confidence in his ability. I want him to not care about whether his moves are popular, right? I want him to make the moves that are the best for the organization. That obviously, none of us believe the Luka trade was best for the organization, but they got a do-over here. Yeah, right. They got a do-over here.
So don't mess it up.
So let's not mess it up. And that means let's not make any stupid, hasty trades. Let's not trade at 20. If Cooper Flagg is 24 years old. Well, Nico will be gone by then because he said his window's 3 years.
Yep.
But if Cooper Flagg is 22 years old then, and he isn't maybe the 10th best player in the league yet, it's not just get rid of him.
We ain't done yet.
He is. It's stunning to me just how much he's willing to keep digging. He won't just stop. Just stop. Like, this should have all been focused on Cooper Flagg. Should not have been reflective at all. And you made sure to just go, not only again, not just that I was thrilled this happened or we got this benefit or whatever else. You went out of your way to say this is the universe rewarding me.
Yeah, it is.
That is a damn narcissist.
It's the end. People are sending the fan text right there. 877-881-1053. Franklin, injury attorneys fan text from the 817. He is the ultimate narcissist. I can't root for this team while Nico is still here. This sucks. Nico's going to end up right. That's another one.
Okay, and if he ends up right, be right on the merits. Fine, be right on the merits. Right now, he needs to shut up.
I'm still 100% heartbroken by what they did.
Wow. I'm so mad Sean's not here today. I would have loved to have seen how Sean would have reacted to hearing this cut.
He'll get to next week.
What a stupid.
We're going to circle back on it with him.
We're going to have to.
Because
we are going to have to.
I almost texted it to him this morning at like 4:30 in the morning before I went on NBC5 because he wasn't here.
Well.
And because you didn't take it, but
Well, I was on last week.
I know. So you were just like, you take it, buddy. You threw me the little Ricky Rubio dime.
Well, last time I went on there, I looked like Sandler after the Ranger game, just sweating like crazy because I was at baseball. We had last week was like the World Series for us, so we had day games. It was like a 1 o'clock game or whatever, or 12 o'clock game. So I'm just dying, and I was like, I'm at baseball. I'll do it when I get my car. I get in my car, and I've got like that pit of sweat in the neck area, just like Sandler last night. Sandler looked like he was in detox.
That's a
holy cow.
That's a perfect transition right there. That's why we call you the master of the transition.
Look at that.
Texas Rangers last night won a baseball game, which was exciting, but RJ Choppy ruined history.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball over the outside corner at 99, and deGrom with his 7th strikeout.
7th strikeout, deep in the middle of a no-hitter there in the 7th inning. And I can say no-hitter now because you basically said it for all of us in the group text, and then literally the next 30 seconds, Peyton, was it?
Maybe. I mean, it was
30 seconds later.
Listen.
30 seconds later, deGrom gives up the hit.
Okay,
That's not cool, guys.
It's far more likely. So I had already switched over to the NBA draft about at 6:40. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Halo coming up at 6:40.
Well,
hey, look at that. So at 6:40, I switched over to the NBA draft. I know I had about 20 minutes before, but I wanted to see all the pregame stuff. So I had no idea that Jake was in the middle of a no-hitter. And then I switch back over, and I see that it says on the broadcast, like, no hits through whatever. And then I sent in the group chat, anyone still watching the Rangers?
Yep.
And Peyton said, I am. And I said, good. I just didn't want to say it. And then Bobby goes, I'm watching the Rangers. And then Peyton says, unless deGrom, ... you know. And then the damn it chop.
Because literally, our texts came in, and it was like, crack, and there goes the ball through the hole on first and second base.
You know what?
This was you, but you are the new Shinks.
No.
Yes.
Maybe. But I wanted to Shinks. Okay? Because Jake deGrom they were going to be put in a very difficult spot. Because they were going to keep him out there. These are the pitch counts that Jacob deGrom has had in his last 6 starts. 81, 81, 81, 82, 84. Yesterday, he went to 89. They took him out immediately after. They would have kept him in there.
Yeah, they were letting him go.
They were going to let him go. This is a guy who we have to treat with absolute kid gloves. So I did you a favor.
No, you did not. This is
I did you a favor.
Let the man go.
Do you know, go look at how many pitchers threw a no-hitter in the last 5 years, and then the next start after got hurt.
No way. That's never happened.
Just go look.
Let me see here. This would have been, he was 86 through 7. So he was he was 12 pitches an inning. What's the big deal?
86 through 7.
That would have been 110 pitches.
For a guy who
you were saying the other day, what's the big deal about 110? It's when you're throwing 130.
I totally agree. I totally agree with that statement, except when it's a guy who's got 2 Tommy Johns. That's the difference. So I did you a favor.
What do you mean? He's got the freshest Tommy John on the team.
It is the fresh.
That is ready to take on.
It's the strongest Tommy John.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's the strongest knee ligament that they put in the elbow in team history.
He should be throwing 300 pitches a game. Like that thing has got that UCL is not going for another 10 years anyway. He's just going to pitch for another 2-3 years.
He doesn't need to warm up at all.
Use it up. Yeah.
Man. And you know what? People are on my side here.
No.
Yep. This is Dave Raymond's fault. Broadcaster can't talk about a no-hitter, period. 2 nights in a row he mentions it, and the next batter gets a hit consecutive nights. No. He didn't even say no-hitter. That's the way you do that, Bobby. He did nothing wrong.
But as soon as you drew attention to it in our text, and
I didn't draw attention to it. I just said, as anyone was watching the Rangers.
You drew attention to it.
I said good.
You said good. I didn't want to say it.
Right, because they were winning a game. They'd scored runs.
But
the offense.
The fact that immediately we had gone 2 hours without a hit, and all of a sudden there's one. This is you got to own this. This is on you.
I will own it. I'm just saying, like, I'm not. I'm not upset.
You're wearing a shirt that literally encourages walks. You don't like perfect games. You don't like no hitters.
I'm walking the walk. Okay. I said great. Glad he pitched well. Didn't want him to go to 110 pitches. They would have been forced to do that. They would have been forced to do that. And I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find out how many pitchers to start after the no hitter.
Please do.
Have been hurt.
How deep into Latz got into the sixth with his no hitter?
He got into the sixth, yeah.
So yeah, he gets into the sixth with his no hitter. Yesterday, I mean, outside of just the no hitter aspect of this, obviously a good victory for the Rangers and able to bounce back after the bad loss in game 1 of this. They have the scrappy win in game 2, and then last night it's dominant. They win 7-0, and ultimately they pull themselves back closer to 500 now.
Let's go. From the 6-8-2, Jared was mentioning it the entire 7th inning.
Jared is the king of like, I'm not controlling the game. If I'm in the dugout, I'm not saying it. Jared believes that if you're sitting in the dugout, you can't say it. He said somebody around the world is always talking about, like somebody in the stands has said it. Someone has said it. So he's like, the jinx applies to the people that are on the team. Do not say it if you're on the team.
I would not say it if I was an announcer.
I wouldn't either.
If I was an announcer, I would not say it. To me, being an announcer is no different than being in the dugout.
Is it because of the backlash of the fans, you think, that will come after you?
No, because I'm a baseball guy, man. You just don't mess with that.
Lewin would never say it. I think most of the other broadcasters we've had have said, I'm going to point it out. And I mean, there was a graphic pointing it out, even if Raymond didn't say it.
The graphic's going to point it out anyway.
Yeah.
Graphic's not saying it. Graphic's just a statement of fact.
Did Lewin even have a pitcher that went that deep with the no-hitter? I don't know if they did.
Yeah.
No, he did.
Yeah.
Okay. He did. I remember Rich Harden had a combined no-hitter into
Against
the ninth.
The Twins. I was at the game.
I was at the game, too.
Look at you.
I was at the game, too.
Where were you sitting, though? I was behind the first base dugout.
I was sitting in my season tickets, broke boy. Peyton, tell us what's coming up on the payload.
Guys, we have a loser sports fan that's being banned in Major League Baseball. And George Kittle, well, he talks about the payload all right. That's next on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
with B product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking management.
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Bobby. It is the payload every Thursday at this time. You got PB in the morning, Tuesdays at 8:20, but the payload 6:40, baby. Guys, we start off with a story. This might relate to Bobby the most here. This is a Major League Baseball sad story here. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks. He was the center of attention the other day.
It relates to me the most.
Wait a second.
I'll get to the point.
Stop it. Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Peyton, this is, oh, God.
Yeah, Marte was he was at the center of attention the other day for an incident during their game against the White Sox, where during Ketel's at-bat later in the game, a fan was shouting something towards him. It escalated after the at-bat, and then once the Diamondbacks took the field the next inning, Ketel was seen crying behind the mound, had to be consoled by his manager there. You could tell he was in a lot of pain. He was shouting back and forth with the fans in the dugout. The fan was ejected. But yeah, it was confirmed that the fan was shouting something about Ketel's mom, who had passed away in a car accident in 2017. We still don't know exactly what was said, but we do know it's a 22-year-old fan, White Sox fan, I do believe. So he is banned from every Major League Baseball ballpark from here on out, which is the right move here. Look, I'm all for trash talking. I get you got some of the crowd I could see it on Twitter and social media of, oh, well, that's just, it's fair game, but you mentioned family members and stuff like that. Like it gets to, you cross the line a little bit. I'm all for the trash talk when we talk about someone's family member, especially one that dies. It goes a little too far there.
I don't want to take up too much of your segment because I know you have other stories. Mm-hmm. So my large takeaways I'll save for later when we circle back on this. I'll just say, I had no idea Ketel Marte's mom was dead. I feel like that's somebody going I gotta Google some stuff.
This is somebody.
I gotta gather some so for them to Google it, think about it, and go, yep, this is one. I'm gonna do this. That's it's like the crime of passion versus premeditated murder. It's there was planning involved here. You're done, dude.
All great hecklers do their research. It is an art form. To be able to heckle is an art form.
It was the image of him crying on the field. When he was crying on the field, it's like, you're done. Had he not cried, you wouldn't have been banned forever. He's sobbing on the field. The image got you banned.
I totally agree. Because he is not the first fan to talk about someone's mother.
What was that? You remember the Frankie Francisco chair throwing incident
with
Jennifer Bueno. And I can't. What did Galloway call her?
Jenny No Good, or
he called her something. I think he called her something lizard or something.
Oh,
he called her something. I can't remember what it was. But when Frankie Francisco threw that chair, the whole way that fight started, at least the Rangers at the time claimed, was that somebody had said something about Doug Brocale's stillborn child while he was in the bullpen. And I remember just thinking, how deep, especially in 2004, where it's not like we've all got our smartphones, we can just quickly Google stuff or whatever year that was. How deep and dark are you getting with your research of I'm just going to shout some stuff at the bullpen?
Man, it's a lot. These fans, they get they really try to use it as an art form. I'm a big proponent of heckling, getting in the players' heads. I don't do it. I'm not a heckler. I don't ever go down towards the bullpen. But
I heckled the hell out of Kyle Tucker when we were at the playoff game in 23 when I was sitting with Colt Heron from Rafter P Construction. That was we were in his ear all night. We were right up front and just all night trying to be heard.
When I was in high school, we had we were I guess it was a freshman. So we would go to the varsity games and we would try to heckle the hell out of the team, and we would all grab the cheerleaders,
the megaphones,
and just start, finding something about the other player. That's what we tried to heckle, and I'm sure that we crossed a line or two, especially based on, how idiots you are as a freshman in high school.
Sure.
But when you're an adult, you got different standards for that. That said, this is heckling is, you're right. If he didn't cry, if he wasn't on the field sobbing uncontrollably for minutes, I don't think this fan is even kicked out of the game.
I think probably gets kicked out of the game because it looked like Ketel Marte requested it.
Right, but I'm saying, had he not...
So Marte requested for him to be thrown out before he had started crying, and then when he was on the field in the next half, he was crying.
Yeah, so the ban probably took place because of what was happening on the field. He was ejected, I think, long before they went back to the field, but...
Yeah, I think the ejection still happens
because of what happened. They're like, okay, we're just going to stop this now.
The perma ban, the perma ban doesn't happen without him crying on the field.
And look, this happened in April. A fan in Cleveland yelled at Boston Red Sox outfielder Jarren Duran after this player shared a documentary. He had the documentary out that he attempted suicide 3 years ago. The fan was ejected and banned from all ballparks after that incident. So it's happened before. And this kind of reminded me about the 49ers fans after we had crosstalk with them and kind of they went after, you three. They had sent you images of, your family members and, bad messages to your Instagram, Twitters, all that stuff. It's just, it sucks, man. It sucks that they take it to that level. It's be a fan, trash talk, but just leave the family members out of it.
Text in 877-881-1053. What would you say to each of us if you were trying to heckle us on the baseball field?
That one dude says something to all of us. Just goes after our girls all the time.
Oh, dude. He was back the other day.
He was back the other day. He's out of jail. He was out of Twitter jail. He's out of Twitter jail.
Elon didn't ban him anymore. But this is why I've always wanted this to be allowed in sports where, look, the fans are talking crap. I'm all about it. But players get their chance to go after them as well. And some players do. Some players do. Look, if you want to talk crap, then you know what? Just have them square off. Go in the dugout or something. Go into the tunnel. And just, if the fans really want to talk crap, let the players go after them there. But, all right, guys, next story here. It's the Payload every Thursday at this time. George Kittle, 49ers tight end. He might have the key to a better bedroom lifestyle, better bedroom activity. So listen up, Bobby. George was on the Bussin'.
me.
I had to pick someone. George was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he talked about how he uses a Vasper system to work out. For those who don't know, the Vasper system is where you're seated down, riding a bike, and then there's like compression braces around your arms and legs. It also uses liquid cooling technology. Bobby, are you familiar? Do players use this a lot more? In this clip, he's going to tell us all about it. But
I've never heard of this. Nope, never heard of this.
Never heard of
this. I would assume a lot of this is just home care stuff too, like stuff they have at home.
Yeah, so it started, NFL and athletes, all around are using it. But here's George sharing the benefits of using this to train on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
As soon as I get back in like the summer, it's like my cardio every day at the end of my workout. So like I'll lift, I'll run my routes, run hills, and then I do like a 20-minute Vasper session 4 days a week, no matter what.
No,
I love it. You feel, dude. You also, it knocks you the out at night, unconscious.
Really?
You sleep so well, and you have wild dreams too. It's awesome. I like
Vasper systems doing a whole bunch of different things.
I mean, yeah, I'm not. The main selling point is you blow huge.
Oh, for real?
Oh, yeah. That's what.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need that back. Yeah.
Oh, so like,
what kind of talking? It sounds like huge ones, Will.
Huge ones. I know. I was like, how do I sit? Nah, I just got to say it. Like that's how it was sold. Like to like players, it's like, look, it boosts your testosterone. You sleep really well. You're gonna feel great, and you also blow huge. I was like, oh, that's bull. Not bull. And then that rumor started going around, and so like in like 2019, dude, like there were like 6 or 7 coaches that were doing it.
So there you go. Look, players using it now, and now you're thinking, okay, well, yeah, I want to improve my bedroom lifestyle. But
so it's a machine?
Yeah, so you ride it like a bike almost. You're seated leaning back, but it's got like compressions around you. I tried to watch a video of it. It's one you might have to just watch. I don't really know all the technology around it, but yeah, you're basically riding a bike and then it's working other muscles as well. But I guess it boosts your T levels.
I use the choppy system. It's just called being a unit.
Bro, this thing is weird looking. So look at this here. This is apparently what he's talking about. The Vasper system. I have no idea what that is.
That looks like a recumbent bike.
Sure. I don't know what that is, but yeah.
But at first I was like, okay, well let's see how much these things cost. Let's see if I can get one in my new house there in Rockwall. Just a small payment of around $40,000.
40,000?
40 grand to be like George Kittle.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
No, I mean, it does all these other things. You're losing weight. It helps your, hygiene, immune system, all that, whatever it helps you with. But it makes you a better human, a brand new human.
He doesn't even know.
Is he just making up?
No,
helps your hygiene.
No, there was a list. I was trying to find the list of things.
How does sweating make you help your hygiene?
There was a whole list of things, but yeah, you can.
Your gum health will improve.
You'll have no more gingivitis. All right.
You will live eternity there, basically.
Very nice.
But yeah, so there's be like George Kittle and get the Vasper system that NFL players and coaches are using. Last story here, guys, on the Payload. If you want to be able to fart in front of others and not be judged for it, just become a pilot, baby.
What is happening?
Just become a pilot. Look, we have the Payload, now we have the fart load here, okay? Look, an Argentina pilot says that they need to be focused more at all times and shouldn't have to hold in farts that could distract them or make them uncomfortable. Now, this made sense to me because I was like, you know what? I really want my pilot. If I'm flying somewhere, I want my pilot to be focused, have a good night's rest, drink coffee or whatever they need to stay focused the whole flight. And I'm thinking, okay, like if they ever had to, go to the bathroom or had a stomach issue, like I want them to be just fine. So I want that, if they need to fart in the cockpit, go for it. And the co-pilot apparently just has to take it. But I love this. It makes all the sense in the world to me.
Wouldn't it make, like, if you want them to be like just fine and have like, their utmost focus, wouldn't the smell of a rotten egg toot take you out of focus?
Yeah, but I think you're more.
Well, that's why. That's why they have it.
You're able to. Yeah.
It's called the sterile cockpit rule, where how like when you're going through the checklist and doing things, you're not supposed to be talking. Like, guys, let's not talk. Let's not do anything else. I think it applies there too. It's like, if you're going to do that, you have to hold it until after we're done with the checklist and we take off.
They don't want you to hold it in, is what they're saying.
But I'm just saying, that's the one area where you have to. You may want to talk too, and it doesn't matter. It's called sterile cockpit. You can't do it. You've got to just, everybody needs to be focused, go through the checklist, because I've seen enough episodes of air disasters to know, and this plane went down and killed 240 people.
The flight attendant was flirting.
If they wouldn't have just missed this one little half-inch piece of plastic that they were supposed to flip, then everybody would be alive today. But they missed it.
I read that. I read this article too, but they also said, like, you don't, pilots don't get the same meal.
Yeah, because they don't want something that's upsetting their stomach.
So like, if it's a bad, like an airplane, the movie, they both had the fish, right? Bad fish, and they passed out or got sick, whatever, died.
If Broadus was a pilot, they couldn't give him orange juice.
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
So they have to have separate meals. I don't know if the 2-meal rule still applies, but there you go.
That's smart.
That is the payload here on 105 The Fan. Very
From
nice,
Peyton and George Kittle.
Yeah, Peyton. It's nice working with you, man. I don't know.
Your radio.
I don't know if we're seeing you again. Let's hear for the newest Dallas Maverick, Cooper Flagg, next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Jay on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
And that is how it sounded just after 7 o'clock last night when the Mavericks got Cooper Flagg. It made it official. Very much a ton of suspense. Ton of suspense going into this. Had no idea. Had no idea where they were going to go.
There was suspense because they could always mess something up.
It's Nico Harris.
Mm-hmm. And you had said 99.99999% yesterday.
Yeah, I was leaving the door open just in case something crazy happened. Because I would have told you on, what was it, February 1st?
Yeah.
That there was a 99.99% chance that Luka never gets traded.
Worst thing that's ever happened to me in the month of February.
Is that when your mom died?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
God.
White Sox are going to throw up a video tribute to me.
Stop it. But yeah, so they made it official. Cooper Flagg is a Dallas Maverick. And this is Cooper on the conversations that he had with the Mavs during his workouts leading up to the draft.
It was great. It was a great workout down there to get in and meet everybody and see everybody. But I think, talking to Coach Kidd, I think he just has a lot of confidence in me to just come in and be an impact player. He's going to, let me have the ball a little bit, I think, and just try and rock out and do what I can do.
I mean, obviously, we're going to be going through every single game that he has with like a fine-tooth comb.
Yep.
And I'll be honest, like last night, perfect example. It's if the Mavs had the 10th pick in the draft or the 11th pick, like they originally were gonna.
Yep.
How much are you watching at the start of the draft?
I'm not. I'm probably keeping an eye on the Rangers game and just looking at Twitter to see what they did.
And you're watching the prospective no-hitter.
Yeah, that you ruined. Yep.
That I ruined, absolutely. But, because they had the first pick, you go over there. Now, what that did is that, like, all right, how does this make you watch the rest of the draft? There's not a whole lot of local intrigue. Trey Johnson, when he went, you wanted to see him if you're a Texas fan, or VJ Edgecombe. You wanted to see him because you're a Baylor fan or whatever. But, I mean, this was a fun night. It was fun because it's like we all felt like we had a funeral in early February.
Oh, yeah. It was a national period of mourning.
It was a national period of mourning, and this is kind of like the rebirth.
It's optimism. It's the glimmer of hope that maybe things will be okay. Like that's what exists now. I still don't think it's one of those things where it's still not right. It still doesn't feel good, but there's some excitement to it now. I mean, there's a handful of Mavericks fans who are just like, "Yep, screw it, we're good now. I don't care." Like you do have a little bit of that, but I think for most fans, this is like, all right, I can begin to heal now. Like that's how they look at it.
They can. There's gonna be pressure on him because he is now like considered the savior for this franchise. Even though this franchise has got some Hall of Famers on it right now, he's still going to be looked at as that.
They got 3 Hall of Famers. I mean, you got Cooper joining that because you got Kyrie, AD, and then you got Nico, who's going to go in as an executive.
Right, yeah.
Just ask him.
You got Clay. Forget about him. We forgot about Clay.
Yeah, him too.
So
it's easy to forget about Clay the last couple of years.
Yeah, stop it. Here's Cooper on dealing with the pressure being the number 1 pick.
I think everybody deals with it differently. I think my way that I deal with pressure and I deal with expectations is just using the people around me, using my parents, using my brothers, using my friends from back home who have been with me every step of the way. And that's my support system. That's how I deal with things like that. So, just trying to breathe and deal with things like that. It's definitely not easy, but it's something you got to deal with.
The pressure being number one, he is going to have as much. Will he have as much as Wemby?
Different. It's nationally or with his team itself.
Nationally,
Wemby has more pressure.
Yeah.
Locally to his team, there's more pressure on Cooper Flagg to be good for the Mavericks base than there was for the Spurs fans. Spurs fans have their ton of titles and everything else. Yeah, and it's San Antonio. It's their team. They're not worried about it. Wemby is supposed to be. The comparison that he kept getting was he's what was the comparison? Woj threw out there. Well, he said greatest prospect ever. Period.
Any sport.
Yeah, but he also said he's Kevin Durant on offense and Rudy Gobert on defense.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, so that's pretty ridiculous expectations to put on one person. Yeah. And so if he falls short of it, Wemby is going to be nationally just destroyed more than Flagg is. But locally with their team, it's Flagg.
The Flagg pressure and the Flagg intrigue is more for me in the sense that we all knew who he was coming in. Right?
Yeah, but there was enough attention on Wemby during the process that I think people realized who he was.
Yeah, there was enough attention on him. Mavericks are 20-1 to win the West. 20-1. That's ninth in the Western Conference in terms of where their odds are. I just saw that pop up on the screen. He is okay. You're right. Compared to people knew who Wemby was, but the fact that he's somebody that we all watched in college. We never saw Wemby play.
We have a stronger awareness of him as a player. There's a greater awareness, and that cuts both ways.
By the way, that was a big part of last night. Did you notice that?
What?
And I wonder if this is a trend because in the previous two drafts, I think there was only three drafts. There was only three American college basketball players from college drafted in the top 5 over the last 2 years. Total.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, you had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The entire top 10. The first player drafted this year that did not play college basketball was the 12th pick.
Yeah, it's
Noah Essengay. And he was the one that left his team.
Mm-hmm.
His team was in the finals of, I guess it was the German league or the French league. He was in the finals, and he leaves up 2-1 to go to the draft, and now he's gone. He quit the team, which that's a huge no, man. This is not leaving the Cheez-Its Bowl.
It was a lot of college players, but it was also.
And I wonder if this is the new thing. This is because of NIL. And you can make more money in college. This is the new thing. We're back to college first.
Maybe we still have there because there's 3 of the top 10 were not American born.
No, but they went to college.
Right, they went to college here in America, but they were not American born. And so, but even still, that is. We've had this discussion before. I think Reggie mentioned it recently when he was on with us. I know Bassick used to talk about it all the time, which the idea is Bassick had the belief that we were never going to see an American-born player be the best player in basketball ever again. Because he said they grow up on AAU circuits and they play a lot of ISO ball and do different things like that, whereas foreign-born players are generally playing team basketball, and it's just a different type of game.
Totally different game.
And that eventually we're going to say, maybe not the number one pick would be, you're going to get plenty of American-born number one picks, but the best player in basketball will be somebody who was raised in that style of basketball, which is not as common here in the U.S. anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And look, I do agree that the AAU world is a problem for the sport because because the style of play just isn't team oriented. It's very ISO. It's bad for basketball in general. It's good for them. I mean, it's fine for the NBA because that's the way the NBA is. But it breeds bad basketball. That said, I like that we had 11 guys, the first 11 picks. I knew every single one of them, except I didn't really remember the kid that went to Brooklyn from BYU.
Brooklyn.
I didn't really have a great handle on him. The rest of them, it's like, all right, I saw all these guys play. That's good. I think it's good for the sport.
It's good for awareness, as long as people have the same sort of awareness that you do. Because I mean, you're a college basketball fan.
Yeah, and most don't. Most don't. I mean, nobody has my awareness. My awareness is 99, baby. But no, yeah, most don't pay attention to college basketball.
Still, what was the?
I happen to do a podcast on the BetMGM Network. Well,
let's see here. I'm trying to look. So it was all freshmen taken until the 9th pick. And that was Colin Murray Boyles when he went to the Raptors. And the first senior we had taken was Colin Cowherd at 11 from Washington State.
Cowherd.
Oh, that's Cedric Cowherd. Sorry.
Cedric Cowherd.
Yeah, that was. Did you hear that? That's what I think it was Malika Andrews last night said. They threw it back to her and she goes, Colin Cowherd goes to 11th, blah, blah. She called him Colin Cowherd.
He had a good backstory. I think he had to pay to go to his first school.
Really?
To play. And then he was going to transfer to Duke. But it's a good backstory for him.
Now here's the question. How many players are you going to be aware of that are drafted tonight?
Tonight? I mean, look, Janai Broom is going to get drafted tonight.
So you'll know one for sure.
No, quite a bit. Quite a bit, because you're gonna get
the seniors that have been playing for 4 years.
Now you're gonna get into the meat of the college basketball. This is the rank and file college player, right? You're gonna get right now. I actually might know more tonight than I did last night, because like you said, these are gonna be the upperclassmen.
I wondered at all. I mean, it doesn't look like it has at this point. I'm a slight Mavericks tie-in, I guess. Did you feel at all like maybe Brunson changed things for the way people looked at college players?
Maybe at upperclassmen.
Because that experience that we talk about of playing team basketball, doing different things like that, you're going to get more of that playing 3-4 years of college.
Yes, you are. There's no doubt. Yeah, I think it might have. Because I mean, look, go look at the top 10 here, right?
Yeah, it's all freshmen but one guy.
It's all freshmen but one guy, but also consider this, okay? Let's go to this. If you go look at all the players selected, that they all were freshmen. Rutgers didn't do anything this year. They had the second pick. Dylan Harper was the 2 pick. Baylor didn't do much. That was the 3. Rutgers again, the 5. Trey Johnson at Texas. They got knocked out in the first round or second round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma. They didn't do much. They were in the 8-9 game. BYU. BYU didn't do. South Carolina. Did South Carolina even make the tournament? Washington State. Nothing. You've got to get all the way to, obviously outside the Duke kids, you've got to get all the way to Derek Queen at Maryland for anybody whose team did anything. These are all freshmen getting picked in the top 10. It's really strange, right? It's very, very strange where it is right now.
But I mean,
Georgetown had a record-setting loss streak over the last 2 years.
Yeah, that is weird. I guess it's part of what it is just teams that have, they invest in a certain player or whatever else with their NIL budget, and then they don't have anything else around.
They don't have anything else around it. But the BYU just is paying $4 million to the top basketball player this year coming up. $4 million.
Where'd they get all that money?
Well, they got a good donorship there. They do. They got a lot. They got a good NIL pipeline. But Cooper Flagg is your number 1 pick. Number 1.
Not just the number 1 pick. Number 1 in our hearts.
He is. He's the savior. There is no doubt about it. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3.
Fortune favors the bold.
Rangers player most likely to be dealt at the deadline. We will talk more about this White Sox fan who got banned and who is the best dick in MLB. Yes. That's next. Diamond Cavs on the Fan. After we get you over to Q.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper lady.
Wasn't that cinnamon sisters?
Basil lady.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
The 0-2 pitch hit high into the air, pretty deep right field. Carlson going back on this. He turns to look, and it's out of here. Line drive home run to right for Josh Jung. It sails over all the bullpen, the tarp people out there in right over the 373 marker. For Jung, his 8th home run this year. He's driven in all 3, and the Rangers are up 3-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a great pitching performance from Jacob deGrom last night? 7 innings, 1 hit. It's my fault. 2 walks, 7 strikeouts, 89 pitches. It was actually kind of okay with him not getting the no-no, because if you go back and you look at his last 6 or 7 starts, he's been in the 80s in his pitch count. They are clearly trying to keep his pitch count to a minimum. And if he didn't have the no-no, he doesn't come back out in the top of the 8th, I don't think. Anyway,
Probably not.
They were not going to do that. So they clearly have a plan with Jacob deGrom. It is 80 pitches and get out of there. I'm fine with that. As long as the game is like, what I don't want is him to get taken out in a tie game or a 1-run game at 81 pitches when he's got more in the tank, because that's like, all right, you might be sacrificing wins. 7-zip game, get the dude out of there, man. Like, the guy has shown that injuries find him. They find him, and they need him to win. They want to make the playoffs. They want to win the World Series. They need Jacob deGrom.
I get it. It's a really creative way, though, to take the responsibility off yourself with the no-hitter. But look, I mean, it doesn't have the same allure it once did, the no-hitter, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It would have been cool to get it, but yeah, leave him in there, let him get. They did the right thing. As soon as it was given up, take him out. That's what it should have been. But overall, really impressive performance from Jacob deGrom, and he continues to be incredibly efficient, and it's not the same sort of raw strikeout stuff we've seen from him throughout his career. Because I think for his career, let me look it up real quick. He's 10 or 11 strikeouts per 9, and he's not that this year. He's not anywhere close to that. But he's been somebody. His strikeout to walk ratio is the highest in the history of Major League Baseball. His strikeout per 9 is about 11, and then this year he's 8.9. It is by far the lowest. Pretty much of his entire career. He's had one other year that was lower. It was 8.7 in 2016. But, I mean, he's been a 13, 14 strikeout per 9 guy for the last several years. And so the strikeout stuff isn't working the same way, but it's probably all part of just that, like we heard earlier in the season, that tailored approach of not trying to overwork his arm like he had been.
That's key. So I like the fact that they are trying not to overwork him. I like the fact that he seems to be pitching a little bit differently. Not necessarily needing to throw 99 at Globe Life Field. We will have the game for you at 7:05.
Yeah, so we sold some, or we bought some guys yesterday for the Rangers. Today we're going to look at who the Rangers might need to sell. So this is part 2 of the article that Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel had over at ESPN, which is the top 50 trade deadline candidates. And they assign a percentage value on the likelihood that each of these guys is going to get traded. And we talked about some of the guys that the Rangers could target. They had put in there Josh Naylor, the first baseman from the Diamondbacks, Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles. But there were a couple of guys on this list that they said were candidates to get traded from the Rangers. And we're going to go down the list. I'm going to give you the first 2 that are on this list, and then I'll give you the third one. And the third one is the third most likeliest player to get traded, period, in all of Major League Baseball, according to these odds. First one on this list, chance of being traded, 30%. Tyler Mahle. It says Mahle was thriving after returning from his 2023 Tommy John surgery, looking like a third or fourth starter despite a 2.34 ERA fueled by a very favorable stranded runner rate and batting average on balls in play. But he's currently on the injured list with right shoulder fatigue. Should he return healthy, he'll jump up this list. They say the best fits are Toronto, San Diego, Boston, and the Chicago Cubs. Mahle, where do you stand on the idea of dealing Mahle at this point? Is that only going to be related to where the Rangers are at by the deadline, or is there a party that says he may be going anyway? Let's go ahead and move this and just try and sacrifice some of the pitching to get some bats.
Well, okay, a lot of it has to do with where they are at the deadline. Also, what bats are available. If there's no bats available, it's like, okay, if they're kind of within like 3 games, if they're within 3 games, 5 games of the wild card, and it's not like there's 7. If there's 7 teams ahead of them, that's different. But if there's not, I probably have to keep him because that's kind of your formula.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going to deal him, are you dealing him for a major league player, or are you dealing him for prospects? Like, let's say they're in contention, and they're
probably a major league player,
and then they want to move him. You would want a major league bat in return.
Yeah, here's the problem with prospects: you never know, man.
You don't, but it's a lotto ticket.
It's a lotto ticket. Yeah, I mean, look, I guess either one, but I would rather maybe try to get a current major leaguer that might be able to help a little bit.
As we look at this list from ESPN.com ranking the top 50 trade deadline candidates in Major League Baseball, we get to the second Ranger on this list, and they don't have a write-up for him because numbers 31 through 50 they didn't do write-ups on, so we don't have a percentage here, but this is an interesting name to throw out there given the next night after this article was published, he had big problems. That's Chris Martin, who's been really good in the bullpen all this year, and then just had the meltdown 3 straight homers against the Orioles the other night.
Well, if all these Ranger players are likely to get dealt,
this didn't give a likelihood on it. And Mahle, to be fair, was 30%.
Yeah, so that's fair. That's fair. If the Rangers are going to compete for a playoff spot, they can't be dealing bullpen.
No, especially late inning bullpen.
Yeah, can't do that
because that's been a big issue for them. So I had looked this up the other day. If you look at the Rangers bullpen guys, Robert Garcia, this was as of 2 days ago, so it's shifted since then, I'm sure. Robert Garcia in the 9th inning has a 5.73 ERA. All other appearances, he's got a 1.47 ERA. Luke Jackson has a 5.09 ERA in the 9th inning. All other appearances, his ERA is 0.
It's pretty good.
Chris Martin had a 1.80 ERA in the 9th inning and 1.40 in other appearances. Hobie Milner has a 7.71 ERA in the 9th inning, 1.78 in other appearances. And then Jacob Webb has a 5.06 ERA in the 9th. It's 4.08 in other appearances. So you're talking about everybody in the bullpen, when they've been tasked with coming into the 9th inning and pitching, it's been difficult. It's been tough sledding.
9th inning's a different animal, man.
And that's where, when you look at Chris Martin and a 1.80 ERA in his 9th inning appearances to this point, is that something you really want to sacrifice? If you're going to do that, you better be making another trade for back into the bullpen.
Yes.
Unless you start spiraling and you go full on fire sale. And then the last name here that they talk about the Rangers trading.
Real quick from the 682, trade Jake Berger for that one guy, Nate Lowe. Peyton's boy.
I'll pass.
Peyton loves him.
Loves him.
Why are you such a big fan of his? It's like weirdly obsessive.
It's the mustache.
Ah, that makes sense.
I really want his mustache.
It's your brother.
Can't have it.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, the last player on this list from ESPN where they rank the likeliest trade deadline candidates is the 3rd most likely player in all of Major League Baseball to get traded based on their grading. They say there's an 80% chance this October hero gets traded away. It's
Corey Seager?
Nope. Adolis Garcia.
I could see this coming from a mile away.
They say Garcia averaged 30 home runs in 2021 through 2024, but he has fallen off since his 23 career year. It's worth noting that per his ex-WOBA, He has been the 17th most unlucky hitter in the big leagues this year, and he has another year of team control, so some teams could see a trade as a good value opportunity. The best fits, according to this, were Philadelphia, Seattle, Cleveland, San Diego, San Francisco. Here's the thing that's interesting to me. If he's 80% to get dealt, that sounds like regardless of whether they're in contention or not, Garcia is a strong candidate to get traded, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, why are you, even if it's been inconsistent and hasn't been good, why are you getting rid of any bats right now? If you expect to be in contention, because that's your biggest problem.
That's a good question. Unless you are trading, bat for bat.
Yeah, but I mean, what are you going to get in return for Garcia?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I would imagine you're getting somebody just as volatile.
Yes. And maybe you hope that they pop. New scenery.
I was going to say that would just be a let's see if a change of scenery helps both of these guys kind of thing.
Could be. The Adolis, a fan favorite. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. It's the smart thing to do. He's not the same. I mean, he's not the same player that he was 2 years ago.
He's not. But
he only has one more year of control. You're not going to sign him. You're just not going to sign him long term.
He's hitting 288 in June. He's got a 794 OPS. You can live with that.
You live with that.
And defensively, he's been.
He's fantastic.
Like I'm trying to see. He at one point had led all outfielders in defensive runs saved. And I mean, his defensive WAR this year is almost a full share. So he's been a positive for you. His WAR's 1.6 on the year.
You ain't running on him. Nope, you are not.
I don't know. I don't like, if they're going to be in contention, I don't like the idea of trading Garcia, even if he's been volatile. Because there's just too much that.
If you're still, that would be a sign that you don't think you can compete. Yes, I agree.
I would think so, but they seem to be talking about it as if he could be gone regardless.
I mean, the Rays did this last year, and they're competing this year. The Rays are going to be a Major League Baseball just announced yesterday, like they're trying to come up with a plan for what the Rays would do if they made the playoffs because they don't want to have to play at a minor league park.
Hey, they've been selling that minor league park better than they were the other spots.
Well, yeah, it's because it's actually in Tampa as opposed to over the bridge. But the Rays last year they offloaded Randy Arozarena.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up They gave up like two other players, and they're like we're going to take advantage of a dry market. We're going to be the only sellers, and we're going to restock. And here they are. I mean, they're going to wind up winning 88 to 90 games this year.
Yeah, and so I mean, there's ways you can do it, but one of the ways I wouldn't think is let's purge somebody who's part of our glaring holes right now. Is part of that.
I agree. The Diamond Cabs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Have you heard of the name Richard Lovelady?
Yes.
You have?
I have.
Mets reliever.
Yes.
Well, former.
Yes. Former. I guess he was up for a day.
Yeah, they didn't like his nickname, I guess.
So his nickname was, he decided that he wanted to, so his name is Richard Lovelady. He's been going by Richard, Rick. He said, now I want to go by Dickie Lovelady from now on. So I fully support the bit. So I got to hand it to Barstool on this one. They came up with the top 10 names in Major League Baseball history where their name was Dick.
Just Major League Baseball.
Not Major League Baseball.
Can last
sports.
name be used?
Oh, the last name has to be incorporated in it.
Yes, you're incorporating the last name.
Okay.
So because the greatest name of all time is former NASCAR driver Dick Trickle.
Dick Trickle's the greatest. I agree. That's totally the GOAT. That's totally the GOAT. Let's go back to the mid 1800s. Made his debut in 1872. Dick Hunt.
Okay.
Dick
that was a video game in the 80s, right?
Yeah, let's go back to 1955. Dick Hyde. Try to get through this on dying of laughter. Let's see. This guy died he made his debut in 1925. He had 3.1 WAR. Dick Cox.
Lubricated.
Jesus, Peyton. My gosh. Let's see. He made his debut back in 1952. Dick Hoover.
Oh,
Dick Hoover.
Yeah, that
he
is
played for. I He played for the Angels at one point.
That's J. Edgar's grandson.
Yeah, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. He was drafted by the Yankees in the 40th round of the 65 draft. Dick Such. I hope it's pronounced Such and not something else.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, man. This guy, I mean, he really tells you what he's looking for right away. Very short-lived Major League Baseball career. Oh, God, he died a month after his debut. Dick Wants.
Oh.
Dick Wants.
They say the heart wants what it wants.
Played for the LA Angels. Now here's one, Peyton. This is the last name. John Oscar Dickshot. Johnny Dickshot.
Okay, well.
That was his last name.
That'd be the one seat there.
Was he Johnny, or did you just call him Johnny?
That's by Johnny.
It's disgusting.
This guy made his debut in 1973. Dick Pole.
Oh,
it's a good one.
Yeah,
Classic.
And the number one who made his debut in 1883, Dick Burns.
That's an easy
That's
one.
a solid
I hate
one.
that.
That's
I
a
hate
solid
that.
one. I made it through without laughing. I thought there was no chance of that.
No R.A. Dickey in here.
Boy, that's a great one.
Is it though? Like all the
Anything
others
about the
had
ball.
like a tie-in.
Yeah, they had a tie-in.
Is
but
there anything better than? But Dick Trickle's better.
I still think Dick Trickle's better.
Dick Butkus is better.
Dick Butkus. Dick Butkus is a good one.
That's
I
a
think
great one.
I still giggle at it. I still giggle every time. If you don't giggle at these names, I mean, you're just too adult.
Yeah,
you're just too much of an adult.
That's a problem. Yeah, you can't have that. What are some of the? It's funny. This was because of this. I was looking at like other names that were great. So they had Dick Pole on there. Like Bleacher Report did this. I didn't know this. There was a football player. You may know this college football player. You remember a guy named Samoa?
No.
Yeah. We got Tommy Gunn. That was
Tommy
good.
Gunn.
Not from Rocky. Not Tommy the Machine Gun. Not him. Blue Moon Odom. I like a lot of these. These are pretty good. Not as good as obviously though the NASCAR driver.
No.
That's going to be the number one forever.
From the 817, does Dicker the kicker count?
Cameron Dicker.
From the 469, Dick Hoover is Larry's cousin. I don't know that Larry Hoover is the cousin of Dick. Baby.
Wow, this is interesting. There was somebody who played for I guess the Cleveland Browns in the 60s. His name was Fair Hooker.
You know, my dad went to high school with a girl named Gail Force.
I tried to get Eric again yesterday, and Hagee ruined it.
Oh no!
Yeah, because Hagee read it. He's like, "We're not going to be tricked by that," but he didn't know it was me doing it. He thought it was just somebody on the fan text.
Yeah,
and so I was like, "You ruined it." Eric would have read that directly, which is I had said something about like my girlfriend one time skipped my graduation because she went to a Tess, like that was her name, like Tess. She went to a Tess Tickle concert.
Gotcha.
And then Hagee ruined it because Eric would have read that blind.
Yeah, he absolutely would have. Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Neighborhood Watch coming up in a couple of minutes. First, let's do this and hook you up.
All right, tell us that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Daughtry on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get back into Cooper Flagg coming up at 8 o'clock, Bobby, with the play-by-play voice of the Duke Blue Devils.
Yes, indeed, we will. Excited for it. Right now, we're going to do the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
I was telling you this yesterday. I was trying to talk to you about it when we were on the air, and you hadn't seen it yet. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to pull this thing because this is from Austin, Texas. So this is not, they have not been able to figure out where this robot came from yet. But there's a robot running around Austin, and it's going by the name of Jacob, and it has a big bumper sticker on it that says in training. And in fact, Aiden's going to put it up on the fan cam here in a sec, some of the video that's out there on TikTok. But nobody has claimed this thing yet. They don't know where it came from. But the thing is running around, literally running around Austin. And I mean, like, it looks like one of the iRobot robots, and it's interacting with people. In fact, let me see if Peyton's got time to hit the clip here. Okay, cool. So this is a clip somebody posted on TikTok of the robot coming up to him and talking.
Hey, I'm Jake. It's nice to meet you. Yo, G, that sleeveless plaid shirt is straight banging, and you flexing that smokular build like a boss, no cap. And that watch on your wrist? Iced out, nephew. You got that clean drip locked down. You dig? For real. You radiate that big boss energy, my dude. Serious expression, but you looking hard.
That sounds like Brian brought us to read like rap lyrics.
I think that sounds like going halfway into a Macho Man Randy Savage impression. Ooh, hit it again real quick.
Like OJ?
Hit it again real quick. OJ.
Hey, I'm Jake. It's nice to meet you.
Does that sound like Macho Man a little?
It kind of does. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the cream. Yeah.
But these things. Look at this thing on the finger. This is the creepiest. Look at it running. That is the creepiest thing I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Look, I am.
Why are we playing with this? Can we finally get? Look again. I'm all for freedom. I want some government overreach here. Shut this down.
We need. I am so against. So this is an AI. This is AI, but it's also not what we think of AI anymore, right? Like, what would you call this? Is this AI?
I mean, I don't know. It's a robot. I just look at that and go, like, that's what's going to kill us.
Yeah, like Rise of the Machines.
Yeah,
that's what this is. I'm totally against this. Like, we are testing, and we are tempting our own fate right here.
Yeah, I don't know why this is something where, like, we didn't ask for this. Was anybody asking for, like, can we get robots to just run around the streets of Austin?
No, and people think this is cool, and it's some overzealous tech nerd who's trying to, become a billionaire and not understand, like, hey, guys, this is not smart. This stuff is going to take over.
Yeah.
Like, have you not seen War Games? I've seen War Games.
See, I've never seen War Games. This is actually, it's funny you bring that up.
Would you like to play a game?
It's funny you bring this up. This is a fight to this day I cannot bring up around Kristen. She gets angry. So
what, when you bring up machines and
she insists,
AI?
No, the movie War Games. She insists that we watch that movie together. I've never seen it. I swear I've never seen the movie, don't remember it, nothing. She says not only did we watch it at the house, I was like, hey, let's watch this. Like, I insisted, and she's like, you want to watch War Games? I watched it as a kid. I'm stunned you want to watch it. This doesn't seem like the kind of thing you want to watch. And I went, yeah, let's watch it. And then I watched it, and I enjoyed it. And she showed me clips from it, and I go, I don't remember this at all. Never seen this. And I have told her, I was like, I'm not trying to be funny here. You must have watched this with someone else, and you're putting me. And she goes, no. And she gets so mad when I bring that. But it's not even a bit. She thinks I'm doing a bit like I do other things. The reality is, one of us is misremembering. I don't know which one of us. One of us is completely misremembering this and putting, either I'm removing myself from something that happened, or she's putting me in place of someone else to watch it. See, that was the one caveat I was going to give myself, was maybe that's what happened. But I can't imagine just like, let's get ripped and watch War Games.
That's not a get ripped movie.
Like,
no.
I wouldn't think like, oh yeah, this is the energy tonight. Like, I wouldn't have been about that.
Yeah,
So I have no idea what that is, but whenever I hear the reference to it, I know somewhere Kristen is getting angry if she hears it, because she knows that she believes that with 100% certainty we watched that together, and she thinks I'm gaslighting her by saying
I would think you would remember a movie that you saw,
especially within the last 10 years. She's saying,
yeah, but
something like that.
It may have been somebody else that she was with at the time, before you guys met. I don't know.
That's what I was saying,
yeah.
And she got really worked up about it. And she said, no, it absolutely was not. I remember we were in this apartment, we were watching it here. She's like, no. And you had suggested watching it. I remember being surprised.
Okay, so this is interesting that she has this, because I am convinced. All right, I have visual memory of me being on my. Remember compact computers?
Yeah.
All right, I had a compact in college.
Mm-hmm.
I have visual memory of me being on MySpace in college. But if you go and Google when MySpace was formed, it says it was formed in 2004. And I graduated college in 2002. And I, to this day, refuse to believe that it was 2004, because I remember being in my college apartment in Knoxville on that computer on MySpace.
How did you graduate college in 2002 if you were here in 99?
What do you mean?
Or 98?
97 I moved here. This is where my parents moved.
So you're living. I thought you were living here full time. That's why I was.
Well, no, it's in college.
You've thrown me off with your timeline. I thought you graduated college like 99.
Oh God, dude, how old do you think I am?
I mean, do you want me to answer?
46,
45, 45, Peyton.
Oh.
45. But either way, War Games.
But so maybe she has the same kind of memory that I do.
Or it could be that I don't remember it. I didn't end up liking the movie. But she's wanted to sit there and watch it. But when that movie comes up, it starts like angering her.
But
and
this
it can start a
scares
fight.
me. This
Yeah,
scares
the robots are freaking creepy. All right. We stopped by the city of Anna a few weeks back for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. One of our best stops. Anna was fantastic.
Yes, Anna was great.
And we survived the tornado as it was like ripping through basically as we were leaving. But Anna was fantastic. In fact, we've had some people reach out about this. You guys, you don't have to just wait for us to like come find you. If you've got a firehouse in your neighborhood or you work in a firehouse and you want us to come out there, feel free to shoot us a text.
Yes.
We're always looking for those.
We're absolutely looking.
I know we've got another one coming up next month. I don't know if they've told us the location yet, but we got another one coming up next month. But if you want us to do the firehouse tour in your city or at your specific firehouse, feel free to shoot us a text and we'll take down your info. I'm sure they'd love to work it out with you guys. But the city of Anna put this post up this week, and I thought it was interesting. It caught my eye because it had those little alarm bells on it on Facebook. They had a bunch of little alarm emojis. And the city of Anna said, solicitor alert. They said, we've had several recent reports of pushy door-to-door solicitors making the rounds in Anna neighborhoods. Some are showing up in yellow safety vests and using high-pressure tactics to push their sales pitch, including reportedly telling people they are contracted by the city of Anna. Says, here's what you need to know. Solicitors are required to have a City of Anna issued permit. If someone comes to your door trying to sell something or collect information, ask to see their permit. No permit, no conversation. You are never obligated to answer the door. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable, trust your instincts. The City of Anna does not send employees door-to-door unannounced for sales or promotional purposes of any kind. So when I saw this and I saw it getting discussed in other communities, other community pages, this is apparently like a big problem right now in DFW. That there are a lot of people showing up at doors, dressed up, looking like they're city workers, telling you, we're contracted with the city, and they're trying to push various things on you or just making people uncomfortable in general. And this has been like a big issue. Somebody said we have a no solicitation sign on our door. Usually works. Didn't this time. It said, curious if one of these is regarding a certain water filtration company. We had one very pushy man come today and stated that they were asked to come out by our community, but then walked it back when we questioned whether they were asked to come by the HOA or the city. And so a lot of shady things. Do you ever get any shady sales tactics or people come through, or do you guys do the PABs and your HOA? Do they have things locked down there in Roanoke?
Yeah, well, we get, I wouldn't say shady. I mean, you have constant pest control people. Or people try to get you to change your internet or whatever.
Or the roofers, like the day after. Apparently, the roofers.
You get roofers.
You see, that's the great thing about Kyle Frazier and Frazier Roofs and Gutters. You don't get those pushy door-to-door sale tactics. They don't need to do it.
Yeah, and I just like, no,
they
man.
just got that earned reputation.
I just have the K-Post sign in my front yard nonstop. I don't have to worry about it. So,
exactly.
Yeah, but I welcome it. I'll hear your sales pitch, man. You got 5 minutes. Go.
But do you want a sales pitch from somebody who says they're from the city and they're not?
No. I don't want scammers.
God knows how weird that person is.
But you're gonna sell me on something. You want me to change pest control? Go ahead. Come to me, man. Give me your sales pitch.
The
I'll
one
listen.
people I don't like is if I'm in the grocery store and they stop me to change my electric bill or anything like that. Like it's an energy company.
In the grocery store?
Oh yeah, dude. There's a Walmart and Kroger in Rockwall.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, it happened I think 3 or 4 straight weeks. They have an iPad and they're like, hey, what was your electricity bill last month? I'm like, that's a little personal here. But, they start talking to you.
That's personal.
Is that bad?
They're not asking you your,
I know, but, it's a thing with, money and all that. But, dude, I had a conversation with someone right at the beginning. We talked for 15 minutes. We got all the way to the page on his iPad of, all right, what's the credit card information to sign you up? I was like, whoa, I don't want to sign up for it. And he was like, well, we've been talking this whole time.
Oh, dude, the cable or internet sales pitch at the door can be really pushy.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Well, if you do this, hang on. If you do this, how about I do that?
What if I told you I could say this?
How about I send this other guy out to you?
Yeah, it's like, oh gosh, please no. But this actually, what Peyton's talking about, this happened to Kristen a couple of years ago, where you'll walk in there and they'll have some sort of setup right at the end of the checkout counters, or
I've never seen that,
or at the doors where they're. And so this specifically was somebody was, I guess, pitching a bank, and I can't remember which bank it was. It was not like it was like a regional one. But it was not a very big one. And Kristen was walking out, and this girl was standing there, and she goes, hey, can I talk to you about your banking? Or was trying to stop her, and she was like, I don't have time. And she was like, no, my husband handles all that. Thank you, though. And when she said my husband handles all that, the woman goes, you should really have some self-respect for yourself.
No, she didn't.
I was like, what? And she looked around and said, excuse me? And she goes, you need to respect yourself.
Jeez.
And she turned around and walked. And Chris was like, what the hell was that? And so, of course, because I'm in charge and she has no respect for herself, she came home and told me, and then I handled it.
How did you handle it?
A paperweight. No, it wasn't like that one. It wasn't like the paperweight of the Taurus. That's an inside joke.
God, Bobby.
I did call the bank, and I was like, you've got the rudest, like, pushiest people trying to get people to sign up for your bank. And I mean, they handled it the way they should have. They're like, that absolutely shouldn't happen. That sort of commentary is like, whether they feel
what did they
or
give
not.
you? They gave you $50, $100.
No, I always say the same thing. I don't want anybody to ever think I'm calling to get something.
Yeah.
So I will always, the first thing I'll do is say, like, I literally don't want you to do anything to make this right. I'm telling you, you guys are screwing up. And the only thing you need to do is just fix it moving forward. I don't want anything. I don't want you to send me any, like, we had this happen one time with, there's a restaurant around here. I don't want to say what it was, but they had, I called them to tell them about an issue we had. And I was just like, I don't want, they're like, do you want some BR guest coupons? Or I was like, no. I was like, I don't. I'll probably still go back. Maybe not to that location. I'll probably still go back, but I just want you to fix it moving forward.
Yeah.
I literally don't want you to think this was anything to get leverage or anything else. I'm telling you, I'm upset.
Very admirable. Very admirable.
Because I feel like they may blow it off if they think I'm just trying to get a gift card. Whereas if I'm just like, I literally don't want it. I just want you to fix it. Because I think this is just an awful way to go about things.
This is the side of Bobby I don't know.
So this is what I try to do. I'm a good guy in the end. All right. We're going to very briefly touch on this one because I know Choppy's not going to be comfortable talking about this one. This week, Frisco announced that they have indicted the track meet stabbing suspect, Carmelo Anthony. The teenager accused of fatally stabbing another teen at a Frisco school track meet has been indicted on a murder charge. This is from Fox 4 News. Witnesses told police that then 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony stabbed and killed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a dispute in the stadium bleachers on April 2nd. Man, we're almost 3 months away from that already.
That's wild.
According to Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis, Anthony was indicted on Tuesday for first-degree murder. This is what he said. He said, earlier this spring, our community was shaken by what happened at a school track meet in Frisco, the violent loss of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. For weeks, my team has been presenting evidence to the grand jury. Today, I summarized that evidence, and I asked the grand jury to return a first-degree murder indictment against Carmelo Anthony, which they did. He then added, with that indictment, the case now moves formally into the court system. From this point forward, we'll continue doing our part fully and fairly to pursue justice under the law. And they were very clear. They wanted to underline, the city of Frisco did, and Collin County and everybody else, that, hey, this is clearly a very tense and emotional topic that people have been really upset by. And it's obviously got an element to it that involves race relations and those sort of tensions just because of how it's played out. But the city and the county have just been like, let's just get some patience and let us work through what we're doing here. All right, we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened. And the defense attorney, Mike Howard, for Carmelo Anthony, was also similarly trying to play it down. He's like, this is expected and this is a routine step in the legal process. Don't need anybody freaking out that the indictments happened. This was what we were expecting and we're prepared for, and we're going to get our day in court, and we're comfortable that he's going to be.
Yeah, he was always going to. He was always going to go through this process. Like, it was always going to go to trial.
Yeah, and so that's the thing where they just want to because this is obviously it was odd, the thing when it happened in Frisco, because initially I think we all expected it to be really tense, and it wasn't. It slowly built, though. It felt like 2 weeks later it had become a more tense issue, like between neighbors and between communities, than it was when it initially happened. Like, it's almost like it built up to where I think we were concerned initially, like, all right, is this going to become a point of racial tension in the community? It didn't feel that way on day one. Day two, about 2 weeks later, it had really ratcheted up and gotten worse.
It had, and then that lasted it went through the process of lasting a couple weeks, and then, like, everything in today's world, like, the news cycle just disappears and something else happens, or something else takes precedence, or you get into the next you get into the next wave of the news cycle, and all of a sudden it goes away, and now it'll come back. It'll come back here, but yeah, I think this was all expected.
Yeah, it's the next step, and we'll obviously keep an eye on that and keep you updated on Thursdays here in Neighborhood Watch. That does it for Neighborhood Watch. Congratulations to the winner of the tickets for Seether and Daughtry. It is a great day. Cooper Flagg is here. He's a Dallas Maverick. They did not mess it up. Let's talk to somebody who knows him really well. That's right, whale alert. Let's talk to Duke Blue Devils play-by-play man David Shoemate next here on 105.3 The Fan.
In the locker room, there's Snap and Towel.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A hop step and a fadeaway. No, the rebound for Gongbo. And an outlet pass for Cooper Flagg. In on Hildreth, crossed him over and threw it down! My goodness! What a move in the paint!
That is the voice of David Shoemate. He is the play-by-play voice of the Duke Blue Devils. He is our next guest here on 105 through the Fan. It is the 8 o'clock hour on Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton at 8 alongside Sean on vacation. Back next week. College Kegger coming up at 8:20. But last night, it was the Mavericks drafting Cooper Flagg, number 1 in the NBA draft. This isn't Cooper Flagg Day. It's Cooper Flagg Week. Let's be fair. It's Flagg Week. So good morning, David. Thanks for popping on with us.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
So your first impression of Cooper when he first walked on campus was what?
You know, you get to see him in summer workouts and stuff before they get into the official practices before the season begins. And obviously you see the ability, you see the length and all that stuff that comes with the raw talent that he has. But the first thing that honestly jumped out to me, you know, he's 17 years old, you know, he reclassified to get into college a year early, was how much he was just kind of a guy who likes to be in the gym and likes to be around basketball and loves playing with his teammates and that sort of stuff. That was obvious right from the jump. But like he's good at the interview stuff. He's good at all the external stuff that goes around it, but he just loves basketball. He loves practicing. He loves everything that goes with being a part of a team. And I think that's what Dallas got. In addition to obviously generational talent, they got a guy that's immediately going to have a huge impact on their locker room.
So we've heard a lot of people from, I think Coach K said it, Jay Billis said it, that this is the best Duke player ever. Like, I know you weren't there in the 90s, or best Duke freshman ever, I guess. Is that?
I was going to put a caveat on that. Grant Hill might have something.
Yeah, right? So, like, because... even Grant as a freshman, I mean, they won the title that year. Now, he was not, they had later in Hurley, too. But is that basically the consensus that he's the best Duke freshman of all time?
Yeah, I mean, and from a freshman standpoint, and look, I've been doing the games the last 8 years, and obviously Zion was this unique thing that came through with his power and Banchero, and we've seen what he's doing with Orlando. But in terms of a complete player as a freshman, I'd obviously have to agree. There's been no one like Cooper. I'm sure you guys have already run through it. Basically led the team in every statistical category a year ago. I think he had one fewer blocks than Maluach did, but obviously he missed the ACC tournament, probably would have led that category as well. Just the way he does everything on both ends of the floor is very unique, and it's something that, you asked about kind of my first impression. The thing that always stood out to him as the year moved along was, and it's something that I don't know if it came across so much if you're watching on TV versus being there in person, is how much the game revolved around him in terms of what the other teams had to game plan, how he was able to affect the game, even if he didn't have the basketball in his hand, was wild to watch on both ends of the floor. Just a very unique player, and I would tend to agree with probably the best freshman that's ever come through Duke.
David, when you saw Cooper Flagg, and obviously he came there with a lot of hype, and he lived up to that hype in a lot of ways, but was there anything about him or about his game that when you watched him during the season surprised you, or that you feel like, man, I know we talk about the defense or this or that he's able to do, but man, this aspect of his game is something that just doesn't get enough focus and is really, really good?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe it does get focused, but I think it's worth repeating of he's a guy that's just as comfortable having 12 assists and 10 points as he is having 35 points. And to me, that is just so rare for someone at that age of knowing what is the right play. He has the ability to take the game over and can shoot it, can get to the rim, has the mid-range game, can do whatever you want to from that respect. But it's a nightmare for other teams defensively, because if you do want to try to take him out of the game with a double team or hedging to his side, he immediately always knows how to make the right play and where to go with the basketball. And that sort of stuff to me is just rare to see. That supreme confidence to know I can go get it done, but also what is the right basketball play in any given moment. You knew it, you heard about it, but it was another thing to see in person, and the consistency of that throughout the course of the season was one of the reasons Duke had such a historic season, was he was able to do that. And you want to talk about a guy that's fun to play with and gets other guys involved. When other guys know that that's going to be the case, it helps the entire product on the offensive end, because everyone's moving more because they know they're going to get the basketball. That to me was very impressive, again, for a kid that turned, he's a man now, but he turned 18 last December.
David, we're talking with David Shoemate here, Duke play-by-play voice, with Cooper Flagg coming to the Mavericks last night. We were obviously a couple of years ago, Derek Lively ended up here, and he was a guy who I think everybody immediately was blown away by. Like, this is such a mature, prepared, grown up, 18, 19-year-old. Like, this is a genuine man at such a young age. Is that sort of the same sort of perspective on Cooper Flagg? Because we hear a lot about the maturity and the competitiveness and stuff like that. Is it similar to the Derek Lively feeling of just, man, this guy's really advanced just as a person?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, Derek has had unfortunately, some personal stuff in his life that has forced him to grow up, as a part of what he's gone through and things like that. But he's very mature. I would say Cooper is a very mature person because of a different set of circumstances. Obviously, his parents have had a huge impact on his life, but also the spotlight that has followed him his entire basketball career and that has continued here at Duke. Being able to handle that, people, with all that praise also comes people wanting to nitpick and pick apart anything that possibly goes wrong. You have one misplay here, you have one situation where maybe you slip in a game here, and everyone is dissecting everything you do, and the ability to handle that and not make excuses and go out and take ownership of what's going on. That to me is where he is obviously a very mature young man for being 18 years old, because he's been through, some of that limelight type stuff, some of that spotlight stuff, some of those big moments that you have to go through. And you can just tell in the way he carries himself that stuff doesn't bother him and doesn't eat at him in the way, some who may be getting exposed to that for the first time when they go to the league or what have you, that's a growing thing for them. I think he's kind of already been through that and kind of knows how to compartmentalize that, how to focus on the basketball side of things. And obviously, like I said, his close relationship with his parents and obviously his mom's background in basketball has all helped with that growing up. And then obviously his experience here at Duke. So different set of circumstances, but yeah, I would definitely agree that they're both very mature.
David Shoemate, Duke play-by-play, join us here 105 through the Fan. What part of his game, if any, is not NBA ready?
Everyone, see, that's what I was talking about. I'm just kidding. Everyone wants to find something that's wrong. I think there's always going to be I saw a quote, and he did this his whole life of playing with kids that were older than him as he was growing up. When you become dominant, you need to group older regardless of how old you happen to be at that moment. But I think for any NBA player, this isn't a critique of Cooper in any way, but when you make the jump to the league and the talent that comes with that, when you're looking at everybody, that's definitely going to be an adjustment, a period for anybody that comes in. So I don't know if it's this isn't NBA ready for him, because at the beginning of the year last year, everyone was saying, okay, his three-point shot maybe wasn't there of where it needed to be. And then he goes on a tear, in January and February, he's killing it from three. And like I said, he's got the mid-range game. He knows how to play one-on-one. So, I'm sure there's an expert out there that can pick apart this little facet or what have you. I think maybe just the adjustment of there's a lot more bodies on the floor that look like you or similar to you than you're going to see at the collegiate level is going to be an adjustment for anybody. But we saw the progression last year in his first year here at Duke, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar in his first year in the league, where once he, gets a month or two and figures it out, he starts to dominate that as well, because he has everything you would want from a skill set standpoint.
One more for you here, David, as we talk with David Shoemate, Duke play-by-play voice. Cooper, Kyrie Irving had the ACL tear, and he is going to be out for much of the season. They've been talking about different ways that they might be able to replace Kyrie, whether it's going out and getting a veteran, having somebody on the roster. One of the things that's been suggested is some people are wondering if Cooper Flagg could be sort of like a point forward and maybe control some of the offense early. Do you think his game is at a point right now where he could potentially come right in and start playing a point guard role, essentially, and running the offense for Dallas?
No question. I mean, we're talking about different ways to differentiate him, his basketball IQ, but also just the way he studies the game, his relationship with John Shire, the way they were always talking about schemes and things like that. Look, I've been around it for a while now. It was interesting to watch him throughout the course of the season when they were, practicing running sets, what have you, when, he's getting a blow and he wasn't one of the five that was on the floor, how he's pointing out little intricacies to his teammates. And to me, that speaks to the ability to go out and run the offense, the knowledge of the entirety of the offense, not just his role within it. Obviously at Duke, he did play that role where he point forward, whatever you want to call it. He could run the offense and bring it up the floor. So he certainly has that skill set, but his knowledge for the game and his understanding of offenses and things that you need to do and where other people need to be. We talked about his passing earlier. I definitely think that's something, if needed, that is a facet of his game. And to me, that would be a no-brainer if needed.
Hey, David, we appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for popping on.
Appreciate it, fellas.
There's David Shoemate, the Duke play-by-play voice, joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Okay, so this is Mavs drafted Cooper Flagg last night. This is immediately after the pick. You pick, you shake the hand of the commissioner, you give him a hug, and they just walk you right over to Monica McNutt.
They do, and we might have an issue here with this audio. I'm going to need you to judge if this is a problem. Okay. Let's listen to this audio, and at the end of it, we're going to have to see if this is a problem.
Thank you so much, Cooper. The moment has been realized. How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing. It's a dream come true, to be honest. I wouldn't want to share it with anybody else.
You mentioned sharing it with anybody else. We've got the Flag 5 here. How much have these people meant in getting you here?
I mean, I wouldn't be here without these people right here and all my people back home in Maine. 5 people up in the box up there. They're here for me, and I wouldn't be here without them. So it just means so much to see everybody here and supporting me.
Mom, Kelly, Dad, Ralph are here. But when you put the ball in your son's hand, what did you hope to instill to him that a night like this might come true?
I just hope that he loved the game as much as we always have, and we're just thrilled that he did love it and he got to this moment. It's incredible.
All right, we've got the whole contingency here. We need to set the record straight, guys. Did Mom actually lose to Cooper in the last game?
No, it's not a loss. It was a timeout in the game. It's just been an extended timeout.
Okay, so that's the way it goes. I think it goes to you, Mom, for helping get into this moment. Congratulations, Cooper.
Thank you.
Enjoy the night, you guys. Back up to you.
So here's the thing. I was like, what game are they talking about? I hadn't heard this story apparently. And ESPN then reset it. He had actually never beaten his mom in a game of pickup basketball. She was a college basketball player. And when he was in 6th grade, he had gotten to 6'2". His mom's 5'8". He had still never beat her. Okay? They're playing a game. He's up 9-8. She's got the ball. She dribbles to the left, and as she dribbles, she felt something give in her knee. And she has not taken the basketball court yet. She's since. She said, timeout, my knee. And they haven't played since. So she said it's a timeout that'll never be resumed. But he was winning by 1. So he never beat his mom at basketball. Does that concern you, Chop?
No, not yet.
It's not a red flag?
No. 6th grade. You could be 6'2" in 6th grade. You're still 6th grade strength.
Yeah, but it's your mom.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying, if he's 6'2", he should. I would think. You remember Scalabrini was talking about in 6th grade. He was like a prodigy. So why aren't we signing Mom up to play for the team too? We need a point guard for a little bit.
I don't know. Here, you know what I took from that? Is Monica McNutt like 6'5"? She was like eye level with all these players last night. Like she was like Con Kneppel, and I'm like, I thought she was like
maybe she was in heels.
Maybe she was like those are some big heels. I'm like, I'm pretty sure
she's 6 feet tall.
Okay, that's not 6'5". Like she was like eye level with like Con Kneppel. And like all these players were the players on a lower level because like all their families were like eye level with them too. Were the families on a box?
Boxes to stay
like
on?
what are we doing here? Yeah. I was like, how tall? Everybody in this thing is like 6'8".
Could be.
It just surprised me. So there you go. There's the Duke play-by-play, and then the Cooper Flagg interview as soon as he was drafted by your Dallas Mavericks. College football in Texas has its secret weapon. And shots fired at Arch Manning from a legend. It's the College Kegger. It's next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
You, RJ Choppy, have described SMU, the SMU Ponies, as what?
A sleeping giant.
A sleeping giant because of all that sweet, sweet moolah, all that cash they got.
And the very fertile recruiting base that is here in North Texas.
That is absolutely what North Texas is. It is a fertile base. As we do the college football kegger here on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif is out. He will be back next week. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell on the board with Khaki Kevin Walker over his shoulder, and then Aiden Butler on video today. CBS Sports says, no. You have it all wrong. This is not Cody Benjamin either. So we know this might be good. But CBS Sports says, no, the sleeping giant is in Texas, but it is not the SMU Mustangs, Chop. Instead, it is the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Ooh, baby.
One Peyton Russell's Texas Tech Red Raiders, since that's really his team, as we can tell. This is a good article that breaks down all the different ways that Tech has decided to really attack the NIL era. So
I mean, they just went to the Women's College World Series final. They went to it, and they went to it on the backs of $1 million pitcher.
Yeah, and this is where a lot of this money came from. So the money is being funneled in by Cody Campbell.
It's the Marauder Club. Is that what it's called? The Marauder Fund or something like that?
That was what the name of it was. But yeah, Cody Campbell it was called Matador Club.
Matador.
So
Marauder.
he has been the big financial commitment behind this. And Cody Campbell was a former offensive lineman at Texas Tech, and he went on to become this big.
It's a great story.
He became this billionaire energy tycoon.
It's a great story. He leaves. I've met somebody who's like close with him, and yeah, he went and he just decided like, hey, I'm leaving school. I'm done with school. I'm going to get into to oil and gas. And he basically, if you've watched Landman, he's money. He's money.
They refer to him in this article as the Landman.
Yeah, he's money.
And so he is the billionaire West Texas Landman. And he has been a big-time supporter of Texas Tech for years. 2022, when NIL really popped off, he had really started funneling money in there, was part of Matador Club, which they were allocating $25,000 each to support 100 athletes, is basically what the initial program investment was. Well, last summer, it was about a year ago, he had, according to the story from CBS, he had gotten together several decision makers with Texas Tech, including Joey McGuire, and they had sat there and just kind of talked about like, what do you need from us financially? How can we really compete, throw money at things, and become a big time player? And so at that sit down with a number of different people there at Texas Tech, including Joey McGuire, they developed this plan that strategically they were going to spend their money by, all right, we can't just dollar for dollar outmatch Alabama, outmatch Texas. We can't do that. What we can do is we can beat them in strategically spending on certain sports and certain positions in those sports. So, for instance, the $1 million to the softball pitcher at the football team. They have thrown a ton of money in the trenches. Mm-hmm. So they're investing in offensive and defensive line, and they knew they had about a year to really attack the market while it was still uncapped before regulations were going to come in, which are coming in, we're 5 days away from the market getting capped in NIL, July 1st.
Yeah, I think so.
So they've spent this last year aggressively hunting the portal, spending a ton of cash on specifically the offensive and defensive line, strategically looking at different positions they could, really attack. And through that, they ended up having the number 2 ranked portal class in the entire country this year.
They're going to be pretty good, man.
They've set themselves up to, now that the cap is in place, or the cap is going to be in place, the idea is, all right, we've spent our money. We're going to establish ourselves as a powerhouse. We're going to get going. We're going to win this year. And then that will bring in more money. And when we get into capped years, we're going to be able to compete at a higher level as one of the Texas schools.
They went full on blue chips.
It is. Yeah. This is like, all right, let's spend like no tomorrow. You remember they had the we had talked about the uncapped year potential in the NFL a couple of years back when the CBA was expiring. The idea was, man, that would make things go nuts because you could have people just saying, all right, 1 year, let's spend all our money, really commit to this, and get in a position to where we can win a Super Bowl, and then we'll just deal with the financial consequences of it on the back end. And that's sort of what Texas Tech did, although they're not going to be in a bad position. They've got plenty of cash. They're flush with money. Again, it's not to Texas and Alabama levels, but Tech feels like we're really going to aggressively spend now in this year, build things up, and then when the cap year hits, we'll have built ourselves in a strong position.
Yeah, they're doing great things. My guy William Green, his kid is in 8th grade. He's in I think he's in Trophy Club. Already got an offer.
Damn.
From Tech running back, pretty cool.
302 Texas Tech versus SMU final would be awesome. Boy, could you imagine? College football would not be happy with that.
No.
Texas would love it. College football would hate it.
College football would hate that.
This is interesting though, because what was the article we read when SMU had moved conferences was they said the line was, oh F, here come the billionaires.
Yes,
that's the concern, and you've got so much of this Texas cash from oil tycoons or whatever else who went to schools around here and are now like, I'm throwing money at my program. And that's why this cap is going to level some of it again. But man, that uncapped potential was allowing them to spend tons of money.
Yeah, it is. That's a really good article on Texas Tech and the Matador Club that they've got there. So now let's go down to Austin.
Let's do it.
Steve Spurrier. He had thoughts on Arch Manning. He says most people are picking Texas to win the SEC. They've got Arch already winning the Heisman. My question is, if he is this good, how come they let Quinn play all the time last year and he was a 7th-round pick? Man, there is no better trash talker in sports. There's no better trash talker as a coach. No better quote as a coach in coaching history than Steve Spurrier.
Any coach, period?
I mean,
dude, Parcells was a great quote.
He's a great quote, but I mean, you can't, when Tennessee would go to the Citrus Bowl every year, you can't spell citrus without UT or this. I mean, the comments the snide remarks he would make about Florida academics at other places. I mean, this guy had. Bill was a better quote from learning things about the sport, like authoritative quotes.
Yeah, like there's levels to it.
Don't be a celebrity quarterback.
John Wooden is Mr. Inspirational quote.
Yes. Bill was not inspirational, but Bill was theory of the game quote.
Bill would talk trash to his own players.
He would. This guy, though, was the best at taking shots at other teams.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think if there's anybody who compares. There's got to be somebody else, right? Help us out, Fantex, if you can think of somebody who is on this level of Spurrier. Spurrier is great. I'm not saying...
Bill was better at, football sayings.
Gosh, I just remember Bill. It was in New England when Terry Glenn was hurt. You remember this?
Yeah.
They're like, how's he doing? He goes, she's doing real good.
Really well. Yeah.
He could not do that today. No. Oh, my gosh. But
well, I mean, he had a couple here that got him in trouble.
Yeah. Now, this is a little spicy, though, from Spurrier. So is something bugging him? Something bugging the old ball coach?
I think he just hates the Mannings.
I was going to say, is this still Manning hatred?
Yeah, I really think it is.
Get over it.
It's been 30 years, and he never lost to him.
A lot of people saying Mike Leach on the fan.
Oh, Leach was great.
Leach was great. Leach was a great quote. Yep, no doubt.
Popovich?
Pop is dismissive, I feel like, of media. I don't know that he talks a lot of smack at other people. Is just Lane. Lane Kiffin will take so many side swipes against opponents. That dude cannot. He just will not stop taking shots at Kirby Smart lately.
No, that's true. That's true. It is the college kegger here on 105 through the Fan. Texas State is expecting an offer to join the Pac-12. This is good, and they must accept. It's a must accept. The Pac-12 has a name, and names matter to TV executives, and TV executives are what runs.
There we go.
And ruins sports. Let's be fair, it ruins it too.
Yeah, they ruin it in a lot of ways. The way they run it and help it is just the cash.
The cash.
It helps it grow.
Texas State will be better off. They have nothing in common with the other schools in the Pac-12, though. Right off the bat, they're going to have nothing in common. They're going to be looked at sideways. Those schools are going to thumb their nose at Texas State. They are. But you know what? Fine. Let them. Take their money, beat the crap out of them, and then take the role in the Big 12 when they come asking.
Dude, Texas schools are starting to shut up a lot of people, though. I mean, Texas went into the SEC and immediately made an impact. You've got Texas Tech, who we just talked about, and what they're building. SMU was Florida State tried to use SMU as an example of was mentioning them in lawsuits as what a joke this is, right? Look, SMU's coming into the conference, and then SMU gets into the college football playoff. You've got Sam Houston State, which was held up as the model last year. There was an article talking about this, that Sam Houston State was the model of how broke schools basically can still survive in the NIL era and really have success and be able to build something special. So yeah, I'm not surprised you want to come after a Texas school, because this is where it's at. This is what we do, Chop.
So one more thing on the NIL, and this is not from the state of Texas, but I love this because it's naming names. Brett Bielema is calling out Kirby Smart. Says that he tampered with Josh McCray, who entered the transfer portal in April at the end of spring practice, and 2 days later he was a Georgia Bulldog.
Bielema.
I love when coaches name names.
I do too. Bielema, from everything I know, that dude is an ass.
Oh,
big time.
Yeah,
so I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised.
And the other thing here, this is what's dangerous about this. And I guess Bielema maybe doesn't have the same sort of struggle at Illinois typically. But the reason why you've seen so many people not name names is because if you do it, you're going to get your own stuff dragged out of the closet.
You are.
That's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, and there's no reason that players should get poached. And if they're being ratted on, we need more coaches to call them out. Otherwise the big dogs are going to get them all, which they are anyway. But, if someone's trying to poach your players, call them out.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I totally get it. It's just, you are putting yourself out there. You're exposing yourself for your own hypocrisies potentially, which if you're comfortable with that, go ahead and do it. So if Brett Bielema's comfortable with that, that's great, and he should be that. College football kegger here on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif is out this week. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. Peyton, Kevin Walker, Aiden Butler hanging around with us today.
Everyone's here.
Is happy wife, happy life the key to winning a Super Bowl? Let's talk about it. That's next in Below the Belt, right here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The guiding principle for every Super Bowl champion is Happy Wife, Happy Life.
Okay.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Now, it's going to be hard to sway you on this one.
Well, look, I mean, isn't that the recipe for success in anything is happy wife, happy life?
In general, but you're a guy who doesn't believe in culture as a needle mover. And so if you don't believe in culture as a needle mover, it's like, just go out there and play some games. Who cares? Who cares where the wife's temperament is? But it does matter. It's going to matter because here's the thing, Chop. If there's a problem at home, if he's hearing an earful at home, he's not going to be playing at his best. Whoever that is, he's going to be distracted. He's going to have a lot going on. You ever get a text, like a text fight in the middle of the show, throws you off your game? I get them. And it throws me off. It's like, all right, that segment wasn't great.
Happens.
Threw it off. If I got happy wife, happy life, show's better. That's the way it is. And we're going to talk about it here in just a second because the Cowboys got some high marks in regards to them. We're going to be hanging out in Oxnard, California just about a month from now. Cowboys actually released the training camp schedule. They'll be out there on the 20th. KNC will be out there on the 21st. We're going to be out there on the 28th. And it's going to be a good old time. I'm excited for Oxnard this year. And we're going to give you all the best Cowboys coverage. I believe we're going to see Brian Broaddus will be out there the entire camp trip, I think, is what it sounded like. So Broaddus will be out there giving you all the best details. Okay, so this NFLPA survey that comes out every year on different things like the training staff, the dietitians, basically everything to do with the organization, right? And the day-to-day operations of it. One of the areas that it always gets a focus or an area of focus is just in general the amenities for families or how well their treatment of families is. And ESPN has this write-up about how NFL teams are reacting to the survey on family treatment, which some teams got really poor marks. After home games for the first 5 seasons of Jesse Bates' career, the former Bengals safety had to leave the stadium to find his family. Now in Atlanta, Bates meets his family in a suite in the Mercedes-Benz Superdome after home games, where there's food and a place, quote, our families can be able to connect on a different level. Bates said, I think that's what separates us compared to a lot of other organizations. They write, it's kind of a subtle distinction that can matter a lot to NFL players. In February, when the NFL Players Association released their annual report cards, the Bengals received the lowest score, an F-.
Oh, no.
In the treatment of families category.
I thought only Bassett gave out F-minuses.
The Falcons received an A, the second highest grade. The report cards are based on a survey of almost 1,700 players across the league administered from August 26th to November 20th and includes grades on everything from head coach to team travel, all of that jazz. But ESPN spoke to a bunch of different people about the treatment of families section. And this is one area, actually, where the Dallas Cowboys score pretty high. Because you remember, they didn't have, I can't remember what all they had it wasn't quite registering as high. I think they said some of the like weight stuff, the weight training, or wasn't.
With the Cowboys, it was the train staff. Yeah,
that's what it was. The Dallas Cowboys, they write, provide childcare on game days, but the fun starts before that. The day before a Sunday game at AT&T Stadium, the Cowboys host players' families for lunch, bringing in things like ice cream trucks and coffee trucks. The Cowboys call it FIT, F-I-T, or Family Ice Cream Time.
Ain't nothing fit about ice cream, but I love it. I am all about it. It's worth the extra pounds, baby.
Which allows, quote, time for our significant others to be up here around each other, Cowboys right tackle Terrence Steele said. Steele says that means a lot. In fact, when you go down the list a little bit, after home games, Cowboys special teams ace C.J. Goodwin, the second longest tenured Cowboy, knows where his family will be, the Landry Room. Named after the Cowboys Hall of Fame coach, it's a private club area.
No way. What? That's what they got the name for that?
That is.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I could say something, but I'm not going to. It's a private club area inside AT&T Stadium. Each player gets...
Are you anti?
No, that's not what I was going to say. Each player gets 2 free tickets to the area, which includes food, drinks, and, quote, anything you want. Cowboys players rated the post-game family area 9.05 out of 10, ranking them second out of 32 teams. Consequently, you look on the other side, a veterans Jaguar player who asked for anonymity said he would like a dedicated, secure inside area for families to meet up after the game. Last year, for example, the space was a tent outside the players' entrance to the stadium locker room. That's not good. So this is a little thing, right? It's a small thing, the way you can handle families, treat families, do whatever else. But we've seen this come up recently as a problem. Juan Soto was rumored to have signed with the Mets organization in part because of how he felt his family was treated by the Yankees. So Is it worth making sure you are the absolute best in this area, especially when there's no salary cap there? You are the absolute best, or do you think this is more a peripheral topic where it should just be a series of standards that you need to meet? Not necessarily do the bare minimum, but like, here's the standards. Everybody should have this. And going above that is really not necessary. Just make sure they have general access.
I don't know. The Soto stuff, I don't know that I buy.
You and Michael K. both.
Well, I mean, I think the issue with that is that he just tried to bring him in without like letting anybody know, and they just said, "You're just come on in." I think that was the issue with it.
It wasn't just a one-time thing, though. It was the suite thing. Yeah, he had the other things that he wanted to get set up for them.
And that was like,
no.
They're not giving us, they don't give suites away. That's fine, whatever. That's their policy. Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is something like you want to be, it's good to be good in this area. It matters to people. The Cowboys do it first class. There is no doubt about that. I wish it translated to wins.
Yeah, I think it's easy to look at it, though, and say it's part of a fully, like a holistic approach to having success.
Right.
Like, that needs to be an aspect of it.
Who are the best teams in the NFL right now? You've got Buffalo, KC, Philly, Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit's been a mess for 50 years. Kansas City has some of the oldest facilities in the entire league.
They do.
Doesn't Buffalo train in a barn dominium?
Let me see here. Let me look at this. Okay, treatment of families. Let's just look at the list and see who was near the bottom. F minus the Bengals. They were underperforming last year.
They were in the Super Bowl like 3 years ago.
F the Jaguars. Well, I mean, it could be 3 years ago. I don't know how much has changed. Jaguars got an F. Who got the A's on the list? A plus, the Minnesota Vikings.
Good team.
Historic overperformers.
And they've had 2 great free agent classes.
The other teams with A's, Falcons, underperforming. Dolphins, probably underperforming. Cowboys, probably underperforming. Seahawks, and then that rounds out the group there. But I don't think it's in general. If you were to look at, say this.
It's good to have. It's gooder to have a quarterback.
It's gooder.
I'm going to use the word gooder.
The team with the highest cumulative grades are the Vikings and the Dolphins. So if you take a look at it through that lens, then, I mean, the Vikings pretty consistently overperform.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins have some of their own issues, but those are also some changes that have recently been. They took the ping pong tables out, remember?
Yeah.
That was a problem. But for a long time, Washington was ranked way at the bottom of this list.
Mm-hmm.
And they've really come up since then. And you're starting to see some improvements. So I just think it's interesting. We need another change, though. Not just the better treatment of families and everything else that goes along with that. This is a great idea from one Cam Jordan. Over at Fanatics Fest over the weekend, Jordan Schultz and Keegan-Michael Key were moderating a discussion between Cam Jordan and Draymond Green. And they asked Cam Jordan about a rule that should be changed in the NFL, and I think he hit the exact one on the head.
Dumbest rule in the NFL today.
The dumbest rule in the NFL today, Cam?
For the fans, I think it's the excessive celebration. Like, boy, if you don't let them celebrate, please. Like, they scored a touchdown. They dragged 3 defenders on their back. Let them. I got a sack off quarterback. Give me 5 seconds. Like, if that, put the spotlight on me. I'm going to hit the levels. I'm going to hit one of these. In fact, I'm going to kick him while he's down, and I'm going to go about my way. But, like, let us celebrate. It's okay to taunt. Like, bring back taunting. Let me talk my shit.
I agree. Let him do it. To me, this is a thing that I hate. If you want less of the jersey swapping and less of the like, hey, we're all buddies here, and you want to bring back some of the nastiness to it, let people start really talking in somebody's ear when they do something. Stop with the taunting stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's taunting being bad. I will never understand why the NFL has gone in such an aggressive direction of like Augusta decorum with celebrating.
Well, I mean, so remember the was it the Pippen dunk over Ewing where he kind of like...
Yeah, he literally just like straddled him.
I want that.
Or the Allen Iverson, the aggressive
walk over
1-2 right over Ty Lue.
Yeah, I want more of that.
It's an iconic moment.
Oh, I want more of that.
Where, like, and that's been lost, and that's a big part of, like, oh, no, you got to lay the quarterback down, tell him a story, put him to sleep, sing him a bedtime song.
Kiss him on the cheek,
if you score a touchdown.
Side of his head.
Now, they've gotten better about touchdown celebrations. They've eased up on the unsportsmanlike conduct stuff for that. But let's bring back a little bit of John. Hockey's got the aspect of there's guys who will mix it up and get into it and nothing happens. Just let it be part of the game.
Like, I still want to see a player, because what was Randy Moss pulled his pants down, did a fake moon.
Yeah, the fake disgusting act by Moss, according to Jim.
I want somebody to squat like they're on a toilet and have the football behind him and then drop the football.
Yeah,
that's what I want to do.
Like, I mean, we have come further away from T.O. gets flagged for putting a football down and acting like it's a pillow and he's napping. After a report had come out that week, he was falling asleep in team meetings.
Right.
Which is great.
It was great. It was so much great awareness.
Stop killing that. Don't kill that. And bring it up a level.
I want trash. I love trash.
Develop some nastiness there. One more here in Below the Belt. We talked about Deontay Johnson yesterday, the new Browns receiver who decided he was going to declare who was going to win the Browns quarterback competition, which seemed a little weird for a player to do. And we were talking about it and saying, like, all right, is this him sticking up for his boy? Is he trying to stir things up? Is he just kind of dumb? He might just be kind of dumb, Chop. In this same podcast, there's another quote that's leaking out of this. Apparently, you remember he got traded from the Steelers to the Ravens, and Mike Tomlin wouldn't even talk about him.
Right.
And it acted like he was nobody. The Ravens had him for a couple weeks, had to suspend him. They never said why, had to suspend him, and then they cut him, and he ended up in Carolina. Well, we now know why he got suspended. He told them on this podcast that he was asked to go into the game in the fourth quarter. It was 41 degrees, and he told them it's too cold. He said, I wasn't getting into no run plays, no passing plays or nothing. It was cold. End of the third, going into the fourth, they were like, Tay, we need you. I was like, nah, I don't think it's a good idea for me. Like, my legs were ice cold, and I didn't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film. It's not like I didn't want to go into the game, but leading up to this point, I'd been through so much. I told them I'm not fixing to go in, so I just sat on the bench, and that's why they suspended me. I would never bring this dude into my building.
Dude, he sounds like an
41 degrees, it's too cold, and I'm going to put bad film out there. What a dope.
He really sounds like a piece of work.
Just that, now it makes sense why he was even weighing in on the quarterback competition in Cleveland. He's just kind of an idiot.
Yeah, he seems like it. Refusing to go into games. Just a headache. Just an absolute headache. But I mean, there you go. That's what you get. That's what you get sometimes from players in all professional sports. B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. We got the Red Zone coming up at 9:20. Crosstalk with KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. But our old friend, our still friend, Derek Holland, Dutch Oven, joins the show coming up next.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
105.3 The Fan.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball over the outside corner at 99, and deGrom with his 7th strikeout.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ. Fist pump time on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler with the call. Rangers 7-zip. Winners over the Baltimore Orioles in the rubber match of that 3-game set. They got the off day. Seattle in town this weekend. We'll have the game for you tomorrow night. 7:05. But that was all part of a hitless 7 innings that deGrom threw yesterday, which Bobby blames me for. We'll ask Derek Holland about that.
Yep.
Come up here in a second on 105 The Fan. Morning, Derek. How we doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic. How are you guys?
We're great. I do have some breaking news for you, though.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be upsetting to you. I was just informed during the break by Kevin Hagelin to let you know you're canceled off their show today.
No, I find that hard to believe because I would hear from Kevin. He would tell me.
Well, maybe
he's not like
I'm a good friend.
You.
I'm a good friend. No, don't tell him you're not like me. I'm a good friend, and I'm telling you, Derek. Baby. I'm telling you, I'm looking out for you. Hagee's tried to pass the buck. He tried to get Peyton to do it first, and I was like, all right, I'm going to do it. I'll look out for Derek. I'll let him know he has his day free after this.
Well, my day was already free to begin with, and I will still be chatting with Kevin and Corey. I don't know if Corey's in.
I don't think Corey's Eric's in for Corey, yeah.
Okay, so I'll be chatting with them. You can just be upset that I continue my awesome relationship with those guys because without them and the radio stuff that I got to do, I wouldn't have learned as much. So thank you, Kevin and Corey.
Wow.
For what you've done for me.
We'll see if you still feel that way when you talk to Hagee. We'll see.
Wow.
Hey, you got a new job, though. I'm excited for you. You are now over at UT Dallas, right?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm actually on my way to go visit with the recruit. I've had to learn some of these NCAA rules, and I will not be buying cheeseburgers like one of my favorite coaches, Mr. Jim Harbaugh. I am respecting the program and the rules.
Okay, so how many times are you going to wind up having to like ask, can you do this before you talk to a recruit? Like, are you up on the rules yet, or?
I'm definitely not up on the rules. I think you know very well after playing golf with me yesterday what all I was doing so far. But I will definitely be asking what I can and can't do. If I feel like something isn't right, I'm definitely going to ask the question so that I don't ever put the school into any issues by asking the question. I want to know what I can and can't do when it comes to recruiting and talking to these kids.
Look at that. Officially retired. He's already working again.
That's
already working.
He's always on the grind.
Yep.
I was getting made fun of by you guys and many other people that I was unemployed. So it's great to be back in this working force, this job era.
There we go. Hey, so last night in our text group, I was like, "Hey, man," because we were watching. I was on the NBA draft, and I was like, "Is anyone still watching the Rangers?" I didn't want to say anything, but I kind of alluded to what was going on, and deGrom hadn't given up a hit through 7 innings, and then as soon as I text that, next moment he gives up a base hit. Am I to blame, or are you out on the whole jinx thing?
No, you are definitely to blame.
Yes.
I'm very superstitious, and everybody even says, it's just a written rule. Like, if there is a no-hitter, a perfect game, you do not speak about it. You don't say anything. You don't do anything. You try to actually, as a pitcher or the players that are in the dugout, you try to do the exact same things you've been doing all game. You don't talk to the pitcher. You leave everybody alone. Like, it's just a written rule. And I figured somebody like you who loves sports would know that.
Yeah, I was just texting them, just, hey, make sure you're keeping an eye on it. If I was on the broadcast, I wouldn't have said anything.
No, don't try and wiggle out of it now. You are the one who owned it. Now, they did get the victory last night, so that's the good thing, Derek. They're 40-41 now, so we're exactly at the halfway point of the season. Now that we're at the midway point, how do you just generally assess what the Texas Rangers are right now?
Well, what I would say from what I've seen so far here and there, I haven't really watched a whole lot of their games, but I've seen quite a bit, is the pitching's been good. The pitching's been the most consistent of everything else. The hitting it's like it gets hot, it gets cold, it gets hot, it gets cold. So to me, I just think the big thing is we probably got to go get us another at-bat. Something that can help the offense get going a little bit more. I just feel like it's one click away. Like we've had this discussion before, and this is what's going to change going forward is I know everything is going to come together. I have a feeling that you're going to continue to see greatness from the pitching staff, which is awesome. We hope that continues. The hitting will take off, and you're going to get both the hitting and the pitching to click at the same time, and they're going to make a nice little run.
So in other sports, and let's say football, if the defense is just playing out of their mind, but the offense can't score, eventually you might have some fighting in the locker room, right? Does that ever happen in baseball where the pitching's just so good, the offense never gets it going, and there's animosity between the two?
I wouldn't say it's stuff like that. It's just it's a constant, being behind each other. Like, hey, let's go. You guys can do this. You got to help them through the tough times, because if you go and you start trying to fight people, all you're doing is just creating more division inside the clubhouse. So they're not going to do anything like that. It's just more of the encouragement of, all right, you guys are one swing away from changing everything. And as we always say, too, once one guy gets hot, the dominoes start falling after. So it's just more of the encouragement.
Talking about clubhouse chemistry and the way things can play with those sort of things, and we're talking with Derek Holland here on 105 Through the Fan. The only time you'll be able to hear him on the station today, apparently, according to Kevin Hagelin. Derek, I remember...
I got your back. I just want to say, Kevin, I got your back. I'm not going to let him continue to keep talking crap. I will be there at the 12 o'clock hour like I'm supposed to.
Derek, I just wanted to I remember you had that great start near the trade deadline in 2009, where you got into the ninth inning and were just really dominant. And that was leading up to the trade deadline. And I remember you getting asked about it afterwards. There was a lot of buzz about the holiday market and stuff, and whether you were going to be on the block used as a chipper or whatever. And you're like, hey, I want to be here. How much were you just aware of that, or do you feel like a lot of players are aware of the buzz around them? Because we're starting to hear buzz about, could Malley get dealt? Could Adolis Garcia get dealt? Is that something that players routinely, they hear that kind of chatter and they actively have to kind of block it out?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear it at all times. Like you said, when they were talking about possibly trading me, I think it was to go get Roy Halladay, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was Halladay, yep.
You can only control what you can control. I'm not going to sit and worry about what the trade rumors are or anything like that until that happens. And it's the same thing these players are going to do is you're constantly hearing it every single year that your name is on the block. You might get traded. You might get this. If you continue to worry about that, then you're going to struggle. You're not going to do what you want to do, and then you will end up probably getting traded because of that. So it's more of just if you go out there, control what you can control. Don't worry about the things that are going on behind you. If you get traded, you get traded. That's how these guys are looking at it. They're not going to sit and dwell on it like, well, I think today I might get traded. They're not going to be focused on the game. So you won't see that.
You got a little golf tournament coming up next week, huh?
We do. I was wondering if we were going to ever talk about that. I love that we're talking sports, but, I'm trying to promote that. Next Monday is RJ will be a celebrity in the guest or in the charity event at Diamond Oaks in Fort Worth for the 60 Feet 6 Foundation. So congratulations on being a celebrity. But yeah, we're going to be doing golf there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're all trying to raise awareness. I will say, and I want the prayers for this little girl, Ariana. She will be there. She's been part of my foundation now this will be our third year with her. And unfortunately her cancer has come back. So I want to be able to show everybody or show her that everybody's there in her corner. I don't want her to feel like she's alone or it's just her and her family. I want her to be able to see that because there's more than just the golf, the baseball, and everything, all these people that will be there and all those people that show the love and the support, we're all there for her. We're all there for all the kids that are going through all these tough battles, and that, to me, is what it's all about.
It's an awesome event, and where can they get more details on it?
I cannot wait.
Where can they get more details, Derek?
Details are at 60feet6.org. You can follow it on Instagram. It's the 60feet6 Instagram and on X. Same thing. It'll have all the details on there as well. And the website, 60feet6.org, will have all the details as well.
That is fantastic. And just as we close up here, there's one person who wanted to give you some information real quick. Go ahead.
Derek, I'm really tired of these people trying to sow division between us, and I can't wait to talk to you later.
No, I appreciate it. I got your text, and I was, at first, that's why I wrote back to you. I said, are you serious? Because you put canceled, but that wasn't, I think you were just making fun of what
I did, and
Bobby
I wrote, ha, 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 ha.
I am
there's a lot of ha-has.
I am going to get you so bad now.
What the hell?
Hey, I'm going to get you so bad.
No, what is starting?
This is a setup. I'm Oswald. I'm a patsy. That's what this is.
What?
That's what this is.
Do you think that?
I mean, I'm just trying to read the room here with Choppy and Derek.
Yeah, he's definitely a patsy. Hey, well,
you're done, Hagee.
I'll see you on Monday, sweetie. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Cupcake. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome to see you get your first celebrity appearance. Congratulations.
Hey, baby, I can't wait. That's right. All right, Derek Holland right here, 105.3 The Fan.
Look,
you're
Bobby.
done.
No, I want to try to stop this right now.
No, it's done.
No,
I'm not Sean. I'm not Sean. Where you can take the side swipe and go, I was kidding, buddy, and then he
Oh
belts
man,
at
I forgot to text him about how I said something about him on Monday.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear Derek's touching answer about how
I did.
we helped teach him radio and everything?
I did.
It's enough to melt your heart and make you change course about ideas.
Not me. This is you brought it on. You brought
Bobby,
it on.
I don't want the Bobby smoke. I
too
can't
late.
handle it. I already told you I can't handle
It's
it.
too late. Get ready
I
for some
told you-
emphysema because Bobby Smoke is coming for you.
I told you audio I recorded yesterday that made me sound like a freaking idiot that you could play.
That's great. And this doesn't cover over that. You set me up. You set me up and then you pulled the rug out from under me.
How surprised.
You're never listening in there. You're never listening in there
No,
when
he
we're
listens. He
doing
listens.
Oh, I'm always listening, but I heard your tease yesterday. That's how I knew he was going to be on y'all's show.
Oh.
And you had canceled
wow,
it. You
look at
told
this.
us to tell him he was canceled.
I was just kidding.
Done. Dunzo.
Well,
Wow.
I
Done
don't,
like Nico Harrison.
I don't want to be done. I already told you, Bobby. You have the time, resources, ability, and skill. I guess ability and skill are pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
To take me down. I acknowledge that.
It really is sad.
You know
that
what?
He has that. He has us over us too. None of us will do anything to him.
I'm gonna. I know how I'm gonna even this out.
He's gonna go look up old stories, newspaper clippings on you from high school.
No. I'm gonna get the other side of the story from car registration girl.
Oh God, I've got to hear this.
We're gonna play that during crosstalk. That's a tease for crosstalk.
I've got to hear this story, man. I can't wait.
I don't know if I want to drop
crosstalk car.
Hey, Bobby. Hey.
No, there's
what
no
else
backing
can
out
I
now.
do?
You set me up and had Derek mocking me, and then you came in here. We're like, you're absolutely correct, Derek. Bobby is lying to you.
We have car registration audio coming up at 9:40 during crosstalk.
Hagee broke up with a girl over a car registration sticker.
It's more complicated than that.
We'll play it during crosstalk. You'll have to hang around for that, as well as the tickets we're giving away this hour.
That's right. Ticket giveaway this hour, of course. And we have the Red Zone coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lures, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-323-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I have some terrible news. Kevin Hagelin is in trouble.
Dude, he's sweating.
He is
shaking his head.
Bobby is already working on a diss track for Hagee. Hagee doesn't know what million with the potential for more. A bonus heavy 1-year deal for Jamie Benn to return.
Look, I mean, he is their leader, and I wonder if the fact that DeBoer was fired, they still haven't figured out what they want to do with the coaching situation. Maybe they just look at it and say, hey, we'd really value having the leadership back here for one more year.
I got no problem with this. It's $1 million. It's $1 million deal. It's bonus heavy. I had no issue with this.
Yeah, it's
Jamie Benn's not a $9 million player, but it doesn't mean he's not a $1 million player. You know, and obviously he probably doesn't want to move anywhere at this stage of his career. So if you wanted to come back, let him come back. I got no problem with this deal at all.
I'm all in favor of it. I'm totally cool with this. So glad to have him back.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Time now for a little red zone.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
RJ Choppy, I've said it for years, often echoed by many others. Everybody loves lists.
Everybody loves lists. Yeah, you invented that. It was you. Chris Arnold didn't invent that.
Nope. Chris is swagger jacking. Okay, that's what he's doing. No, that is, of course, the Chris Arnold saying. Everybody loves lists, and he's right. Everybody does love lists, particularly from about June 10th until July 25th or so. The 6 weeks when news starts getting tight. But right now, everybody's making their lists because what year is it, RJ Choppy?
It is 2025.
So we are getting a mess of 25 and 25 lists. And this has been, I feel like we see a new one every day for different sports. This one is the best 25 players in the history of the NFL. So they're not just limiting it to the last quarter century like a lot of people have done. This is the 25 best players in NFL history as of 2025. And I don't know about you. If we're going to look at the top 3 sports-based, MLB, NBA, NFL, or even include college football for that matter, in the college sports, is NFL the one that you would feel would be the most difficult to work down to a top 25 list? I do.
NFL?
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult because of the offensive lineman.
To me, I look at it and go,
you just don't know enough. Like the layperson cannot break down offensive line well enough. So that's what makes it different.
And there's just been so many different generations of the NFL and what the purpose of the game has been.
Baseball, the numbers for baseball make it easier because it's such a number. And I know people say you can't judge players from yesterday. In baseball you can, because everything is based off of how you were against your peers.
I don't generally have a problem with any of the NFL top whatever lists of all time, because I look at it and say, realistically, if we're just talking about importance and everything that they do, quarterbacks would have to be like all of them, basically, like the very top of the list. But that's not the purpose of the list. So then it's like, all right, well, how do you properly gauge the impact of Lawrence Taylor versus Deion Sanders? Or how do you gauge who was better at what they did? It's really hard to get an apples to apples comparison. And so because of that, I generally think these are pretty subjective. That's still the case on this one from CBS, but I got a couple of real problems with this one still. The top 25, and this is what they say is their criteria: individual success / accolades won, dominance during their era, longevity and career milestones achieved, enduring impact / legacy, team success and championships won, and ranking relative to his position. So without further ado, here is the top 25. We'll just kind of jump through them really quickly until we get to one that we want to stop on. Don Hutson, the receiver from the Packers, is number 25. Most prolific receiver in his day by far. Put up ridiculous numbers for the era. 24, Tony Gonzalez. 23, running back Gale Sayers. Again, if we're talking about longevity, Gale Sayers at 23 seems a little much. 22, Rod Woodson. Somebody who you like to take your side swipes at, Rod Woodson.
He's just, a little soft.
I think he's...
I was told by a very prominent player, NFL player, that Rod Woodson just didn't think much of him. And he was on the other side of the ball, and he went up against him one-on-one.
Yeah.
So, if you know me, you probably know who it is.
And Kyle Yeomans.
Not Kyle Yeomans.
And he didn't wear 88.
He might have. We don't know.
You've said on the air before it was Irvin.
Yeah, we don't know.
Number 21 on the list, Alan Page, defensive tackle. 20, Anthony Munoz, left tackle. Here we go. First and only Cowboy on this list.
Okay, so is Anthony Munoz going to be the highest left tackle on there?
You're going to have to see here.
I would assume he is, right?
I think of him still as the greatest tackle of all time. That's how I think of him.
So he would probably have to be the highest graded O lineman too, then.
Probably.
So does that mean there's no Larry Allen?
Let's see. There's only one Cowboy on the list. Would you like to guess who it is? It's here at 19.
Well,
do you think it's Larry Allen?
It better be. If it's the only Cowboy, I mean, we all agree. Is Larry Allen the best Cowboy at what he did in the history of the franchise?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to put anybody above him. Yeah, probably him. I mean, Deion was great. Not as great when he got to here as he had been throughout his career. I mean, he was still really great here. Mm-hmm. Randy White was pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Emmett, obviously.
He's up there. Number 19, the only Cowboy on the list, Emmitt Smith. Says small but strong running back who was the engine behind the Cowboys' 90s dynasty. From 91 to 95, Smith won 4 consecutive rushing titles, and he won Super Bowl MVPs, 3 Super Bowls total. He had league Super Bowl MVPs. Smith continued to churn out 1,000-yard seasons after the Cowboys' championship years and remains the NFL's all-time career leader with 18,355 rushing yards.
Okay.
And 164 touchdowns. That record will never be touched.
It will never be touched, and if the accolades are a part of this, okay, here's what I'm going to say. I better not go through this list and find any more than 2 running backs ahead of them. And those 2 running backs can only be named Jim and Barry. because those are the only two you can even make a case are ahead of Emmitt Smith.
Let's see if that's the
And
case.
the fact that Larry Allen isn't on this, who did this? I already questioned this dope.
It's CBS. Let's see how angry you're going to be at this. This is Brian Diardo. So this is not Cody Benjamin. I will say,
what? I can't. Never mind.
You know him?
No, I don't know him. I was gonna make fun of him, but I can't because I'd be insensitive.
I would. You got to think about it. 18,355 yards. A guy starting his career today would have to average 1,000 yards rushing for 18 freaking years and still fall short.
Okay, it's like Cy Young. Cy Young averaged 25 wins a year for 20 years in a row. Like, that's impossible.
This will never be touched. Next on the list, 18, John Elway.
You know what? I mean, I'm fine with this. That's where he belongs.
17, Randy Moss. 16, Mean Joe Green. 15, Aaron Donald.
Okay. 14,
Ray Lewis. 13, Johnny Unitas. 12, second greatest Dick name of all time, Dick Butkus. 11, Patrick Mahomes. Is it too early to throw him up this high, or you're fine with it right now?
I'm fine with it.
All right, let's get to the top 10.
I think that when it's all said and done, he's going to be. Probably number 2.
Dan Marino is number 10 on this list. Should Marino be ahead of Mahomes at this point?
I respect that they're not taking titles into the mix. I think there's more to it than that. I have no problem with Dan. If you want to put Dan high, Dan changed the game a lot in a large part. I think Dan's better than John. I have no problem with that. Over Mahomes, I don't know.
I think this is a pretty solid list overall because as we're getting closer and closer, I'm looking at it and I'm saying I don't. There's not as many things that I have issues with, but there's going to be one. I think number 9, Barry Sanders. I would personally probably have him a little higher. I thought Barry Sanders was incredible. 8, Reggie White. 7, Lawrence Taylor.
Okay, look, I have no problem with Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor being ahead of Ray Lewis and Aaron Donald.
There's an argument to be made that Lawrence Taylor is the greatest player of all time, though. Position aside.
Position, absolutely. Belichick would tell you exactly. He's like, do not. He's like, the one player I will not allow you to make comparisons about is Lawrence Taylor.
Number 6. Is this too low? Peyton Manning. Go Vols, baby.
I think it is. I think he's but.
What do you think of this comparison? They say if Brady is Jack Nicklaus, Manning is Arnold Palmer.
Arnold's more popular than Jack. Arnold had more fans.
Who was better?
Jack was better.
So is that a good comparison?
Okay, I think the better comparison is Tiger Phil. Because and this is how I compare it. Tiger always had his A game.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter what the tournament was. It didn't matter the moment. He always had his A game. Phil didn't always have his A. When Phil had his A game, Phil was actually better than Tiger when he had his A game. The problem is Phil didn't always have his A game. And I think that's Brady Manning. Brady always had his A game. Peyton didn't. When Peyton had his A game, Peyton was better than Tom. But he didn't always have it. That's how I compare the two. Like, who had a higher ceiling? Peyton had a higher ceiling, but he had a lower floor. And Brady always played at a 95 level. Sometimes Manning played at a 99, but sometimes he played at a 74.
Here's the top 5. And we'll see if any of these are deserving to be ahead of Peyton Manning. Number 5, Joe Montana. Kind of the original Brady.
He's the original Brady. I don't have a problem with it.
Brady became more prolific than Montana.
I disagree. I don't think anybody would draft Joe over Peyton if they were going to start their team.
I'm going to skip 4.
You going to skip number 4?
3, running back Jim Brown. I'm assuming you have no problem with that, especially the impact he had on your family. Your dad was a big Jim Brown guy.
I have no problem with it. I'm just trying to figure out who the 2 people ahead of him could be.
2, Jerry Rice. Hard to argue. It's hard to argue.
It's not hard to argue at all. Jim's better.
1, Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the greatest player of all time.
I can't argue. I'm not going to argue it. I won't argue that.
Number 4. I'm going to circle back because I did not want this to distract from the rest of the list. Number 4 on the list, and there are some people on the fan text who I know will scream and fight us on this and say that it's deserving. I do not agree. Number 4 is Walter Payton.
Walter Payton?
Walter Payton is number 4 on the all-time.
Okay, so he can't be ahead of Montana and Peyton.
I don't think he can be ahead of Emmett.
He can't be ahead of Montana and Peyton Manning. He just can't do it.
I don't think he can be ahead of Emmett. And I know a lot of people...
No, I agree. He can't be ahead of Emmett.
people have put Walter up there for years, and I understand it. Man, we've gotten through enough time now that I don't know how you can comfortably say that. Now, there's some people missing off this list that we didn't even name. Ronnie Lott's not on this list. I'm just looking over the top 100 list from the NFL about 15 years ago. Ronnie Lott's not on the list. Deacon Jones isn't on the list. There's no Deion Sanders.
Yeah, that's a problem. How many times did Walter Payton lead the NFL in rushing?
Are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it. I'm just asking you.
Twice.
Once. How many times did he lead the league in touchdowns?
Twice.
Once. How many times did he lead the league in rushing yards per game?
Once.
Once. He had 3 years where he averaged 100 yards or more rushing per game.
He would look. He was great.
Okay, he was really, really awesome.
But there are levels to it. He was great.
He is not better than Emmitt Smith. He is not better than Barry Sanders. He is not better than Jim Brown.
He's behind Jim Brown, to be fair. But
yeah, he is not deserving of being ahead of Joe Montana or Peyton Manning or Lawrence Taylor or Reggie White.
There's no Bruce Smith on this list.
Yep.
I mean, it's just I think that, again, it's really hard to nitpick too much with these sort of lists because it's really difficult to compare apples to apples and things like that. But you got to get the positions right. So I understand if you've got the best running back up there near the best linebacker.
Sure, whatever. Yeah.
All right, fine. Can't sort it out. But you got to get the stack right. Sanders is better. Barry Sanders was better. Emmitt Smith was better. That's just the way that it is to me. That's how I look at it. I agree. And so that's the one that I'm really going to nitpick here on that list.
I mean,
from CBS.
he was the best running back in the NFL one time in his life.
I mean, for the course of his career, he was the best running back going. But it's like...
in terms of having the best year. He had the best year one time.
He's like a souped-up Marcus Allen.
He's better than Marcus.
I know. That's why I said he's a
better than OJ.
I know. I'm just... Well, I mean, he's definitely better than OJ.
Yeah, I mean, he's an all-time great. There's no doubt about it. But, yeah, nobody would put him higher. That's dumb. That's dumb. But the rest of it, I'm not going to fight on the rest of it.
No,
it's a subjective list. I'll just fight on that one.
I don't have any issue with it either. That is the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We got Crosstalk coming up next with Kevin Hagelin and Eric Chiafalo, and we're going to let Hagee defend his reasoning. He dumped a woman because she didn't get her car registration changed? Let's hear from him next here on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade to your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here at 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Now,
how have you enjoyed your Sean-free week thus far?
It's fine. I'm used to it now.
Yeah,
I'm used
the
to it.
norm.
I think
you sound like the Packers president talking about playing without Jair Alexander. It's like, we're used to it. What do you want?
Have we done more weeks this year without him than with him?
No, we've had him more than he's been out.
Yeah.
But he's been out a lot.
Barely.
He's been out like 6 weeks, I think.
Yeah, so we're fine. You know, it is what it is.
All right.
It is what it is. I'm not getting paid anymore. Like I'm saying I'm not being paid by the word.
And you think that if they could do a word by word analysis and you could get the same money carried over or the same rate carried over.
Same rate of word.
Yeah.
Word rate.
I got
the word
you.
rate. Yeah. But it's some ways it's easier, in some ways it's harder. So it is what it is. Yep. What do you got coming on the show? Other than Derek Holland.
Yeah, we got Derek Holland. Tell me if you think this is a good descriptor Former Texas Rangers pitcher, philanthropy superstar, and frequent 105.3 The Fan guest Derek Holland.
That's fair.
I have no opinion.
I like it.
I'm so screwed.
I think you're in trouble though. You are in.
I'm busy writing my diss track, which is going to be called Middays with mid all capitalized.
Oh God, that's solid.
It has been funny to watch Hagee be
It's really melting down.
just stricken with fear of Bobby, and understandably so,
Yeah.
shaking in his boots.
At 10:22, we've got Cowboys insider for The Athletic, Duke superfan John Machota. 1 o'clock, Mike Curtis. And at 1:22, the great Nuggets Tenders sauce bracket. I have created an actual print bracket for you to peruse. This is based on voting from people at 105.3 The Fan. We've used that point system to put together the bracket.
Well, man, I can tell you, I did not help the 2 seed out very much because I put your 2 seed. I don't even think I had it on the board. Maybe I
ranch?
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you an anti-ranchman? I know you are with pizza, but
I can't stand ranch.
How are you?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm curious. So we ran into this a little bit with your Christmas movie bracket, where I felt like the sample size was small, relatively speaking, for the number of movies you were trying to put in there. So have you considered, so that something doesn't get unnecessarily boosted?
Yeah.
Have you considered something like if something shows up on 2 lists as opposed to 1, you multiply it by like half or something?
Ooh, okay, interesting.
So
I
that
did
then
not
it's weighted for being on more lists. So you could have somebody put on their movie, they could have it like 8, 7, and 5, but somebody had 1 movie on their list once, and it could end up being seated higher. But it was number 1. It could be seated higher.
That came through in the
Man, I got a lot of problems with this.
the sweet, and is it sweet and spicy sriracha?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay, because you were not the only one. There was at least one other person who had it at the top of the list.
Oh.
And it was not represented on as many brackets, and I think Chiafalo thinks that one's going home quick.
Yeah, because I think
Have you tried it?
If I want sweet and whatever, I want McDonald's sweet and sour sauce. That's what I want. That should 100% be on this.
So you've had
bracket.
you have had the Chick-fil-A one, and you just don't like it.
Yeah, it's not that I don't like it. It's just it's fine.
Man, have you had it, Hagee? It's so good.
I do.
Chick-fil-A sauce, or you talking about
the sweet and spicy sriracha sauce? It's so good.
I am. I don't like mayo, so any mayo-based sauce I'm out on. So like Cane's sauce, Chick-fil-A sauce.
Okay, I was curious. I actually didn't know the answer to that, but yeah, Cane's sauce and Chick-fil-A sauce both make the cut. Sweet and sour did not, as you brought up, make the cut.
I was the only person I think that put it on my list, right?
Yeah.
McDonald's sweet and sour sauce is absolutely incredible.
Now, you know what's not
it's
on
fine.
here?
It's not Whataburger ketchup or Whataburger spicy ketchup.
I agree.
Whataburger spicy ketchup
I do
is
agree.
represented.
Honestly, I'm
Regular
assuming
ketchup
the
didn't make it.
Whataburger sauce is just
See,
at buys because they're so
I don't
good.
have a problem with regular ketchup not making it because ketchup doesn't belong on tenders anyway.
We were having that discussion during one of the breaks.
Are you fries only for ketchup?
Before I was not talking to him.
For ketchup, I'll put ketchup on a burger.
Okay.
And fries.
Burger and fries, but that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll tell you this. There's one condiment that's not on here that should be on here for nuggets and tenders.
Which is?
Which is nothing.
Oh.
That can't be a condiment. Nothing can't be a condiment.
See, because me, when I eat chicken nuggets, I don't dip them in anything.
So basically what you're saying is you don't trust the polls.
Right, because,
325 text that in. Shout out to them.
I don't like to
Do you even know what you're about to say?
I don't like to offend the chef at McDonald's and stuff like that.
They have chefs. Is that what they have?
They put a lot of work into those.
That's
chicken
disrespectful
McNuggets.
to real
Put it in a dip, it's disrespectful.
They put a lot of work into those McNuggets.
I put in there, I did not, on my list, I don't even have any clue if I made it on there. I did have to put them on there because I think this is a classic for everybody, and I'm sure a lot of people left off their list because they weren't thinking. Just the homemade ketchup, mustard, mayo concoction you can make on your own. Like, a lot of people do that.
Yeah, in elementary schools, that's very popular.
Mm-hmm. It is very popular.
See?
But
this
is fine. I mean, I'm not
I don't want smoke from Bobby.
He does.
Hey,
he does.
I've already had that
up the
smoke.
segment, RJ.
No, this is good. I don't agree with where Ranch is placed.
Everybody is, speaking of Eric not wanting to smoke, everybody thought it was like too much that I went and got like Zach's sister to record a drop for me or whatever for that song. I had really genuinely tried to find out for that song because they were like, "Oh, that's unbalanced." Where's Eric's? I had genuinely tried to find the guy that had hurdled Eric in high school and tore his ACL. I tried to find him. He went to Notre Dame.
Yeah, I always forget his name, but I will remember it. Cam McDaniel.
I was going to try and find Cam McDaniel.
He was
That rhyme I like.
No, we got that's what?
So we actually might have an error.
Oh,
I can't believe we don't have gravy. Like gravy for tendies,
cream gravy.
Yeah, like a milk gravy with tendies. Like when you go to Whataburger has you get gravy with your tendies.
I was thinking
nuggets and tenders.
Yeah, I was
separately.
thinking nuggets because I would not put nuggets in gravy, but I would put tenders in there.
Okay,
so I don't know. It's tough.
Might have to narrow the focus.
No, I think it needs to be universal.
Okay,
what could apply to nuggets or tenders?
And that's a knock against gravy then, because you wouldn't dip tenders in gravy. Maybe you would.
I personally would, but I guess it is not synonymous with nuggets. It is more synonymous.
Dude, we get these nuggets at
tendies.
Sam's Club, whatever their generic,
sure,
is. They're soaked in like pickle juice. They're amazing.
Oh, really?
They are phenomenal.
Now, I was Toloing yesterday, and I'm going to be Toloing a lot today to y'all's show because I gotta find as many drops and pieces of information as I can for Hagee's diss track. But I was listening yesterday, and I heard a story that I was just blown away by, and you seem to be endorsing it. You're like, that makes sense. I was stunned. Kristen, I played it for her later. She endorsed it. She's like, no, I could see that. So maybe I'm the crazy one here. Chop, I don't think has heard this yet. I'd like the feedback from the listeners as to Hagee's story about the reason he broke up with someone he was living with.
Mm-hmm. And so she was parking in the apartment parking lot, as one would do. And I guess they were going around checking like registration or inspection or whatever back at the time when it wasn't the handy dandy one sticker.
Mm-hmm.
And hers had expired like an unreasonable amount of time ago.
Years.
And so she got like a sticker on her car or whatever. Like they flagged her car. And went to the apartment office and they're like, oh yeah, you gotta fix this up. And so we were like, hey, you gotta get that fixed up. And she's like, oh yeah, okay. And so the next week she had the entire week off. And I asked her a couple times, and then finally I came home on Friday after work and I was like, hey, did you get your registration? And she's like, oh yeah, no, I was watching like she was binge watching a show, which there's nothing wrong with that. But like this felt like the most basic thing. And at that moment, I was like, I'm done. Like, you're not a real adult.
You know, I've never heard of a relationship breaking up over vehicle registration.
That is...
But it was emblematic of a bigger issue.
You're I love you. You're beautiful.
A week?
You're beautiful.
A week? Come on, just like a week she had to get it done before you're like, done.
Well, I mean,
she had the week off, bro.
And she had like a year to do it.
But like until you started putting the pressure on. That was a week.
You're like Elaine dumping Jake Jarmel over punctuation.
I mean,
this does feel very Seinfeld.
But she wasn't looking for a partner that was a fellow adult to build a life with. I was, and this just wasn't going to work.
Huh. She just viewed you as a piece of meat. She was like, I just want that Hagee. You know what I mean?
God.
She was just using you.
Even Hagee looks turned off by that.
She would only get her registration. She would only get her
thumbs down to that.
I've never heard of like, I'm going to get this registration done so I can get in his pants.
Bobby.
There's nothing hotter than responsibility, man.
That's what really does it for you.
Yeah, it really does.
Responsibility.
Yeah.
All right, now the context for
I
this
kept all my receipts. Oh my
man,
God.
we're in a tough spot because like Sarah's changed. She's changing her name because we're a very traditional couple.
Yes.
Choppyman?
Choppyman, yeah. But so we're traveling in August on a flight.
Oh yeah, and you got to get your passport changed then if you get your ID.
The flight's booked in her maiden name.
Yeah,
but she's already started the process to change her name.
Oh dear.
So So she's already changed her name on like I think one document, maybe like whatever, the Social Security or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's no driver's license appointment till like September. So her Social Security or whatever number is going to be the same. I guess her name has changed on it.
Yeah.
But it's not changed on the documents. So when she goes and she gives her passport, because her license is expired, when she gives her passport to...
Oh, this is an overseas
I'm amazed
type
you haven't
situation.
divorced her yet. For an expired license?
Yeah, I know.
Jeez.
But when she gives her passport to TSA, are they going to scan it and it's going to not match the name that's on or whatever.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea either. There's going to be an expert on the text that'll maybe let us know.
We're playing guesswork here.
I mean,
I'm flying to Michigan one way or the other.
You're fine.
Would you leave without her?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a golf trip. Of course I would. We got a tea time to make, baby. No, I would.
I mean, you would leave and not come back.
Well, here's what I would do.
Because I mean, she
I
didn't
would
have her
rent a
license
car
straight.
and drive up with her.
Oh, there you go.
Drive up with her. That's what I would.
Yeah,
she can't
because
drive.
I'm not putting those miles on my truck.
She can't drive because her license though.
Because you can't have all the fun on the golf course without her.
Yeah, what am I going to do? What's going to happen between the 11th and 12th hole in the woods on that bridge? What's going to happen there?
On that bridge.
What are we going to do? Just me by myself?
That's not a bridge too far.
No, it's a bridge to nowhere if you know what I'm talking about.
I've seen the bridge to nowhere.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, very
It
nice.
really is very confusing how they thought that needed $60 million of funding or whatever.
Hey, could you see Vancouver from the bridge to nowhere?
No, you can't.
After a 12-hour flight.
After a 12-hour flight. Very good.
The text still can't believe that you raw dog your chicken nuggets like that. With just
You know
no
what?
sauce,
I saw somebody
bro.
on the YouTubes saying that that they do the same thing.
The YouTube folks are savages. I love them. They're savages though.
Yeah, they are. But I do raw dog the nuggets.
Respect.
Yeah, man. It's chicken nuggets, man. I respect the craft. I respect the craft of what it comes to making.
Do you ever try to go back there and give them a compliment or shake their hand?
Like, you know what? The fat and bone and lard cartilage in this nugget was fantastic.
What percentage of McNuggets are actually real chicken?
Zero.
I would say.
I would assume zero.
Roughly zero, right?
Roughly zero.
Yeah.
Gabe Kapler, he used to peel the breading off the chicken nuggets, McNuggets.
Don't have to do that with Whataburger because the Whataburger nuggets are just clean.
That's
100%.
Right. Peel the breading off.
Kapler approved.
Just eat that. Whatever is in the meat.
Gummy,
the fake
science
pink meat.
experiment.
Yeah.
Yep. Gummy fake. Like Hagee's friendship when he threw me under the bus.
Oh, jeez, bro.
Is that going to undercut the entirety of our relationship?
Until my diss song's
Bad
out.
day to be Hagee.
Even our conversation yesterday.
Listen to the music.
Oh, man.
KC masterpiece.
We're done.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Eric Chiafalo and Jacob Ray rocking with you guys all day today. Plus, we've still got a couple of giveaways in the show. AEW All-In 4-pack of tickets. Plus, Dermot Kennedy. But we got a lot of stuff to get to. Obviously, we're going to talk about Cooper Flagg and the NBA draft. The Rangers, deGrom seriously made a run at a no-hitter last night. But also, we get news that Jamie Benn is back. 1 year, $1 million. He also has $3 million extra in potential bonuses reached. All right? So let me run down the bonuses for you real quick. You tell me how many will get reached and what the contract will really be. If he plays 20 games, he gets $500,000.
I can see that happening, Hagee.
I agree. 30.
I could see that happening.
All right, so now he's up to $2 million. So it's 1 year, $2 million. 50 games.
50 games, I could also see.
60 games.
That's potentially a little bit more of a coin flip, but I'll give him the nod.
All right, so now you're probably looking at a 1 year, $3 million contract. There's 2 more bonuses, though. Win the Western Conference Championship and then win the Stanley Cup Championship. Those are both $500,000 bonuses as well.
Do you think they'll play the game with him, though, where they're like actively trying to not let him reach the bonus so he plays like 59 games or something?
Of any player, this feels like that would destroy the locker room if you're like, hey, we're going to try to screw him out of some money. That really feels like you'd have a whole lot of players who are like, fine, F you then. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when the players in that locker room get a little bit sensitive about something.
Yeah, exactly. So
other people lose their jobs.
Exactly. It's not going to be Jim Nill.
No, it's not.
All right, so realistically, 1 year, $1 million base, but I think it's fair to say, and I think you agree it's fair to say, probably more like a 1 year, $3 million deal. Fair? Assuming he could get to 60 games, which that's not crazy by any stretch of the imagination. And it also made it feel like essentially they were like, hey, we're going to give you at least 1 year, $2 million. You just got to get out there for 30 games. All right, but Jamie Benn is back 1 year. What feels like a pretty team-friendly deal indeed. You like it? Because, look, I said I just didn't want him to be making a lot of money. So at this level, I don't see any particular issue with him coming back, although I know some people will be concerned about the amount of playing time he gets and if that progress stops anybody else.
Right. Yes, I think that's a huge thing, but we can't really put a number on the intangible aspect of like what he brings to the locker room from a leadership standpoint.
Right.
And I think the Stars have become one of these destinations that players like to go to.
Sure.
And how much of that is because Jamie Benn has sort of been the leader in terms of setting the culture to some extent and opening his arms to all the different faces that come in and out of there. And did you really have a guy that was ready to take over that role? There would have been a void there.
So this is one of the things where like maybe they'll say a man makes the captaincy or the captaincy can make the man. I think this would have been a situation where you're like, hey, Wyatt, you're the guy that's going to be the captain. Like whether or not you're ready, you're going to be the guy. So let's see if you rise up to the challenge.
And how confident are you in doing that, Wyatt, after just having a historically bad postseason?
That is a fair question. Or the fact that he even would get brought up, like if you were looking to make a trade for Kachuk or something like that. So, look, there's lots of options out there. I don't believe the Stars are pursuing any of these options, but just wanted to throw it out there. All right, let's get to the NBA draft last night. I don't think it was a particular surprise to anybody, but Jacob, can you give me the call of Cooper Flagg going number 1 overall in the NBA draft?
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
I love it. Not surprising to anybody unless you put an inordinate amount of money on it. Because I think at one point it was like 10,000 to 1 or 10,000 to 1 where you'd have to put $10,000 down to win $1. Maybe I'm getting that wrong, but it was ridiculous odds. All right, now we almost saw Cooper Flagg a little bit earlier in the draft broadcast, in the pregame and the red carpet and whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it to cut number 1. This is ESPN introducing Cooper Flagg not once, but twice inaccurately.
Welcome back to Sports Center. You're looking at Cooper Flagg, and in just over an hour from now, that is not Cooper Flagg at all, actually. That is quite famously Ace Bailey. There's Cooper Flagg. I was going to say no, that's not him either. That's not Cooper Flagg.
So
they wanted it to be Cooper Flagg so bad. Please be Cooper Flagg.
And instead it was Ace Bailey, and then it was Dylan Harper. And so how do you think they could tell it wasn't Cooper Flagg?
That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe they thought it was his twin because he does have one of those.
He does. Do you think it was the height? It was what he's wearing. He was wearing a different suit.
It was the clothes and the height.
Okay.
That's really all I have.
Okay, that's good. Let's play this one more time, and I want to pause it. All right, let's go back ESPN is introducing Cooper Flagg.
Welcome back to Sports Center. You're looking at Cooper Flagg, and in just over an hour from now, that is not Cooper Flagg at all, actually. That is quite famously Ace Bailey. Is that?
All right, pause. All right. Once you introduce it incorrectly the first time, do you not use a little bit of caution the next time? Because back it up just a second or two. When she reintroduces Cooper Flagg again, still, you've only seen the shoes and part of the pants.
That is quite famously Ace Bailey. There's Cooper Flagg. I was going to say no, that's not him either.
Feels like maybe you should have taken the extra second or two.
Somebody's in her ear going, okay, this one's Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
And she's trusting that person.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
There's no way you trust that person after the first flub.
But here's the question. Was that a dumber thing to say than the audio we're about to play? Now, keep in mind, one just happened. The other one was planned and thought out. Let's go to cut number 27. This is Nico Harrison.
Oh, geez.
Discussing the skill it took to get the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. So that's just, but, things happen. Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
Okay.
That is so bad, dude.
Or you can view it as his coded message to all of us that the draft lottery was rigged. Because when he says fortune favors the bold, I feel like he's trying to send us a message that, yeah, that's why I traded Luka, because they promised me I would get the number 1 pick. All right, but that's my tinfoil hat on. Otherwise...
Which I think is very still on the table.
Yes. By the way, they mic'd the crowd a little too well, because when Adam Silver was walking up, you could hear him go, Dallas was rigged! Dallas was rigged! And so again, I don't totally disagree with that. But what do you think about Nico Harrison stepping out? And man, he's got a lane and he's sticking in it, and I like it. But stepping out and being like, fortune favors the brave. And that's why they got the number 1 pick.
It is maddening, the fact that he is now going to take some level of credit for the way this whole thing played out. And he will be defiant and just sort of rub our noses in it. Like, no matter how bad of a move you think that was, it was actually fantastic. And this is why. When you make big-time, bold, and brave decisions like I do,
that's right,
then you would understand. But you can't do that. You can't understand that. So just say thank you and go buy your Flag jersey.
All right, now we have one more option for you, though. You might think that is the dumbest statement that was made.
I totally get, like, yesterday we were talking about, like, we're moving on, like, we're more Cooper Flagg happy than we are Nico frustrated.
It doesn't help.
It kind of swung the other way. Notice, am I wearing any Mavs gear today, Hagee?
You heard it.
No, it's a middle bird to Nico. You just don't want him to be right. I don't want him to.
I get it.
I do hate the idea that he's going to find some level of success out of this.
And like Anthony Davis is going to be the finals MVP. And
oh my God.
Son of a gun. All right. So we're going to have Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News on at 1 p.m. He tweeted this out. This was the first question from the combined media of Cooper Flagg's post-draft availability. So not the little interview that they did, as soon as he got drafted, he's like, I'm super grateful, all that. Cooper Flagg was asked about the conspiracy theory that the NBA gifted Dallas the number 1 pick in exchange for trading Luka. That was the first question that got asked by Cooper Flagg. Listen to this guy. He's a pro already. He said, quote, no, I don't know what to say about that. Like, I have no insider information if that's what you're looking for, but I just feel blessed for the way it all worked out. That's a pro answer.
That is a pro answer. Do we know who is the one? I wonder who.
We need to ask Mike
who asked that question. Yeah. And I would imagine that would be a national reporter that's not going to have to see and deal with Cooper Flagg.
You don't think it was a guy from Maine who thought the big story was a conspiracy?
Yeah, because that would be pretty ballsy for a local, like, if it's a Mavs beat writer.
Yeah.
Asking that question, getting off on that type of foot with Cooper Flagg.
I just love I have no insider information if that's what you're looking for.
Right, I'm not Brian Windhorse, bro.
Yes,
I'm not Shams.
Absolutely. On the answer to that. All right, let's stick with Duke for just a second. We talked about how this could be the case yesterday. Con Kneppel really rocketed up the draft board in the last few days. He went ahead and went number 4, and then Malawach went number 10, which means that Duke had 3 of the top 10 picks. They still didn't win the title. And this is the 3rd time that they've done that since 1966, or a team has done that. 2007, Florida, and then 2019, Duke accomplished those feats as well. And then Duke also has by far the most number 1 draft picks of any team since the expansion era. They have 6, and the next closest, I believe, is Kentucky at 3 for number 1 overall picks.
Yeah, I was impressed. They threw up the graphic there last night, and I was like, oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
They have had a nice little number 1 run here.
They have. Do you want to know a fun fact about all the number 1 picks that they had?
Yes, I like fun and I like factual information, Hagee.
None of those came after a national championship season.
How about that?
The closest one was 1999 with Elton Brand, where they had lost 1 game all season going into the championship, and then they lost. So just a weird factoid for you right there. All right, speaking of Con Kneppel, what do we think about the naming of all of the kids? And so he has 4 brothers, and it's Cash, Cager, Con, Kinston, and Kidman. And then he said in the draft, his dad, I believe, was one of 6 kids, and they were all named with a K as well. So what do you think about keeping that family legacy alive? And then I want to tell you what TikTok had to say about all of them lined up in their suits.
I will say that was one of the funniest parts of the night, just watching his brothers standing there. They're all younger than him,
Yes.
so they're like,
Yes.
they're not used to this. They don't know how to handle it. The younger brother has the mic in front of him. He's still answering a question from McNutt, and then McNutt pulls the mic away.
I'm done.
He's like, I'm done with this. He's still talking. They're all confused. Nobody knew what to say. Me and my wife were just sitting there cracking up at that whole thing. I'm like okay with the K stuff. I mean, you see it all the time with families where they all have the same letter.
For sure.
It's like fine. It's just the names that they chose. They have a kid named Kidman.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, they do.
They took Nicole's last name and said, my son should be his first name. You know, that's a little
They really love
frustrating.
it. Eyes wide shut. They're like, we got to make it happen. So,
And the internet's all wondering whether or not the middle names, like you can't go K with them.
oh my
You can't.
God,
like, what's the middle
no.
name for these kids?
No, anything but that.
That has
I don't
you
care.
have 25 letters to choose from.
Yes, any of them but that. So here are some samplings from Twitter. Con Kneppel's brothers look like a group of TikTok creators who go to Walmart to get on the intercom. Next one.
Nailed it.
The Kneppel brothers are dressed like Color Me Bad. Hall of Fame career loading. I love it. But this is my favorite one, especially since they were lined up. Con's brothers look like a bunch of well-dressed Russian nesting dolls. Because
it just kept
each
coming
one,
out
yeah.
of the next one.
And so I definitely got a kick out of that. His brothers stole the show. Again, I'll be fascinated to see how he does, because I think he's a great facilitator, and he was an excellent college player. I don't totally know how all of that's going to translate into the NBA, especially at pick number 4. But there's just a sampling of some of the draft stuff happening. Almost no hitter. Jamie Benn getting re-signed. So much stuff happening today. Coming up next, we will talk with Cowboys insider for The Athletic and Duke superfan John Machota. Next, right here in The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They got it right the first time, and picked off. Flagg on the attack, with a slam, and a foul! Oh, my!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring on Cowboys insider for The Athletic and Duke superfan John Machota. How are you this morning, sir?
I'm doing well. It's a good time to be in Metroplex.
Heck yeah. And I feel like you're uniquely positioned to give us all kinds of information this morning. So were you excited last night, or did your excitement peak like a month and a half ago when the Mavericks won the lottery?
A little bit of both. I definitely peaked, a few months ago, or a month ago, whatever it was, when I just couldn't believe that they got that first overall pick, knowing that as bad as you can say that they did handle things with Luka, I just knew there's no way that they would pass up on Cooper Flagg. So it was just wild. All I kept thinking about was how I had just seen him when they were in town to play SMU.
Yes.
And I was like, that's just so wild. I never would have thought when I was at that game that there was any chance that, a few months later, whatever, 5-6 months later, that Cooper Flagg would be with the Dallas Mavericks. But I think Mavericks fans should be really excited. I know he's not Luka Doncic right now, but I think in 4 or 5 years from now, I don't think anybody's going to be having any bad feelings about that anymore. I think they're going to be really happily surprised maybe at how good this kid's going to be.
Now, I know you have absolutely no experience with general managers saying wild or outlandish things, but did you hear Nico Harrison yesterday saying fortune favors the brave, or the bold, excuse me, when it comes to why they got the number 1 pick?
Yeah, he says some wild stuff. He does some wild things.
He sticks to his guns, though, I'll tell you that.
He does, but I will say, as someone that covers the Cowboys and has for the last 15 years, and you expect some wild things to happen covering the Cowboys, obviously with Jerry Jones being at the top of the list, I still go back to my 15 years living in DFW, near the top, if not at the top of the list of most surprising things in sports that I've seen, is when the way he acted in that press conference the day after the Luka trade, and just how tone deaf he was about, cracking jokes about, wow, there's more people in here than normal, aren't there, to Jason Kidd and stuff. Like, I was just like, he doesn't know what he's done. This is wild. I'm watching this unfold in real time. Like, I couldn't believe, I was like, Jerry wouldn't even do something like that. And then just the way things have been handled since then, that little thing where it was off the record, but whatever, I was just like, that blew my mind. And then for him to say that fortune favors the bold, I mean, unless somehow he can prove, and he wouldn't do it right now, but maybe later on in life, that this was all part of the deal, which obviously seems like collusion, and it seems like it would be very bad for the league if this was all set up. I don't understand how him trading Luka Doncic and then ending up with Cooper Flagg was all part of his plan of the fortune favoring the bold. Wild statement.
Absolutely. Now, kind of transitioning over to the Cowboys, so that we can bounce back and forth with all kinds of stuff. Have you also gotten the sense that people have really jumped on board with Brian Schottenheimer, if for nothing else, just because of the press conferences and some of the stuff he says? And I know that has nothing to do with like the actual football product, but we're starved for positivity here in the Metroplex as Cowboys fans. So do you get the sense that's really helped win a lot of people over?
Oh, there's no question about it. I don't think that from the day he's been hired till now, I don't think that he's done anything wrong, really. The way he's handled it has been perfect. But the thing I always say about that, though, is that all of that will be erased quickly if there's poor results on Sundays in September, October, November, December. And so, but up to this point, I don't know how you could handle it any better than he's handled it and let's not act like, now they made more moves in the offseason than they did a year ago. I think they had a strong draft. But let's not act like there hasn't been any drama. I mean, Micah Parsons still doesn't have a new contract. Trayvon Diggs wasn't at OTA. So, I mean, there's that typical Cowboys-type drama that seems to come every offseason, and I think he's handled all of that very well. And the one thing I will say that I think it will be a strength for him is I don't see him getting that bothered by stuff that Jerry might do or say during the season, whether it be after a game or on the radio with you guys. Like, I think he's pretty well equipped to handle that type of distraction and things like that. So really for me, the question marks just come for on Sunday. And it's not just because it's his first time as a head coach, but it's the fact that he'll be a head coach and the offensive play caller.
John Machota with us here on The Fan. Are you buying the idea of Dak Prescott being in great shape, working on his speed, being willing to run and be mobile? Is that in any way something that will come to fruition?
I do think he's in great shape, and I'm sure he is focused on, adding some speed and whatnot like that, and really just in his rehab from his season-ending injury. But I don't see him running more. And that's not really a Dak thing. That's a league thing. I mean, what franchise quarterback in their 10th year as a franchise quarterback do you want to even see them running more? And I'm talking about even guys that, like, let's say even a Lamar Jackson. Like, the longer you play the position, and especially the money that's tied to the position, like, I mean, yeah, of course, in a playoff game, to get a first down or obviously in the red zone or something like that, by all means, go for it. But we know and it's a big sample size now of what this team looks like without him. And so I don't think that they'll be running him more. I don't think it'll be significantly less than he did, like maybe last season or the year before that. But I don't see this all of a sudden where they're going to try and use him like he did when he first came in the league or when he was at Mississippi State. No, I don't see that. And that's just because of his age and his experience. So the stuff he does in the offseason doesn't really surprise me because that's how he's always been in the offseason. He's always gotten in outstanding shape. And so the fact he's coming off of an injury on top of it, I mean, that's to me is just expected.
Okay, based on obviously new coaching staff offensively and the George Pickens addition, the offensive line hopefully being much better, are you confident that this is going to be an offense that is really productive and just fun to watch, especially from a passing game standpoint, John? Like, have you seen enough to be like, okay, this is going to look different than McCarthy, and this is going to be pretty dang exciting?
From the passing game standpoint, no doubt about it. I do think George Pickens is going to be a great fit. I think that, especially with him being a contract year, I think you're going to get a big year out of George Pickens. I think it's going to do a lot of things to help not only CD, but I think Jake Ferguson could have a big year because of it too. And even a Jalen Tolbert and a Kevontae Turpin. I think all of these guys can benefit from having, Pickens and Lamb. I mean, just the matchups that those other guys will see will be so advantageous to them because of what teams will be doing to try and take away Lamb and Pickens. My question mark is still on the run game. I mean, the running backs they have in the room, it could be successful, but I need to see it. And as you guys know, with OTAs and minicamp, it's just not a time to really dissect the run game. It's just not a great. I mean, until the pads come on in Oxnard, which will be late July, it's hard to really judge it. And then the other part is really I need to see preseason games, particularly with Jaden Blue, the 5th-round pick out of Texas. Now, if he looks great, hey, maybe they got something there. But on paper, I look at the running backs as just a huge question mark.
If Blue were to look great, would you still envision both Javonte and Miles Sanders being on this roster to start the regular season, or you're like, no, probably one of them will go?
So I think that they'll all be on there, but I also put out my 53-man roster projection this morning on The Athletic, and I have 5 running backs on the 53-man. Wow. So I got them keeping them. I got them keeping Phil Maffa and Hunter Lipke. Now, I only went with 3 tight ends because I think Lipke can help a little bit there. But, yeah, maybe as training camp comes along, maybe it's an injury, maybe one of the guys drops off and they only keep 3. But that's a position where if nobody really kind of runs away with it, I could see them going a little heavy at the running back spot to try and do a real running back by committee, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it seems like Brian Schottenheimer could be willing to do that. So I just don't think that they would draft Jaden Blue and Maffa to release them if they see any positives out of them. And then obviously with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, those are the veterans. Those are the guys that took all the first-team reps in OTAs and minicamp. And I thought both of them looked pretty good. And so I think with Miles Sanders, people look at the last 2 years, and for me, I look at more of the player he was before that. And saying that, I mean that I think a lot of players probably wouldn't have their best seasons with Carolina and just the way Carolina's been lately. So as I sit here right now, that can change in training camp. As I sit here right now, I don't see any of them being cut.
Now, you also have 2 quarterbacks, and I know there's been some people out there who think they're going to carry 3 because maybe the belief is not totally high enough in Joe Milton just quite yet, but you feel as though they will go 2 quarterbacks, or did we have to finesse this just a little bit to fit in the extra running back?
Yeah, a little bit there, but also just the fact of I just don't think that – I mean, they have the emergency 3rd quarterback possibility with Will Grier, but I don't get the sense that they would – feel that much more comfortable with Will Grier than they will with Joe Milton on a week 5 needing someone to start. And the big thing for me, and maybe I'm overrating this, but I knew Joe Milton, went to Michigan and Tennessee, but I can't say I watched a ton of them there. But man, watching that game last year that he got a chance to, he didn't start, but he, played all but the first series for the Patriots when they played the Bills. And it was a lot of Bills backups, don't get me wrong, but it was like, if you just judge that from a preseason standpoint, if he had that game in a preseason game for the Cowboys, which obviously is going to play a lot in the preseason, I think you'd feel very comfortable with him being your backup quarterback. Obviously, Cooper Rush got more skins on the wall, and so you kind of knew more with your ceiling and basement with him as the backup. But with Joe Milton as the backup, I just think the ceiling's a lot higher. And so, yeah, there could be some good and bad that come with it. But I am interested to see him in the preseason. I do think he'll play well in the preseason, so I ultimately think that they'll be fine with him, come September as being the backup, no questions asked.
John Machota of The Athletic with us here on The Fan. When it comes to Micah, if he doesn't have a deal day 1 of training camp, do you still expect him to be out there? Are we expecting like a hold-in type situation for Micah where he doesn't get on the field, but he's there?
I do expect that, which is interesting because that's not really a Cowboys way of doing a holdout. But just watching him, if you guys would have asked me this like maybe 3 weeks ago, I would have said no. But just watching him in that final minicamp week where it was like he wasn't going to really do anything, but like how he couldn't even keep himself out of jumping into some drills. I mean, when I saw him walk out, he didn't even have a helmet or anything. And then he starts jumping in some drills. The next thing I know, he's got his helmet. I don't know where that came from. And he's back in. So it's interesting to me because it's going to be tough for him not to get involved. But if he doesn't have that new contract, but I'm sure that's one of those things where his agent David Mulugeta is like, just stay home, do not go there. This is not helping. But I think he'll be out there. I think that he will be on the field in terms of around the guys, but I don't think he'll be participating until he gets a new contract.
Do you think this is a fair line of thinking, or have I just become too much of a jaded Cowboys fan that This is all a giant waste of time because recent negotiations will let us know that the Cowboys will just give in to what the player wants, and they probably could have done that a couple months ago.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just going off of history, so I don't see why anybody would think differently than what you just said. The Cowboys don't have an example of a player that they've done this with and then they've let them walk.
Right.
If that had happened ever, then we could at least point back to that, especially if it was any time in the last 5 or 6 years. But all we have to go off of is these guys all getting their money. You know, I mean, not just Dak and, you know, obviously CD, but Zach Martin and Zeke. And, I mean, it just goes on and on. So there's no reason for me to think otherwise. The only way that my thinking would change, it would take multiple years for it to happen. And that would be because they would have Micah play out this season, franchise tag him, and play out next season, which obviously the drama that would come with that, I don't see that happening, but that's the type of thing that would have to happen for them to, and then eventually let him walk. And I just don't, as long as Jerry Jones is running the Cowboys, I don't see that happening. He loves having star players on his team. He's always paid his superstar players that he's wanted to keep. And Micah Parsons falls into all those categories. So I don't see how anybody could think differently than what you said.
John Machota of The Athletic, you get one dipping sauce for the rest of your life to dip your chicken tenders in. What's your sauce?
I mean, it's ranch. Ranch to me is undefeated, so it's not particularly close.
Well, I don't know what you'll be doing at 122, but we're going to have our great nugget tender bracket, and Ranch is the defending champion, yet they are only the number 2 seed behind barbecue sauce in this bracket. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see, that's why I shouldn't even be living in Texas, because people are going to hate the fact that I don't even like barbecue sauce at all on anything. So that's not even close. Yeah, I do not like barbecue sauce at all. Like it, to me, it ruins everything. I can't stand it.
All right. Well, go ahead and cancel your Athletic subscriptions now. No, I'm just kidding. John, thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it, buddy.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There you go. John Machota. You know what? Another thing, I don't know if you knew about him, avid card collector.
Yes. Whenever,
he's a staple at the Dallas Card Show.
Yes, he is. We had an impromptu Machota interview live from the card show a couple years ago in the G-Bag Nation. It was great.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a very rare Baseball Nuggets update. Comeuppance for idiot fans. And a young pitching phenom showdown next on The Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Another payoff. And he locked him up for strike 3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan from the 214. Let's effing go. Baseball Nuggets. Can't forget the Rangers' stellar game last night. We will not, but we won't be talking about it here because the entire next segment will be devoted to that. I didn't want to quick hit that in Nuggets. Like, it deserves plenty of time and space, and we will get to that in just a minute. In the meantime, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And I want to play off of the highlight we just did. Jacob Misiorowski and Paul Skeens had their first head-to-head pitching battle yesterday, even though I know obviously the logical thing you would say is, well, they weren't actually like competing head-to-head with one another, like in terms of batting and everything like that, but they did pitch against each other. How do you think it went? Did you already see what happened? Because the Pirates have been a juggernaut on Wednesday. I believe they were 10-1 on Wednesdays going into yesterday's game. They suck every other day of the week, but on Wednesdays, they're usually unstoppable.
Something about hump day that gets the people going a little bit.
Man.
Except for yesterday, right? Because I actually did see it. It was a day game. So I remember looking up at the TV and going, oh, wow, second inning and it's 3-0 and it's 3-0 against Paul Skeens.
So Paul Skeens had a very rough outing, particularly by his standards. He only went 4 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, so he got run out of the game. Misiorowski continued to be freaking incredible. 2 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts in 5 innings. He gets the win, but I wanted to throw this out there. Misiorowski's average pitch yesterday, 99.5 miles an hour. Skeens averaged 98.5 on their fastball, excuse me. I should have factored that in.
Wow,
even their off-speed stuff. Yeah, they were just getting it down there. That represented the highest combined fastball velocity by 2 starting pitchers in the same game since at least 2009. I'm assuming before 2009, either we A, gave up looking, or B, we didn't have fascinating and accurate enough statistical data.
I wanted that to be the modern era stat.
Yeah. I mean, that feels modern. Look, it's weird to me sometimes when you find out when we started to track things. Like in the NBA, you'll be like, yeah, before 1970, we didn't count turnovers or steals. And you're like, oh, that feels like a pretty big deal. Pro Football, I mean, it's Pro Football Hall of Fame, an issue they still have, even though Pro Football, I think it was Reference, did the work for them. They're like, yeah, we didn't really start counting sacks until like the late 70s, early 80s. And I was like, wow, you're really undercutting like one of the main purposes of a whole lot of players out there.
It's so true, man. That's an egregious error.
It is. But I wanted to throw that out there. However, we have an update, and it's a tremendous update. We didn't get a chance to mention it. This happened like right as our show was going off the air yesterday. The fan who heckled Diamondbacks' Ketel Marte for the hilarious bit of making fun of his dead mom, I guess, he has been banned from all Major League Baseball stadiums indefinitely. All right. So my question for you guys is, well, first of all, that feels like great news because that guy's a moron. But I see how they could ban you from buying tickets, like under your name and everything, or your email or whatever. Do you think they have guards at every single front of this stadium with like a wanted poster up there? And they're like, hold on. Not you, buddy. You're out of here.
I was literally wondering this driving in when I heard Choppy and Bobby talking about this. How exactly do they enforce that at other ballparks in particular? And like if I just want to hand over a ticket to my buddy, how are they going to know? I don't know how they go about enforcing that.
But I appreciate the effort of going out there and being like, this guy's a dumbass, so we're going to ban him from the ballpark.
Yes, yeah, totally deserved. And I guess, is this a lifetime ban? Did he just get Pete Rose?
It's indefinite.
Okay.
And so sometimes that could mean, hey, we'll revisit it later and we just never.
Yeah.
Or it could mean like, hey, it seems like you feel really bad.
I like the idea of him having to put together some sort of PowerPoint presentation in like 5 years, talking about how he's grown from this, and how he'll never make a mistake like that again, and let him be a lesson
in front of Ketel Marte.
Yes, absolutely. He's definitely one of the jurors.
Yes, because that would, man, I like the idea that you give the presentation and then you just kind of vote thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like no forgiveness. All right, let's talk about Ronald Acuna Jr. The other day, we mentioned how he had been on a tear since coming back from injury. He will represent the host team in the All-Star game as part of the Home Run Derby. This will be his third career Home Run Derby, so doing it for the home fans. Let me see what you think about this. Feels like this prediction is off to a bad start. So, Red Sox chief baseball officer Craig Breslow, he talked about succeeding without Rafael Devers.
Yep.
He said, quote, "I do think there's a real chance that at the end of the season, we're looking back and we've won more games than we would have won otherwise."
Yeah, I remember he said that. I was like, all right.
Let's see how that's going so far. Would you like an update?
I would.
Okay, now I want to point out, to be fair, we're fair on this show most of the time. It's not the end of the season. He said by the end of the season. So we're not there. But since the trade, Red Sox are 3-6 and averaging a robust 3.1 runs per game.
Wow.
So it's not going well.
The Boston Ranger Sox.
Man, it really does. There's definitely been some like parallels in that.
I thought that was going to be the ALCS.
Oh my gosh.
Sox Rangers.
Yeah.
What an idiot I am.
Man, you know what? I don't know if everyone will remember these, but that would be a fun predictions gone wrong segment. Is not like people remember individual player takes, but do you remember like season takes where you're like, oh yeah, I had the Cowboys in 2010. I had them winning the Super Bowl, and you're like, oof, that didn't really turn out super well for me.
Not good at all. Not good at all.
And by the way, not you, Eric, not you, Jake, up until the break, because you guys are busy at this moment. But the first phase of All-Star voting, it ends in 8 minutes. All right, so get your votes in for the Rangers because, look, it's not going super well. They're not going to, it doesn't look like, barring some sort of computer glitch in the next 8 minutes, it does not look like they're going to have anybody voted at the top into the All-Star game to start things off. Now, obviously, they'll have an All-Star representative, maybe two. I'm looking at you, Jacob deGrom. Maybe you'll get to start. But if you want to take the next 8 minutes and vote for the Rangers a whole bunch, that would probably help the cause.
I would just say only pitchers. I mean, I guess Josh Smith, you could give the nod to, but just like
Josh Smith is worth it.
Just like buying at the deadline, you have to earn the right to be an All-Star. We're not just going to give it to you.
Okay, except for one per team.
That's true. Well,
we'll give you that.
We'll get and that should be a pitcher, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Rangers should have multiple pitchers on the All-Star team. We'll see how that works. If you tell me they have no position players or hitters, well, that's tough to argue with. People sometimes, how old do you think Juan Soto is?
That's a good question. I would say 27.
Okay, very close, very good. Doesn't it kind of feel like he should be like 31 though, with how long he's been in the league?
If it wasn't for all the contract stuff that just went down and it was just sort of in our faces about how old he is and how long he got the deal, I would not have known. I would have said 30.
So he is 26.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why that came up is because yesterday he had his 27th multi-home run game. And so he now holds the record, surpassing Hall of Famer Jimmy Fox with the most multi-home run games before you turn 27. He already has more than 200 career home runs. His WAR is already for his career up at a 40. And he still hasn't turned 27.
He's been on a dang good run.
Man, he really has.
That's a heck of a start to a career, dude.
So, yeah, I thought, hey, that feels worthy. We should give him some attention and shout him out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, did another deep no-hitter attempt steal away any of your Cooper Flagg attention last night? Plus, we have even more Stars news next on The Fan.
But first, I'd like to get you to Greystone Roofing and Construction. My gosh, the storm season in the DFW this spring was pretty ridiculous. Your roof might have taken a beating. Now's the time to get your insurance claims filed. And keep in mind, Tolo's, the roofing business in the DFW, is kind of like the Wild Wild West. It can be unpredictable, it can be chaotic and very risky. Storm chasers all over the place. You need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's gray with an E, stone-roofing.com, to see why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people. I trust them with my house and my family that needs to be protected by that roof. I trust Josh and Alexis. They are a power.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, sweet.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
No, hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bayard D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, we talked about a lot of things baseball, but we didn't talk about the most important thing baseball yesterday. We wanted to give it plenty of time, all the space that it needed. Let's talk about the Texas Rangers and Jacob freaking deGrom. Let's go with cut number 10 because Jacob deGrom was outstanding all night long.
The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Tipped into the glove of Heim. He holds on. A slider that would have been ball 4, but how can you blame Carlson for swinging at that nasty bender?
So,
I've been on a nasty bender before.
Probably less effective than this one last night,
My nasty
right?
benders look a little bit different than Jacob deGrom's at this point.
So one of the things I love, Jacob deGrom has a no-hitter going into the 8th inning. And it's always a dicey proposition, like how much wear and tear do you want to put on a pitcher's arm with the pitch count and everything like that. But it feels like it's exponentially higher with Jacob deGrom, who, he had been in the midst of a string of 81, 82 pitch outings, but he's given up no hits. He's going into the 8th. He has a conservative for a pitcher pitch count. I think it was 80, low 80s at the time. It might have actually been high 70s. So he was in a position where if he's effective, you're like, hey, he could pitch the rest of this. And
did you want him to though? Where would you have been on that? If he was making it through, he was starting to labor a little bit more.
Yeah.
He had some really nice efficient innings,
Yeah.
and then it started to be like, okay, now we're at 17, 18 in an inning.
Because he was perfect through 6. And so that 7th inning, all right, so I would have said no. But then I heard what Jacob deGrom said, and I think I've retroactively changed my mind, which makes no difference because obviously he didn't get the no-hitter. But did you hear what he said about it? He goes, man, I wanted that one. And he said that he even went to Cowser, who I believe got the hit, and he walked up to him, or he walked by him, and he was like, dang it, man, I wanted that one. And he said, look, they're major league hitters. Their job is to prevent this from happening. And he goes, I threw a fastball. I think it was a fastball. I asked when I came in. Then I kind of blanked out. But I was like, what did I throw out there? And it was a fastball. And so he got it. And so just the way he talked about, for all the amazing things Jacob deGrom has done in his career, doesn't have a no-hitter, which is actually really surprising. And
that was shocking to me.
And so he was like, I really wanted it. And so I realized in the grand scheme of what the point of the season is, it was best that it didn't happen. But when you hear him talk about how much he wanted it, I was like, yeah,
because he's a competitor. I get it. He's got a warrior spirit. That's exactly what I want from my guys out there.
For sure.
I totally understand it. But at the same time, cooler heads have to prevail. All right, let's not get too greedy here.
Okay.
Let's keep the main thing the main thing,
okay.
Jacob.
Well,
we would have won the game.
That's true. So the main thing about this game, outside of, hey, I see ya offense, I want to stick with deGrom for just a minute. So his fastball was sitting in the high 90s. He had a slider that, and this is always a big thing, we've talked about this with Tyler Malley quite a bit. It was producing repeated swinging strikes.
Yes.
All right, so not only was it a good pitch, but it was also a good pitch that A, would have been in the zone, and B, even in the zone, still forced a swing and a miss. So he gave up 1 hit to go along with the 2 walks, dropped his ERA from a 2.24 to a 2.08. But sometimes we've talked about that. Those stats can be deceiving. What are you doing right now? Well, look, he's gotten better every single month. So that is if you don't count the one start he had against Boston when he went 5, gave up no runs, and had a 0 ERA. I'm going to take that out of the equation because that really messes up my math problem here.
Yeah.
But in the month of April, 3.21 ERA. Hey, that'll work. It's not totally deGrom, but that'll work. In May, 2.08 ERA. Now in June, 1.41 ERA. So if there's any concern about him slowing down, it's actually quite the opposite. He seems like he's getting better and he's getting stronger. And we talked with Boach yesterday And he said, hey, we've already talked. Jacob knows the deal. Like, we're going to get to a point where we skip a couple starts. But he did point out that he feels like it's not so much the innings pitched as it is the pitch count.
Right.
And he feels like they've been pretty conservative. And if you look at it, he had that game against the Yankees where he went past 100. But like, it was a weird anomaly to me because at the end of May, he had 81 pitches in a start. Next start, to start off June, 81 pitches. Next start, 81 pitches. Next start, 82 pitches.
Yeah.
I was at that game, and I was really disappointed. I thought it was 81 again. And then 84, and last night, 89. So he has been in like a really consistent pitch count area that doesn't feel overly stressful. So hopefully he won't have to miss as much time as like potentially we would think with like not injury, but just resting.
Right. And I think that was the plan coming into the season. I think we all knew that at some point they were going to give him a little bit of time off. At some point in the summer, I would expect July would be a good month for that. And then...
Do you kind of not want him to be an all-star then? I know it would only probably be one inning, but like to even ramp it up for that one inning?
Yeah, I would honestly be fine with that because that won't get crazy. But I was more passionate about him not going the length last night.
Yeah.
The All-Star stuff is what it is, and he's certainly deserving of it. So I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I know one of the things that Jared was talking about last night too was coming out of the gates this year, he was not that he was bad by any means, but he was struggling a little bit more against lefties.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, and you see these lineups, they're trying to just stack lefties on him. Like, how can we gain any sort of edge here? And he's completely changed course on that, and he's been dialed.
Were you kind of hoping then that there would be like a dumb bloop single in the 5th or the 6th or something to end any hope of the perfect game or the no-hitter? Even the perfect game, the no-hitter I get, but the perfect game...
Perfect game's a different story. Perfect game is a little bit of a different story.
So had we not had 7th inning walks, do you think you would have changed your tune? And you're like, well, he's still obviously rocking along. Let's go for it.
Yes, I think for the perfect game,
okay,
that feels like a disrespect to baseball if you're going to not allow that to happen.
Right.
But the no-hitter deal, it's like, hey, let's not get too greedy on this one.
Okay.
It was tough, though. It was tough. I'm like, I'm enjoying it. I'm living and dying with every pitch. And at the same time, I'm like, when are we going to get him out of here?
Okay. So it worked out for all parties involved. And for the Rangers, we still have some good and bad news. We'll get to that in a second. Rangers went 4-2 on their road trip to the Heat Dome. I feel like you have kept us up to date on all things Heat Dome. And
it's getting spicy out there.
It really is. How excited do you think Jared is to be in the air-conditioned stadium?
I love that he tweeted out a photo of himself last night where he's he is as sweaty as you would think he just played in a game.
Yes, for sure. So 4-2 on the road trip. They're 11-6 in their last 17 games as you reach the midway point of the season. I know we're not to the All-Star game, but never forget, a big chunk of the first half of the season and part of the second half is taken up before the All-Star break. They're 40-41. All right, so quick math puts you at 80-82. That's never going to cut it. So you're obviously going to have to be at a much more blistering pace in the second half of the season. And as much as I want to believe, we've still kind of waited for that sustained like viability, because even when they rolled through Washington, Minnesota, Chicago, then you followed it up with a sweep at the hands of the Royals. And like, dang it, man, I felt like but they did win the series against the Pirates. They did win the series against Baltimore. And yesterday, an encouraging thing for me was Josh Jung. I guess I could have done it more dramatically. You know what? Let's try that more dramatically. All right, cut 15. Another positive thing from last night is the play of this man.
The 0-2 pitch hit high into the air, pretty deep right field. Carlson going back on this. He turns to look, and it's out of here. Line drive home run to right for Josh Jung. It sails over all the bullpen, the tart people out there in right over the 373 marker for Jung. His 8th home run this year. He's driven in all 3, and the Rangers are up 3-0.
Look, do I hope that there's a short video in the next couple days called Tarp People?
That's a great call.
And like they just show somebody like just rising up when the tarp is over them. Yes, I do hope that happens. But That was important for Josh Jung, I think, for a variety of reasons. First of all, he got it on an 0-2 pitch with 2 outs. So, that's a disadvantageous situation to begin with. How many games do you think it had been since Josh Jung hit a home run?
I actually know the answer to this, and I was jarred.
Jacob, how many games do you think it had been since Josh Jung hit a home run?
37.
32! And if we're talking about deGrom getting better and better and better, Josh Jung, he was at a solid, if not spectacular run in April and May. He has been dreadful in the month of June. 171 batting average, and if you're like, that's an outdated stat, give me the OPS, 472.
Hey, just to be fair, it's not so outdated that 171 can be anything other than that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, maybe every hit you have was a home run, and your OPS is like 812, and you're like, I don't care then. That's fine.
But you had just presented us the 32-game dong drought that he had been on.
Yeah, exactly. So clearly that was not the case. And this is probably concerning. And then the fact that he got another hit. He just hasn't been getting on base. So it's not like a Corey Seager deal where we talked about the hits aren't there, but he's gotten a string of walks. 4 walks this month as opposed to 19 strikeouts. So he needed this game. Will this be the springboard to something? I don't know, because he had 2 hits the night before as well. You hope so.
Yes.
But this month of June has perhaps led you to believe that won't be the case. And here's something I really want people to think about. He has 4 multi-hit games this month and has a total of 13 hits. So in those multi-hit games, he has 9 hits. In every other game combined this month, he has 4.
That's crazy, man. What a frustrating game.
Exactly. So I would love to tell you Josh Jung's going to start rolling. In your face, Seattle. Here we come. But I just don't know if that is a fair way to put it.
Do you think Brett Boone just tells him to start aiming for the tarp people moving forward? It's like, that's your bullseye.
I would like more discussion about tarp people.
I just want to talk.
Do they live rolled up in the thing? Or I don't know. Now,
their own little village.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we're trying to make you smile because I do have some bad news. I was trying to slow play the bad news.
All right.
Wyatt Langford has left side tightness again. He will be examined when the Rangers return to Texas, so obviously that is probably happening right now. Bochy didn't rule out an IL stint, but he didn't say it was imminent. But this is something that you've seen. He's had a couple of oblique issues already this year.
Yeah.
And you just don't want to see that.
No, you don't. And we were wondering in the G-Bag Nation, at what point do you maybe have too much muscle on your body?
I'll never know.
Is there a fine line for a guy who has to swing and there's just so much torque? He's tightly wound. I don't know. But we've seen Adolis Garcia go through some of this. But here was the problem. We also saw Nathaniel Lowe last year go through it. So that kind of debunks things.
I'm going to go with the old wrestling adage. He has muscles in places most people don't even have places.
Wow.
And so, maybe that's the case. Because look, Wyatt Langford's having a disappointing season.
He sure is.
All right, he's not having a bad season, especially compared to some of the players that we've talked about. But you thought you would see an upward trajectory this year, and even that hasn't been the case. He's been fine this year. He's been somewhat equivalent to last year, although he is down in a few key categories, and he's another person that has struggled the last couple of months. So I don't want to just make it sound like everything else has been going great. Josh Jung has been struggling. Wyatt Langford's been struggling for a minute, and he had a really hot start to kind of help propel this offense early.
Yeah. The Langford stuff is, I don't know that it's being talked about enough, honestly. Because under 700 OPS, under 630 OPS since April 24th.
Yes.
A K percentage of just under 30%.
And I know the logical follow-up is going to be, he's 23. I get that, and I'm not here to argue that. But it's the same thing that we talk about all the time with football. You would love to see some dominant years when you're paying these players very little compared to their actual market value.
Right.
I have no doubt that when Wyatt Langford gets to be a free agent, he'll be at the point where you're like, oh my God, we have to pay him so much money. Or at least hopefully, because that means he's been really good. You would love to see the competitive advantage that comes along with getting those players at that level when they're still not making a lot of money.
Yes, this is the time. This is how you capitalize, and this is how you go on epic runs when you're paying pennies on the dollar and getting a great return.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's that time of day. It's time for the Erection.
Yes, sir. NBA Draft Edition featuring the most surprising draft pick in NBA history. That's next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your...
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric, I have a bit of a conundrum.
Oh, no.
Because I don't want to infringe on your time.
Dude, my time is your time. I'm literally I'm at your house right now. I'm in your office.
But every now and again, you get fan texts that are so shockingly inaccurate.
Yeah.
That you want to address them on the air.
A lot of ball sack reports out there, and that includes the fan text.
Yeah. And so, do you think I should just get over the conversation that includes all kinds of assumptions and generalizations and puts out the idea that we as a station or us as a show are being racist by talking about the problems people have with Nico Harrison, even though I will point out I was not at the Mavs draft party last night where people started chanting "Fire Nico"?
That did happen, yes.
Or do you think we should address all the factual inaccuracies, especially when that person texted back with a whole bunch of inaccuracies again and said no response needed?
I think you should go line by line.
I mean, I can.
I'm ready for it.
All right.
This guy is hilarious, man.
In
the sense that he's awful.
It bothers me because I think this is really what this person thinks. And like, I don't, like, I am also the person who said, how many coaches does Jim Nill get to pick before his job is questioned? And everyone's like, you fool, you simmer down and be quiet. And like, Jim Nill is white.
Did you know that, Jacob?
I think I knew that, yeah.
We need to confirm this before you just start saying stuff.
Okay, I don't know, but like, so I don't, okay, you know what? You convince me.
Google Images does confirm Jim Nill to be white.
Okay. So this goes back to, and I actually, you know what? I really do want to have a conversation about this. All right, from the 682, and I apologize. I know you have a lot of great stuff.
Don't you apologize to me.
For the 682, this is really becoming a racial conversation. I wonder if all white people are mad about Luka or if it is just you white people. Does it make any difference that he got replaced by a white player? If it was just a racial issue, then why wouldn't we all be happy that we drafted another white person?
Yeah, we would all have the huge collective sigh of relief that we replaced our white guy with another white guy.
Yes! And like, that is the first thing that bothers me. I have said time and time and time again that when the Mavericks moved up in the draft lottery, my initial thought was, oh my gosh, we can go get Trey Johnson. He's not white. But then, of course, we got the number one pick, and I was like, oh man. And then from the 682, are you still going at Jerry Jones for threatening your jobs on air, or did you bow down and lick his boots? I don't know if you've ever heard the show, including the show the day after. All the time. And I talk about how they make poor decisions. I hate the way they manage the salary cap. I've gotten into it with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. They've sworn at us, hung up the phone. So I don't know how to go any further.
You have one of the all-time great monologues in station history that was hammering against the Joneses.
Yes! And then, but it says, by the way, I'm this person. Says they're black, same as Nico, and no one that you know that he knows or she is bothered by this. I think we all know why. But you know what? The insinuation there as well is that it's a racial thing. So I guess that discounts all the commentators on all of the major media networks who were all different races who said this was the most shocking trade in NBA history and one of the most imbalanced in NBA history. All right? And he said, let it go and become adults again if that's even possible. All right. So I'm going to jump ahead. And somebody said they're trolling me, and they might be, but I don't think so because of this next part. And I responded with the response, essentially. I just told you. Point is, not all fans are Luka Doncic fans, and not all Mavericks fans feel how your show projects public opinion. We have talked about the alternative time and again. We talked about it yesterday. If there are Mavs fans who are like, I was always a Mavs fan, Luka or no, versus the people that were Luka fans, and they're like, I took a break from the Mavericks. Why don't you take, you dismiss solid fan texts as Nico burner accounts. Absolutely, I do not do that. Never have. And you don't take phone calls that would push back on this nonsense, both of which are childish behavior exemplified. All right, so our show in particular just doesn't take a whole lot of phone calls just because we've had a whole lot of issues with people swearing, including Jerry Jones. So with the fan text, at least if you see a curse word, you can edit it. And then said, Randy Galloway never carried himself in this manner. Are you freaking kidding me? Randy Galloway was public enemy number one if it came to bashing the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones. There's nothing wrong with that. When somebody makes a mistake, it's okay to have the conversation that they made a mistake. This person continues. And then the level of smugness and disdain you speak with is repulsive. I will admit to the smugness part. That is an issue of my life. This is just the way I talk. I cannot tell you how many times it's gotten me in trouble for somebody thinking that I was being sarcastic when I was actually trying to echo a positive sentiment. We continue. So I concede that point. Fair. Do you need someone who looks like you to resonate with and cheer for that bad? I'm just going to speak for me, just myself personally. Every single person who said they don't even care if the Mavericks, let's say we wouldn't have had injuries and the Mavericks would have won the title this year. There were lots of people who were like, I didn't even care. Like I wouldn't even root for it. I was like, that's crazy. Because first of all, if the Mavericks would have won this year, or if they win next year, or the year after that, it proves to me, assuming the Lakers don't, that Nico was right. And like I have said that time and again, if they win with Anthony Davis leading the charge and Luka does not win with the Lakers, it proves that Nico was right. I've said that again and again and again. One sports reporter, and I'm sure you know who he is, even went so far as to ask the Mavericks CEO if Nico is the right man for the job in the future. You're kidding me. A sports reporter asked if somebody is doing their job well? Again, we literally asked Jerry Jones why there are no repercussions to his struggles as a general manager and why he won't fire himself to his face. Well, I guess over the phone. But if he could come in studio all the time, that would be freaking phenomenal. It really, really would. And then the part that ended it, no response needed. And that's the part that bothered me the most and why we're bringing this to air. And I'm sorry for taking up your time again. Because
one Blue Chew away and that erection is back.
Because I thought that we were going to have a conversation. Like I responded to that person thinking that we were going to have a conversation, and they just responded and with their thoughts and said, don't respond. So we're not going to have a conversation. And so I just wanted to give you my side of the conversation that could not all be fit in a text. Plus you said you didn't want to hear back from me. And it just, I hate that so much because somebody was asking the other day and said that I think Jokic is better than Giannis because he's white. And I'm just like, it's the MVPs. Giannis won the MVP and led his team to a championship because he was better at the time. Not because he was black, because he was better.
Thank you.
Jokic led his team to a title, not because he was white, but because he became the best player in the world. Do I hope that Anthony Davis brings it back together and is the best player in the world? Hell yeah, because he plays for my team. I care about my teams, and I want them to win. I love Kyrie Irving. I bought a special pair of Kyrie 4s that have Duke colors and wore them to Cameron Indoor Stadium because I thought the shoes were freaking fire and because Kyrie is awesome.
And that doesn't even include the Kyrie undies that you bought as well.
That's right.
Those boxers are badass, dude.
See? Yeah.
That's what I get for knocking on Hagee's door when we go to Oxnard late at night in the hotel room, and he's in his skivvies, and Kyrie's right there on the front.
If you're tired of hearing about the Luka trade, I get it. I do. But I'm also, I moved on. I'm Team Mavericks. But we talk about the things that people want to talk about. And when you talk about twisting public opinion, that doesn't help us out at all. All right? This is a ratings-based station. If I wanted to do my own show of all my own, just like I want to talk about this weird niche college basketball game in January, what a ratings disaster that would be.
Oh, so now you're rate baiting.
Jeez. But we talk about the things that people want to talk about. And if you think Nico made the right trade, right on. And that's totally fair. But that is not the public opinion. And that's not because of the people I just hang out with. I'm saying social media, people that interact with this show, and the people I run across in day-to-day life. That is the consensus. That doesn't mean everybody, but that's the consensus. So I hate the idea that we're trying to twist the public narrative. My public narrative is if the Mavericks win, Nico was right. And I hope he holds a press conference that it says, I told you. I told all of you.
Don't worry, he will.
He should. As he should. So anyways, I really took up pretty much all of your time just to respond to that person.
It's fine.
Just because I really hate that idea that somebody feels that way and does not want to listen to anything to the contrary. Or even your explanation. That person didn't even want to hear my explanation. They're like, no, I made up my mind. You're done. And I mean, that's okay. I guess not everybody can like you or the content you do or whatever, but I hate the idea that that is what this person is taken away from this conversation.
Can I say something without offending you?
Hopefully. But you've played some audio that makes me nervous.
I don't know if I would like it if my basketball team looked exactly like you. If my entire team was just 100% looked like you.
0-82.
I would wonder how many games would we...
Hold on. Do you mean me specifically or white people?
I was saying you specifically.
0-82, easy. 0-80. Yeah, we'd be like the fat dude from Teen Wolf. Hey,
he had a great arm.
Yeah, I need a Teen Wolf to pass the ball to. All right? I'm not even the first person there and the last person leaving. I don't even have that lunchbox mentality. We're going 0-82. So
hey, we're tanking for the next Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. And God knows. I hope he's not white.
Hey, can we stop the race conversation and talk about the Chinese Jokic that got drafted last night?
Okay, because he did go middle first round, right?
Yes, he was supposed to go tomorrow when they don't have any more drafting rounds and they just start signing people. But shout out to the Blazers for just doing, zigging when others are willing to zag.
Hey, they saw that Taco Bell commercial when Jokic got drafted.
On the cheese pull on that. The cheese pull on those commercials. How do they come up with that? That's not I've seen great in real life cheese pulls. The commercial cheese pulls, that's like CGI at its finest.
True. It was as good as Jokic would become. Yes, they're like, this is how good he'll be at basketball. And by the way, I still have that same text open and saved if that person wants to respond. All right. I want to give them a platform if they want to continue this conversation. For everybody else listening, I apologize for taking up your time and I appreciate your support or tolerance.
You're forgiven.
Thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, theoretically, it's Gridiron Gravy. Or maybe Eric takes his time back. We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
But
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This would normally be the spot where we do Gridiron Gravy. We're going to move that about an hour because Eric has demanded his time, and we are going to give it to him. Well, that's probably not the way I want to say that. We're going to allow him this segment. No.
I consent.
Nope. You're married, and so am I. I should have said that first.
Hey, you're flustered right now.
Not my day.
The rough start to a segment.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jacob. Almost as bad as my Rhino Shield commercial from earlier. Really, Rhino Shield was tremendous. 25-year warranty. All right, go check them out. RhinoShieldTX.com. Sure. All right, Eric, take it away.
All right, we start with the stat of the day, ladies and gentlemen. How many years has it been since the University of North Carolina has produced a top 5 pick?
Okay, so I know it happened in at least, I think it was like 95. I feel like I probably should know because Hansbrough didn't go in the top 5. I don't have a good answer for you. I hope it's a long time or else I'll look like more of a goof.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time. It's been 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
How about this? When's the last time a Tar Heel was an all-star in the NBA?
Oh, dear. Man, I thought you were going to ask the number 1 pick, and I was like, oh, James Worthy. He went number 1. I don't know. How long?
Well, 2007, and that would be Vince Carter. That's the last time the Tar Heels have had an NBA all-star representative. That is crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, the best UNC player today is perhaps Kobe White.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot better.
And he's good.
Yeah,
hey, solid. But, man, for the Tar Heel standard, that seems a little bit crazy. Cam Johnson, Harrison Barnes. I mean, I don't even know. It's a wild run on a night where Duke is getting plenty of top 10 love and, of course, number 1 overall love. And UNC's on the other side of that.
For the record, I want to point out, I think that's one of Jared Sandler's basic issues with Duke basketball. Like, besides the fact that they get a lot of attention and stuff, he's like, oh, wow, what an amazing achievement you had in the tournament with all these future NBA players. And so, like, I think that's one of his issues. And so, like, the fact that they had 3 top 10 players and didn't win the title, I definitely think feeds in his idea of, hey, good for you.
Yeah, I get that. Now, we did mention briefly Chinese Jokic. Hansen Yang, he was picked at 16 for Portland. One NBA front office member texted Brett Siegel and said, quote, that is the wildest pick I've ever seen.
Ever?
Those jobs up there are on the line. So Portland is feeling it, right? They're feeling it big time right now. They did some level of a reach. Now, this dude, when you watch the highlights, you're like, you can see that there's some skill to the big. He's like 7'2", huge guy.
And look, even if you don't know if they have the skill set yet, the allure of the human that is that giant is too hard to pass in basketball. I also think in volleyball, I would be like, hey, just set that side up, set that outside hitter up, and woo, here we go.
100%. 7'2", 16 points, 11 rebounds for the Qingdao Eagles this past season.
I have to admit, I'm not familiar with that team.
It's all right. I'm not either. You're more of a Guangdong Tiger guy, aren't you?
I am thinking that's a real team, but I have to admit, I don't know that team either. I'm sorry.
The craziest thing about all of this is that someone is alleging that is the wildest pick that they have ever seen.
That is pretty crazy.
Especially when you consider that
Anthony Bennett went number 1.
Well, there's that, and then you also had this broadcaster get drafted last night.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here. This is a young man.
Wow.
He's not that young. I believe he's like 60 years old. Colin Cowherd becomes trend. I heard this in real time, and I don't have like the rewind feature. And so I'm like, crap, did I hear what I think I just heard?
Yeah.
And then moments later, scrolling Twitter, I realized, okay, I did hear what I thought I heard, as Malika Andrews just had, and that's a crazy job in real time. You're navigating names and things are popping up. There's not much.
Well, that catches your attention.
Yeah, it catches your attention. So, but yeah, she unfortunately said Colin Cowherd was being drafted to the Portland Trailblazers at number 11 overall, which I still think is crazier than Hansen Yang going at 16. But
okay, what do you think is crazier? That? Can I throw one more? Did you know that one time the great Randy Galloway said, whatever the Mavericks do on draft night, they should not take Michael Jordan?
Wow.
It's a true thing.
You could clip that and really do some damning things to Hagee moving forward here, Jacob.
I would not have been old enough to understand.
If you're that kind of guy.
Yeah. That was a real big Sam Bowie guy. I was like, forget Olajuwon and Jordan. This guy, Sam right here, is going to take over.
So, Colin Cowherd apparently drafted. It was actually Cedric Coward, which is an unfortunate last name.
Yeah.
Your last name is literally Coward.
Does that make him bolder and more aggressive to work against that ideal?
I would think that, I would have probably, and I'm sure he has, thought through some level of a last name change. But once you get drafted into the NBA, you are what you are now.
Sure.
So you were a coward when you got here. You will be a coward forever.
Yeah.
Now, we also have in February a bettor at BetMGM wagered $7 on the Mavericks of Dallas to draft Cooper Flagg.
In February?
Yes.
Oh, what kind of odds did that person get?
Plus 50,000.
Okay, so that's 500 to 1.
$7. Can you do the math? He bet $7.
$3,500.
$3,500.
That's man.
Hey, that's a nice.
Holy cow!
That's a nice little upgrade there.
Let me ask you a
on
question.
the direct deposit
For you, Jacob, everyone listening, do you ever make the mistake of making some of these? Obviously that was a genius bet, but like ridiculous parlays or whatever, and let yourself get carried away for half a second about what happens if you hit, knowing that full well you're probably not going to. But do you ever give yourself a second to be like, whoa, $27,000? That's a lot. What can I do with that?
100%. It's enticing. It's fun. Just laying out crazy parlays is a great time. Our buddy Jake has a fantastic gambling segment.
Yeah, he does.
On Fan After Dark.
I'll tell you what. I find a bunch of bets that I'm like, there's no way this doesn't hit, and then the game's 2 minutes in, and I start to realize I'm like, okay, I can see how this is not going to hit, and that's usually when the time of regret happens.
That's all it takes. 2 minutes in, because one of the legs on your parlay was the first scorer, and that just went out the window in the first 10 seconds.
Like, no way Aaron Judge doesn't get a hit, and then they walk him in 4 pitches his first at bat. It's like, okay, I see a way how he doesn't get a hit now.
All right. Do you ever do the thing where it's a prepackaged parlay and you love the odds so much, then you realize, man, one of those bets in there, I am not educated enough on this particular individual or sport to have pulled the trigger on that?
100%, dude. College football.
Me too.
College football can get weird on you.
Yeah.
I just heard about this school, and I'm going to bet on them now.
Yes.
This is pretty wild. Dylan Harper, San Antonio Spur.
Yes.
Of course, his dad, Ron Harper. Ron Harper made $35 million in his career.
He would knock someone's ass to the ground, too.
I think he still would.
I could see that.
His son, Dylan, now will be making $56 million just simply on his rookie contract. So even if he goes full Anthony Bennett and is just out of the league in the blink of an eye, he will make more money than his dad made in his entire respectable career.
Am I supposed to pretend that's why you brought him up?
No, we also got to address Coach Mom for Harper.
I knew that's why this really came up.
She was going viral for being such an incredible mom last night. She was just there for her child in a way that you would hope every mom would be.
Sure.
You could clearly see how much she cares about her role as a mom and nurturing a boy to become a man. And a man that's going to be living in a world where there's going to be a lot of dollars and things thrown at him. That could be a tough thing to manage at such a young age. And you could just see, watching the draft last night, how impressive she is as...
Let me pause you right there.
A mom and a coach.
Let me pause you. Jacob, he just thought that she was really attractive, right?
Yeah, I did too.
Oh.
She was an assistant coach. Jacob, is that what you said?
What?
You're a fan?
Oh, big fan, yeah.
I'm not disputing all the things you said are true.
It's the first time in NBA history a player's been drafted and his mom was his assistant coach.
Yeah.
That is pretty awesome.
She's a talented individual. So is whoever that Colin Murray Boyles. I know his girlfriend was getting some love too. South Carolina basketball player as well.
Do you want to play that audio?
Glad you brought that up. Do we have that audio?
Ooh.
I don't even know if there's really audio with the...
Yeah.
It was like a lip reading thing.
Yeah, oh, you can hear it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah,
you
but
can
like,
hear it.
Do you have the audio?
I don't have it, no.
Okay, because it's tough because you just hear the beep and you're like, well, what was it? It very much sounded like he said the F word when he found out where he got drafted.
Well, it was obvious when you look at the lip reading aspect of this. As soon as he gets announced to Toronto, you see just an F-bomb fly from his mouth. And so everybody's like, wow, he clearly doesn't want to be there. He's claiming it was a happy F. Okay, so there's different levels of F.
Absolutely.
That's kind of the beauty of the F. Is
let's
the
F and go is one of my go-to phrases.
The versatility of the F is real. He's claiming it was a happy F, not a, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to live in Toronto F.
Okay.
So he claims disbelief, and he says Toronto was probably the first team that I actually worked out for. What I said was not a bad thing. I'm actually very thankful. It's surreal. It was just a crazy moment. So that F was not an indictment on all of Toronto and the Raptors organization.
How much would you have loved it too if he dove into tariff situations? He's like, "It's the tariffs I'm really nervous about."
Here's the reason why that
on
F
draft
came
night,
out.
like he's really worried about like the political relations between Canada and the United States. F is the most versatile word we have, right? Like in all of language.
I can't fathom there being a more versatile word than F.
Yeah, I'm with you. Maybe 2. 2 has so many different variations, and you could probably use it in a lot of different ways. But I feel like F can be noun, somehow verb, adjective.
Yes.
Oh, it could definitely be a noun. Look at that F over there.
It can connote every single emotion that a human being could have.
It can. It really can. Well, that was an excellent addition. I'm glad that you took my segment, and rightfully so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could the Cowboys have 2 all-rookie players this season? Plus, we will talk with former Rangers pitcher, philanthropist, and frequent 105.3 The Fan guest, Derek Holland. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
women's gym. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we want to check in with former Texas Rangers pitcher, philanthropy superstar, and frequent visitor to 105.3 The Fan. It is Derek Holland. Howdy, howdy, sir.
What's going on? I just listened to that last segment, and I just want to say, what the F is Bobby trying to do with our chemistry that we have? That's something you were talking about how to use that F word, and that was it right there. What the F is he doing?
Then I am obligated to tell you that I think Bobby is effing great, and he is very clever, and I think he's the best.
Just a good all-around guy.
Yeah, he's great.
You know, with you trying to butter him up, he can't give you a promotion or anything, right?
That is fair. He's not your boss, Hagee.
I don't know, man. He has a lot of jobs. I believe he has the ability to move up the corporate ladder and make things happen. All right.
You say so.
Okay. What is your excitement level? Because we've been talking about it a lot today. What is your excitement level about Cooper Flagg? Or did you kind of peak out with excitement like a month and a half ago?
Well, I'm very excited to see what the Mavs are doing after, obviously the heartbreak that we had last year. I saw some people post at the shutout to the Mavs fan base that they have out there. Somebody put out, we got to stop with the fire Nico chants. We can't give Flagg that negativity. That stuff that's past. We got to move forward. Let's build around him. Let's give him the love that he deserves. As he's now the new guy, and we need to make him feel welcome and feel comfortable. We get what's happened in the past, but we've got a nice little superstar in the making with us now. So let's embrace that. Let's stay behind him and the rest of the team as well.
By the way, you're also an avid Stars fan. Are you excited about Jamie Benn coming back? 1 year, $1 million, has the potential to make up to $4 million with incentives.
Yeah, I'm excited for Jamie. He's been a great friend to me. He's been somebody that, we grew up basically together with these organizations, whether it's the Rangers and the Stars, is just being able to watch each other's careers and what he's done, being able to be the captain. I mean, that's the guy you want to have around, and to be able to see, too, that he's been a Dallas Star. He hasn't gone anywhere else. His loyalty's here. He cares about this fan base. He cares about this team. I think getting him back, and hopefully we can take care of business and get us a cup. That's what we need to do so we can send him out the right way.
Okay, well, since you just said that, can you describe to people who, maybe they don't know or maybe they think they know, how much do the Dallas Stars mean to Jamie Benn?
It means a lot to him. Anybody that's played for one organization their whole career, you look at somebody like Dirk, for instance, those guys are so loyal to this fan base, and they want to do everything they can to represent not only the city of Dallas, but the organization, the Stars, and they want to help to get the ultimate goal, and that's to win the cup.
Love it. Now, obviously, we like talking to you for any reason, but one of the things that we really wanted to point people's attention to is change the game. Derek Holland's 60 Feet 6 Foundation. You guys got your golf tournament coming up on Monday at Diamond Oaks Country Club in Fort Worth. For people who don't know, hopefully they do by now, but for people who don't know, why did you start this foundation and what do y'all do?
Man, I got taught from two of the best guys that I got to play with Ian Kinsler and Michael Jung. They showed the way for me when I was a rookie of what it takes to not only the baseball side of things, but how to do things in the community and help those that are going through the tough times. And I got introduced to a kid by the name of Brixberry, and that's where it all started for me, was being able to see what these kids go through and being able to be that light for them. That's what it's all about, is how can I give them that moment to show that there's more than just one person or their family that's involved that wants to be there for them, that's pulling for them. So every time I would go to a hospital, whether it's dressing up in superhero stuff like Batman or whatever, it's a getaway for them and letting them know that there's more than just a family that cares about them. And we want to give them that opportunity so that there is no doubt. They continue to believe in themselves. They continue to believe that all these people are behind them and know that we care about them. And we want them to be able to enjoy their lives, because no kid should be dealing with these issues or being in hospitals like this.
So, Derek, that means I could show up to Diamond Oaks Country Club in Fort Worth on Monday and come soak in the scenes, even if I'm not golfing? Am I allowed to do that?
You are more than welcome to. That's what we encourage. We'd like to get people out there just to be able to raise awareness. That's what it's all about. I am going to bring out a little girl by the name of Ariana. She's dealing with brain cancer, and so 2 years ago, she got to shave my head because of what she was going through. She had lost her hair. She was going through all that, and then we had found out that day, too, that she was in remission. And so we got to celebrate with everybody, and it was probably one of those things, letting her see all those people celebrating and cheering for her and being behind her. And then, unfortunately, now things have taken a turn for the worse. The cancer has come back, and again, we're in this fight with her, and that's what she needs to see. And I want her to know that we all care about her. We love her. We want her to be good and continue to keep this fight and know that we're there with her every step of the way, because that's what it's all about, is being able to come together as one and showing these kids that we care about them. And I want Ariana to know what we as a community mean to her.
Well, amen to that, man. I cannot wait to get out there. I cannot wait to meet her, hang out with you, and soak it all in. As I'm also pumped with the coaching news. This is pretty incredible. The pitching coach for UT Dallas, Derek Holland. Coach Holland. That's got a nice ring to it. I'm curious, Derek, who are you? What's your coach comp? We talk about player comps all the time.
Oh, yeah.
What's your coach style?
Well, I was going to try to our ball. I was going to go buy a kid a cheeseburger, and then I found out you can't do that. So I have to figure out a new approach. I do want that winning atmosphere, like Michigan, that national championship. That's what I'm trying to bring to the table. I want these kids to, I'm trying to help them get to the next level. That's the ultimate goal. I'm no longer a player. I'm a coach. And it's now help these kids to be successful. As somebody who's been there, the experience is there, I want to be able to teach them the ways so that they can get there. My ultimate goal is, you come to my school, we're going to get you out of here. The ultimate prize is to get you drafted. But at the same time, we also want to get you to go to where you want to go to school at, get your schooling paid for, help you to be successful, take care of your parents, take care of your family, and just live out the dream that you dream about.
Is it still Coach Shoemake there?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
And you'll be channeling some level of Coach Ballsack from time to time, obviously.
Oh, that's a fact. And, it's funny, too, you're saying Coach Holland has a ring to it. A lot of the kids that I've already been talking to that are on the team already call me Coach Dutch. So I kind of like that one. That one's got a big ring to it, too.
You're right. Yeah, Coach Dutch is even better. Maybe even, Coach Hallsack from time to, I don't know. I'm just really spitballing.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good. So where do people go if they want to learn more about the tournament or the charity or the cause or anything like that?
So you can check it out on 60feet6.org, or you can go to the Instagram page of 60feet6. It's also on X as well, so you can find everything out there. I'm going to be posting more stuff. If you follow me on any social media platform, you'll see that that's out there as well. We're going to have a long drive champion coming out that's going to play with us. He's actually called the original Happy Gilmore. So it's going to be quite interesting to see the excitement. I do want to shout out DeMarcus Ware is going to be there. Colby Lewis will be there. Elvis, who's going to be freshly inducted to the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame, will be there. So we're going to have quite the list of guys coming out and helping out. You got some former Mavs. You're going to have Devin Harris will be there as well. So we've got a solid group of guys that's there to help us make a difference.
And then I just wanted to shout you out as well. I know this is for your personal charity. Over the years, you've been super helpful with My Possibilities and Peace-a-thon again and again and again. So I know you're a charitable fella who doesn't always seek the attention, but I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you.
Well, that's what it's all about. I have the platform that I got to use, and I like being able to spread the word and helping as much as I possibly can. You see how my personality is, and I know I got criticized for it, but at the end of the day, it's still paying off being who I am, being true to myself, and helping those that are going through tough times.
And we saved the most important question for Eric.
Yeah, I don't want to get too bogged down with the serious stuff or whatever, and this is obviously a hard-hitting question, but Derek, if you had one sauce for the rest of your life to dip chicken tenders in, what would that sauce be?
So that's the thing. I missed your whole bracket thing, so I'm very upset as I was
coming up at 122. 122.
Okay, good. Then I will make sure I hear that. I did like, Eric, you brought this up, the gravy from Whataburger with the chicken tendies. That's fantastic. I like to do a combo of ranch and barbecue sauce mixed together and go from there.
Little ranch-a-Q.
Oh, I love that answer. Oh, man, tremendous. Well, thank you very much, good sir. 60feet6.org. The tournament this Monday at the Diamond Oaks Country Club in Fort Worth, 5821 Diamond Oaks Drive. It's from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you want to contribute, want to learn about the cause, want to show up, please help out. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And I hate that you let Bobby influence the short interview, but you know what? I think what I can get from you guys, just remember, you're my favorite show.
Oh, love you. Thank you very much. There's Derek Holland right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I did see some people texting in. They're right. I am in fear of Bobby's skills and creativity. Absolutely. I don't even want to deny that.
As somebody who's been a victim of Bobby's slander and malice, I'm here to tell you, you should be fearful.
Now, Eric, you whispered or mouthed ask about the sauce.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying something about the Stars, and I thought maybe they had hired their new coach. Because look, there's been buzz about it. Is Bob Stouffer from the TV dinners and Oilers Now said that the Oilers had granted Stars permission to interview Glenn Gulletson, a previous head coach with the Stars, and the general thinking is that it's down to Gulletson or Neil Graham for the Stars head coaching job. So when you said that, I thought you were trying to be like, hey, we got Stars news. And I was like, oh, man, did we pick a coach? And that's why I turned off my mic and you go, yeah, ask about the sauce.
Way more important. It's the sauce.
Like, oh, okay. So, yes, I really did think perhaps we would have a coaching decision made, but it feels like that is imminent. By the way, a lot of things happening in the NHL right now. Did you see the bold decision that looks like they're going to make? That they're going to extend the season by 2 more games to 84 games?
What is Bettman doing? Buttman, I think actually makes more sense.
So it's interesting that the feedback hockey has gotten as a whole is we need more regular season games. That's what they've taken away from this.
That
Not
is
how
so stupid.
Not how everybody thinks playoff hockey is the greatest thing in the world. They're like, what if 2 more regular season games? Because then we'll really find out who deserves to be the number 1 seed, or C1 as it is now. You're not even the real number 1 seed anymore.
The
So
sport was 2 games away from being just awesome.
yeah, now they're going to figure it out. And one more thing, because I wanted to go back to this. I saw this, I think it was on Bleacher Report, about the trade packages for Jason Robertson. And they threw out the Los Angeles Kings, the New York Rangers, the Detroit Red Wings, the Calgary Flames, and the Carolina Hurricanes. So those are the 5 teams. And we don't necessarily have time to dive into each trade package, but I wanted to point out each hypothetical trade package came with a first-round pick. So I don't know, at a time when the Stars have actually had to trade away quite a few draft picks for their team, and I get it, feels like they made a lot of solid moves. Does that spark your interest at all, knowing that every single trade package that's hypothesized here starts with a first-round pick and then adds players from there?
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. I think that has to be a part of the situation. As you mentioned, they've moved on from plenty of their picks recently. So
would that at least have you listen?
Totally,
yeah. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm in on the idea of Robertson needing to move, but I'm not just trying to give him away. I think a first-round pick, obviously, plus some other things, I'm down for that. I think that could make plenty of sense.
Yeah, so just something to keep an eye out on. I still think Philadelphia would probably be another team that was interested, but if they all start with a first-round pick and go from there, I wonder if the Stars would just be a little bit more inclined to listen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, I feel like we got to do some of our giveaways. Let's cram it into the Expressway next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, so I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Stepping up, sidearm sling. He's got a connection. There goes Montgomery, who lost the football, and the Cowboys have it. It's Parsons on top of it. Micah Parsons on the move, and Micah Parsons is in.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We move into the Expressway. We're going to do a little NFL overreaction or reality, but I feel like maybe it's about that time.
Let's give something away.
Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053, will win a pair of tickets to go see Dermot Kennedy at the Majestic Theater on October 16th. You can, of course, go buy tickets, or you can win them right now for free. Caller number 10, Dermot Kennedy, 877-881-1053. In the meantime, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And don't forget, we still got an AEW ticket giveaway that we will do in this show. Are you ready, Eric, for overreaction or reality?
My body is ready.
Okay.
The question is Jacobs?
He might need a second.
That's true. Forgot about the
always ready.
Yeah, okay, fair. But he's also answering your lovely calls.
He's jaking your calls right
giveaway. Overreaction or reality? TJ Watt on the Commanders would terrify you.
Ooh.
So there's an article out talking about the best fits for players who were not at mandatory minicamp and stuff like that. So you know the talent, you hear the name, you know the coordinator, or I guess the head coach, but like you know his defensive prowess. Overreaction or reality? TJ Watt on the Commanders would terrify you.
Well, first it would make me sick because we all know he should have just been a Cowboy from day one, and the idea that he would be in the division with not a star on his helmet would be frustrating.
Right.
But yes, that would be very terrifying. I will say, according to my sources, we have nothing to worry about in terms of TJ Watt not being a Steeler.
Okay.
That's like one of those guys that is just like they're going to have a statue of him or something. They just absolutely love him. They're going to get it figured out. But in this hypothetical, yes, that would probably put it over the top for me to say the Commanders win the division.
Do you think there would also be a party in Waxahachie at Worth Collecting where the biggest Washington fan I know owns and runs that card shop?
Oh my gosh. That would be electric. That would be like when we found out that we won the lottery for the Mavs.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's what it would feel like for those guys.
I let some kids smash my sunglasses because of that.
I remember that story.
It was weird. How we got there was weird. NFL overreaction or reality? Joe Burrow will be named the NFL MVP. We've seen that the Bengals still don't really care to get their defensive issues locked down. He'll put up mind-boggling stats once again, and this time people will be like, what are we even doing? Last year, 4,900 yards passing, 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Or do you think the fact that his team could have a mediocre record would destroy his possibility?
Yeah, that's what I would go with. I mean, man, it is hard to beat 70% completion, basically 5,000 yards, 43 touchdowns, and single-digit interceptions. That right there, just the idea that he could even do that again, QBR 75, that alone is going to be difficult. But again, that defense I still think is so bad that it'll prevent them. There's some level of winning that you have to do in order to win the MVP. And it won't be because of Joe Burrow that they don't win enough games for him to sort of qualify. But yeah, I don't see that defense being good enough for them to be able to be a playoff team Thus, no MVP for Joseph Lee Burrow.
Now, we've decided we might let Jacob answer this question. NFL overreaction or reality? The Philadelphia Eagles will be the first team to repeat as NFC East champions in 21 years.
Wow. I believe in streaks like this. Something is not going to go as well for them. I think the first one is just the idea that Saquon Barkley, who meant so much to that offense, the idea that he's going to be that productive and that healthy again, I just don't see it happening. A lot of this has to do with my affinity for Jaden Daniels as well.
Okay.
And of course, there's an outside chance that the Cowboys find a way to put it all together. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that the Eagles don't win the division.
Ooh. See, I'm right there with Eric. I'm going to say overreaction. My big question is, we saw after they lost the Super Bowl, in the middle of that season, that team imploded. So I'm curious as to how long this honeymoon period is going to end or going to last until Nick Sirianni and all his players start getting into it again, and we got a bunch of drama on that team. So
right.
I'm going to say overreaction.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality? The Raiders will have a better record this season than the Jets. I decided to pick two fairly run-of-the-mill, perhaps bottom-feeding teams, but the Jets had a better record than the Raiders this year. So I say flip it. This year, Raiders will have a better record than the Jets.
Wow, that's a really good one. That's
kind of depressing too, right?
It is. Even though I think you have both teams sort of on the up and up, I would say, but probably more so for the Raiders because Pete Carroll is just a solid, get you back to sort of the middle of the road and get you out of the cellar dweller sewage of the NFL that the Raiders have been for so long. The Geno Smith aspect, I'll tell you, the trio of Geno Smith, actually, it's really it's four because you have Chip Kelly, Geno Smith, Brock Bowers, and Ashton Genty. Like those four right there, to me, brings a ton of excitement. And we're still talking about Justin Fields playing quarterback for the Jets.
That's true.
So I will say that the Raiders will end up with a better record than the Jets.
I'm once again going to agree with Eric. I think the Raiders are going to have a really surprisingly good offense, and I think the Jets are going to fall apart very early. I wouldn't be surprised to see Garrett Wilson dealt at the deadline. And even though the Raiders are in a tougher division, I think they have a lot better coaching. So I think they're gonna take this one.
Perhaps the spiciest question of overreaction or reality today. Over the weekend, Kevin Durant told Kay Adams, I think Micah Parsons will be a Commander at some point in his career. I would say 2 years from now. That's what Kevin Durant said.
Yeah.
So I say this. Overreaction or reality? Micah Parsons will play for another team in the next 4 to 5 years.
I think that's a pretty large overreaction.
Okay.
Jerry and company are going to get this deal done.
I agree with that.
It'll be at minimum of a 4-year extension on top of the final year that he already has right now.
I think in 4 years, 168 with 125 guaranteed.
Sounds like that's what you're thinking, Hagee, and I'm going to trust your calculated brain.
Okay.
So, yes, something along those lines. And, yeah, the Cowboys just don't, unless he just completely falls apart from a production standpoint, like 3 years into the deal, and they have like an out to just say, we're cutting you.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, he will be here for the next 4 or 5 years.
I think Jerry Jones and that front office is so proud of themselves for finding a player like Micah Parsons at number 12 overall that there's no way they let him walk. And if it is a gross overpay, I think that is much more likely to happen than him leaving.
Yeah. Bonus question. It made you nervous when Mike Parsons responded to this by saying, I only rock with Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I was like, okay,
That's probably not what you want to hear, right?
Yeah, I didn't know if he was basically saying like I only rock with Dan Quinn and nothing else about the Commanders is something I would rock with.
Yeah.
Or if it's like
I could see that.
Eberflus, Zimmer, whatever. I only rock with Dan Quinn.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality. You, like Josh Allen, are impressed by Drake May. So Josh Allen said, I think Drake is super talented. I'm assuming Drake May, and we didn't just confuse this whole entire situation. He's one of my favorite young quarterbacks in the league. I've spent some time around him. He's got his head on his shoulders the right way. He does things the right way. I think he exemplifies football. Overreaction or reality, you are also super high on Drake May, just like Josh Allen.
Yes. I actually was a big fan of Drake May coming out. That's one of the quarterbacks that I was like. I actually liked him more than Jaden Daniels. That's probably not the best of takes at this particular point, but I think there's a world where I would have taken Drake May number 1 overall over Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels. So I really liked what he did in college. He was able to, I liked his scrambling. I mean, he was scrambling for first downs at an insane rate, still brought that to the Patriots last year. So, and he did it with nothing in the way of talent around him.
Right.
I mean, they were nervous about playing him because the offensive line was so bad. It's like, you're going to get this guy hurt, or you're just going to make him fear for his life moving forward because that offensive line is so disgusting. So, yes, especially with some of the talent that they've brought in now and bringing in some more offensive linemen, drafting Campbell out of LSU to be his blindside protector. Vrabel as the coach, he's just a guy that finds ways to win even with a lack of talent to some extent. So, I don't know that I love the Josh McDaniels return as the play caller, but yes, when it comes to Drake May, I am 100% in on this guy.
I'm also very high on him. Probably not as high as Eric is, because I do love me some Caleb Williams. But
on the player, gotcha.
On the player, yeah. I thought that when Drake May came into the NFL, I thought he stepped in with probably a top 10 arm already. I just think the processing needs to get a little more advanced. And I think he's got a great leadership staff up there in New England led by Mike Vrabel. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's a top 5 quarterback this year.
Drake May delivered a 60% catchable ball rate on throws versus pressure last year. That's 13 out of 42 qualifiers, according to Jacob Gibbs.
Okay.
It was a great follow, by the way, in terms of just like advanced numbers and things like that.
And that's pretty encouraging, especially for first year.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, completion percentage over expectation was really, really good. Just more accurate than I think people thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
Because he knew about the cannon arm, the size, the athleticism, the ability to run and scramble. All that was on full display.
Sometimes do you think that just gets lost or bogged down in the fact that your record was bad or the team's record was bad? Do you think people more easily dismiss some of your positive traits because they're like, hey, your team sucked?
Yes. 100%. It's like how many people can really sit there and say I was watching Patriots football games last year?
Very fair. By the way, Patriots, they got graded as the second best offseason by CBS Sports.
Here's the other thing that I love about Drake May is just the creating plays outside of the structure of the play. And we're seeing these awesome quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The Mahomeses, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons. Hey, play breaks down. I might be at my best in that particular case.
Right.
He gets out of the pocket, whatever, scramble mode, and boom, he makes the right play. He's already one of the best quarterbacks in the league at that. Small sample to this point, but that skill is absolutely there.
I gotcha. So they had the second best offseason per CBS Sports. Overreaction or reality, did the Bears have the best NFL offseason? That is who CBS put at number 1.
Well, if I say no, I got to replace it with who did have the best offseason.
You can still say New England.
Yeah, well, that's true. New England's definitely done.
I really liked the way they just overhauled their offensive line. They're like, the hell with it. We need a whole lot of help.
And obviously it's an unknown because we haven't seen him in the role, but Ben Johnson was the hottest head coach candidate. So just starting with that.
That is a good point.
Credit to the Patriots as well with Vrabel. I think most people respect that particular hire. So I can understand why the Bears would be getting that love. Some people question their draft a little bit, though. Colston Loveland at tight end instead of Tyler Warren, Penn State, that everybody thought was the best tight end.
But it's really interesting. Like, people were tipped off to that along the way, because I don't know how much y'all talked about it. I was fascinated by the fact that his betting odds changed dramatically in the last 48 hours. That has nothing to do with your main point about who you thought was the best or who most people did, but Loveland picked up so much steam that last 48 hours. I just remember that was one of my overreactions or realities at the time, is that Loveland would be the first tight end off the board.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, just with the Ben Johnson factor, was clearly the best candidate, and the way they did the offensive line, they already got the weapons. They get Luther Burden in the second round. It's a first-round talent wide receiver, so it's hard to argue against the Bears.
I probably shouldn't be allowed to answer this question because I don't have the capability to put my bias aside. But I 100% agree.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a bonus question.
Yeah.
Will that get them in the playoffs?
Ooh, that's tough. See, personally, I have them kind of on the 7 to 9 win track. But like I've said a couple seasons now, I could see them anywhere from 6 wins to 12 wins. Just kind of depends on how you evaluate each team on the schedule during the season. I don't think they will make the playoffs this year.
Okay. Bonus question to you.
I agree. I don't think they're making the playoffs this year either.
Okay.
That's a lot to ask. With a rookie head coach, second-year quarterback, I still think their defense is going to have some issues, but in terms of what you can accomplish in one offseason and setting yourself up for a bright future, I love what they did. I love what the Patriots did. I think the Vikings actually had a really good offseason. We'll see about J.J. McCarthy, but that they revamped their offensive line as well in a way that I think is going to be important for them. So there was a few teams that did some nice things, but the Bears at number 1 is totally fair.
So, but you have to be pretty stoked if, even if they missed the playoffs and they went 9-8, right?
Yeah, I am pretty excited. I mean, that's a tough division. A lot of people argue that's the hardest division in football. So, I think if you can get through division games with 3 or 4 wins, I mean, I think you call that a win.
And here's something else to consider: the Bears do have you mentioned the division. They have one of the toughest schedules in the entire league.
That makes sense.
And they're over under 8.5. Like 9 wins would be that'd be a great season.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just talking about J.J. McCarthy. This wasn't really one of my planned questions. I'm just curious, where do you fall on him? Because, man, there is a lot of projection being put on this kid that he's ready to roll.
Yeah. He was another one of those guys. Here was the thing that stood out to me just from, and I don't break down the film the way Broadus and Walchuk do leading up to these drafts, but one of the nuggets that I saw from Dane Brugler was just that when it was 3rd and 7 or more with that Michigan offense in McCarthy's final season, that was of all the quarterbacks in the draft class that year, he was the best at converting the 3rd and 7s.
Oh, okay.
3rd and 7 or more. So it's like when everybody knows you have to pass.
Yeah.
I think that is a huge tip of the cap to your quarterback when you're consistently moving the chains on 3rd and long situations. He's also a Jaden Daniels type virtual reality quarterback. He was living in the virtual reality headset this season when he was injured.
Sure.
I would assume he's continuing to do that. And so I think that's awesome. And then you put the fact on he's got the best wide receiver in the league, maybe one of the best wide receiver 2s in the league. They upgraded their offensive line, and Kevin O'Connell's his head coach. If he doesn't succeed, then gosh dang it, JJ, what happened?
Really quick, one more. NFL overreaction or reality. Kirk Cousins will start for another team this year.
No, I'm not buying that. That's going to be an overreaction.
Because you think they spent all the money and they're like, why wouldn't we just keep him at this point just in case Penix has a problem?
Clearly, yeah. I mean, they already had their chance to move on from him. They had to guarantee him another. He was getting more guaranteed money. There was some point in the calendar where they could have just moved on and saved themselves from money. They clearly don't want to do that. All the other jobs are filled. I don't see a team really going for that.
Barring an injury from a contender, if
but you have to factor that in.
Yeah.
That could happen.
I just don't see it happening. I think the return. They're probably going to ask you to take on the contract, but you don't want to do because he's making so much money.
Yeah.
And I think the reality of him coming off the bench, because at the middle of the season by the trade deadline, he will have been sitting for an entire year. I just don't see him coming off and being ready.
All right. Thank you guys very much. And that is overreaction or reality. Now, we've been switching some stuff up all day. So right now, I say we go to the Chi Block, starring Eric Chiafalo.
That sounds great. I'm actually obviously taking over Corey Major's segment. I do have an overreaction, a reality for you. Corey's screaming of "let's give something away" is 1,000,000 times better than mine.
Look,
1,000,000 times.
I like the way he does that very, very much.
He's so good at it.
It makes contests that even theoretically I wouldn't be excited about, even if I could win, it makes me more excited. Like when he did that for the Insane Clown Posse tickets, even I was like, maybe I do want to win those tickets.
Hey, dude, What is a Juggalo is still an all-time banger.
And the reason why I mentioned them specifically, I'm not going to lie. This was years ago when we did that giveaway. I was like, what? Is that a draw? Insane amounts of people. And people complained that like the phone lines were busy. There were so many people who wanted those tickets. And Corey just looked at me. He's like, I told you. And I was like, you were right. I misjudged that.
Juggalos are passionate, man.
They are.
They really are. I remember the Workaholics Juggalo episode. That's an all-timer.
I did really like that show.
It really is an all-timer. Okay, let's get down to brass tacks here. We start with a baseball stat, something that we need to be aware of. The Detroit Tigers are tied with the Dodgers for the best record in the MLB after 81 games played.
Which is weird, right?
I don't think anyone in America had that on their baseball bingo card to start the season.
Now, is that the same Detroit Tigers team that the Texas Rangers won the series and outscored them 17-6 along the way?
That is that same team. That is that
Hell
same team.
yeah!
I believe when it was Patrick Corbin going toe-to-toe with Tarek Skubal on a Friday night, and if it wasn't for Skubal being other freaking worldly, we would have all been like, wow, Patrick, you are something special. Slider man.
So the Rangers are 3-3 against the two best teams in Major League Baseball. Everybody else 37-38.
Keep in mind, Hagee, that the last 3 times that the Tigers had the best record in baseball at the halfway point of the season, they won the AL pennant.
Whoa!
So I don't know what that does to
Right
your
now.
Rangers' hopes.
Right now, you get the Tigers or every other team in the AL. Are you picking the Tigers? You presented the statistic.
I do love a good streak, Hagee, and the streak just simply says, I mean, these are just the facts.
I know. So are you going to back the facts or not?
I'm going to back the facts.
Okay. Eric just said the Rangers season's over.
Jake Riepma is fired up somewhere right now that I just backed his Tigers. Yeah, 68, 84, and 06. Those are
pretty big gaps there.
That's the trend, yeah.
Good for them. Look, you could argue the same thing about the Rangers. We went from, 72 to 2010? We didn't win the American League. So.
Once every 20, 30 years, the Tigers have themselves a nice season.
And we're 19 years away from the last time, so maybe it is about time.
I don't want to be get off my lawn guy, but can we all agree that the NBA draft insistence on forcing players to put on a hat of a team that we all know he's not actually going to? Like, can we end that? Have we ever got an explanation as to why it's a yearly lament for me on NBA draft night when we know that Trae Young's not going to the Mavericks?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
What do you think is more egregious at this point? That or the fact that they decided to stick with the 2-day draft concept? Because, who's locked in
fired
just
up for
today
tonight?
For the second round? I get it. Even last year, they were like, oh, it's because of Bronny. Okay. But, we're sticking with it. Because I'm with you. The hat thing is ridiculous. Because, that's the picture they're going to have forever. Now, luckily, we've advanced pretty far in Photoshop. You could probably fix it up. But it's still absurd to be like, hey, you already got sent to Houston. Put this hat on.
And I wonder, do the players know in the moment? When it gets announced that Walter Clayton Jr. is going to the Wizards, but he's actually going all the way to Utah to play with the Jazz, does he know when he's shedding tears of excitement, the culmination of all his hard work?
Yeah.
Is he thinking about, okay, where am I going to live in Washington? I have to go to the worst team in the league. That kind of sucks, but hey, here we are.
And instead it's like, what do you know about Joseph Smith?
Yeah, in fact, you are going on the other side of the country now.
Yes.
You're going to be in Utah instead of Washington. I do wonder, do the players know when they go walk up on the stage, shake Adam Silver's hand with a hat,
great
do
question.
they know that they're actually not a part of that team? Or is the
that's a
NBA
really
just
good
completely
question.
ball sacking them, and all of us at home know that he's going to Utah, and instead he thinks he's going to Washington?
I think they know, right?
I don't know if they know.
Okay.
I don't know why the NBA does what they do in this particular instance.
That's a good question.
It's a little bit weird. I will say this year's NBA draft team hats, really awesome.
Yeah.
I kept looking, like every single one of them. I was like, wood.
In an odd way, are you ever more impressed at the hat on top of the hair that the hat cannot contain? Now, as somebody who has long been follically challenged,
yeah,
I am just more impressed because I love the hairstyle, and I'm like, and the way the hat sits on it, it's tremendous.
Better to be follically challenged than phallically challenged. That's what I always say.
That's a good point. By the way, listen to the ads we play. If you listen to sports radio, there's a good chance an advertiser thinks it doesn't work.
Okay, let's go ahead.
You don't disagree with that,
Not
do
at
you?
all.
Yeah.
No. I'm just going to move on seamlessly to the most diabolical coach in the NBA. If I say most diabolical coach in the NBA, Hagee,
I would have said Tom Thibodeau, but I know he lost his job.
that's true. He's no longer employed.
And again, so I'm not sure where we're going with this.
Joseph Henry Mazzulla.
Oh, yeah.
That
dude, he might be a genius. I really think he is a genius.
Okay, well, tell me what you think about this particular mind game tactic that he did allegedly this year to Baylor Shireman, a rookie player for the Celtics.
Okay.
After telling Shireman upon drafting him that he doesn't like rookies and he's going to have to really do some special stuff to earn a single second of playing time.
That's good motivation.
Torrey Craig, who ended up being traded to the Celtics at one point during the season, recounts the story of an interaction he saw with the rookie Shireman versus Joe Mazzulla. Okay. And it starts with them being in a doorway and they're walking through the door at the same time. Now, Baylor Shireman just got out of the shower and he's wearing a towel.
Okay.
And Mazzulla's coming out of the door and Shireman's trying to go into the door.
Mhm.
And so it becomes one of these, no, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. No, you got it. No, you got it. And Torrey Craig says, I just remember coming from working out and Baylor was standing in a towel in the hallway with his back against the wall and Joe was laying down some hardcore, just blank staring, like just stone cold face in the doorway.
I think he might be a genius.
And Craig just says, I was just wondering, okay, like what's going on here? And then he says, I come back 20 minutes later and they're still there.
What? What?
He says,
20 minutes?
He says, then I come back 20 minutes after that and they're still there. He says they both waited for upwards of an hour before there was a meeting that everyone had to be at. So eventually the stare off ended.
Okay. So the rookie is staying there because he's like, this is a test.
Clearly, this
Right?
is a test. I'm in my towel.
Yeah.
But this is a test. I
Sure.
know how much my head coach hates rookies.
Yes.
I am a rookie.
Yes.
I can't let him win here. He's clearly playing. This is mental warfare mind games with a rookie. Life
Right.
of a rookie Celtic. So he stood tall. I'm proud of him. I just can't believe Joe Mazzulla is actually that type of person, or I can believe, I guess.
You should.
Because everything we hear about him is just that he is incessant with his diabolical nature of mental toughness and just trying to be comfortable in discomfort. But that is just one of the most ridiculous stories I've ever heard.
Was it about Tatum this year that one reporter said, have you talked to Jason Tatum? And he goes, I talk to him every day. And that reporter knew that was going to be the answer. And he goes, have you talked to him about his injury?
Yeah.
Because he was ready. He was like, I know I'm going to get some weird answer.
Well, he's the same coach who, upon Jason Tatum getting injured and writhing in pain on the floor, telling Tatum to get up, and two, holding back the trainer from running out onto the court to assist the injured player. That is Joe Mazzulla. Now I would like to take you to Netflix, where we have a brand new trailer for a brand new documentary titled, of course, Trainwreck, The Poop Cruise.
That's what it's called?
That is what it is titled.
You can see why I wouldn't be positive about that.
Some people will remember the 3 to 5 day stretch in February of 2013 where it was nothing but madness, and in the middle of an ocean, the Carnival cruise ship just bogged down, petered out, short-circuited, and decided no one is allowed to go home. Now, the details on this are pretty graphic, and I would like to play some of this trailer. Okay. Now, this is a cruise ship losing power, 4,000 passengers stranded at sea with toilets that don't flush and ovens that don't work, microwaves neither. Take it away, Poop Cruise trailer.
Good afternoon. Welcome on board the beautiful Triumph.
We just love going on cruises. The food, the pool, the water slide. I mean, what more could you ask?
This was absolutely the bachelorette party that I had dreamed of.
We were like, this is awesome. And then the lights go out.
Attention. Fatigue.
Oh my God.
More than 4,000 people are stuck on a cruise ship that is dead in the water.
That's when all of us were like, what the f***?
When power goes, that's it. Everything's out.
It was immediately crisis mode.
The toilets weren't working. Well, we can do a number one in the shower. And then...
I'm telling you, it got bad fast.
I would never expect having to poop in a red bag. Oh, no. Oh, no. Mm-mm.
No. Suddenly, everyone's out for themselves.
You could hear the panic. We were starting to smell urine.
Oh my God.
It was terrifying.
We had camera people, crews on boats, a helicopter up in the air.
Fights broke out.
Oh,
the ship is on fire. What the is happening on this cruise ship?
It's like shantytown.
it's like something that came out of a nightmare movie.
The snowball has started to roll, and there's no stopping it.
My God, it's chaos.
Wow, dude.
All right, so I'm really conflicted here. It sounds amazing, but also it sounds like it might be really, really, really gross.
817, my friend and her husband were on their honeymoon on that cruise.
What?
Wow. That is not setting you up for success in marriage.
Oh, man.
The honeymoon phase lasted about 24 hours for that couple, and then they got right into the nitty gritty on.
Yeah, because you can't be like, oh, remember how great our honeymoon
For
was? And
better
they're
or
like,
for
no,
worse.
it was a literal S show.
Yeah, they apparently
I'll probably watch it.
They run out of water, so they just open up the bar and let people drink liquor, which then just has them drunk and enraged and pooing everywhere. So really just a diabolical situation, and one of the reasons why I'll probably never get on a cruise ship.
I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to watch it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which division has the best quarterbacks, and how high is the NFC East? Next on The Fan.
But Tolos, let me get you to advanced.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Yep.
And we were going to have Mike Curtis on. His flight has been delayed from the draft, so we're going to have him on tomorrow instead. So let's talk a little football here, and here's my question for you guys. If you were to rank each division in the NFL based on starting quarterbacks, which one is the best? Or perhaps which one is the worst? Or perhaps where do you think the NFC East is? All viable questions for you.
Okay, this is a great question. I would say the NFC East is certainly up there. I don't know that I would give them number one. The AFC North sticks out when you have Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and depending on how you feel about Aaron Rodgers, I guess, at this point now. And, of course, Joe Flacco.
Or whoever they pick.
But the AFC West with Mahomes, Herbert, Geno Smith, and then what Bo Nix did in year one, there's a case to be made there. NFC North, Goff and Caleb Williams, Jordan Love. We'll see about J.J. McCarthy. Man, this is actually a really difficult exercise.
So, last on the list, we'll start with the least best. The AFC South.
That's a no-brainer.
Which is trotting out C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward, and I don't know, whatever they feel like in Indianapolis. Probably still Anthony Richardson.
No, I think it's Danny Dimes.
You do think it's going to be Daniel Jones?
I keep seeing a bunch of Danny Dimes reports, and I think Anthony Richardson also is now doubling, start trying to kick off his rap career. Saw one of his music videos that just came out.
Was it good?
I can't say it was good.
Okay.
Maybe we'll play it tomorrow.
Well, and then when you find out, and then when you find out, like, ooh, he'll probably be ready for training camp. You're like, well, that's not what you want to hear. All right, but AFC South, the worst. We feel comfortable with that.
Yeah. I mean, and C.J. Stroud is awesome. In my mind, he's still awesome. Trevor Lawrence, underwhelming, but solid. And Cam Ward, I think, is going to be awesome.
Okay. Would that not potentially then put them ahead of the NFC South?
See, that was the one.
So there you get Michael Penix, I guess Tyler Shough, Bryce Young, and Baker Mayfield. Now, Baker Mayfield has had several really, really good years. I don't know if people think he's like the equivalent of C.J. Stroud or not, but if so, I'm feeling better with Cam Ward, Trevor Lawrence, and whatever than I think about Shough, Young, and Penix.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. And Bryce Young started to figure things out a little bit last year. So maybe they're a little bit more on the up and up than we imagine. Yeah, I guess still though, I guess the NFC South just a slight edge for being the worst.
Now it gets interesting. NFL.com has the NFC North 6th. So, Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, J.J. McCarthy. Now, I feel like part of this is probably what kind of mileage you get out of J.J. McCarthy, having still not seen him. But I just want to compare to the next one. AFC North is 5. So then you got Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, and then I guess Joe Flacco. But who the hell knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Deontay Johnson's like, that's Kenny Pickett. So, do you like the combination of Jackson, Burrow, Flacco, and Aaron Rodgers better than Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, and J.J. McCarthy?
I just think the greatness of Burrow and Lamar Jackson is enough to supersede everything.
Yeah. 2, as we discussed the other day, agreed upon top 4. All right, so then let's compare them to the next one. AFC East. Josh Allen, Tua, Justin Fields, and Drake May. Do you think the AFC North is better than that?
Yes, again, just simply, I know they don't have the same quantity, but when you have 2 of the top 4 quarterbacks unanimously in the league in your division, I'm going to lean that way.
All right, so we've moved to the top 3. Your options, NFC West, NFC East, and AFC West. You said AFC West to begin with, so safe to assume that's your number one?
I think so. NFC West, I'm not crazy about Kyler. I'm not crazy about Sam Darnold. I do love Matthew Stafford, and Brock Purdy's absolutely solid. So, but that's not as good as the AFC West.
So I'm going to propose some radical changes in this. All right, so NFL.com has the NFC East at 3 with Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Dak, and Russell Wilson. Now, the pivot here feels like, how much do you believe in Jalen Hurts, and how much do you believe that Jaden Daniels will continue on the similar trajectory or maybe even a better? Because if you think it's going to get better, I totally see why they're at 3. But I want to take a step back and compare that, like you said, to the AFC North. Flacco, Aaron Rodgers, I get it. But Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, you're telling me that contingent isn't better than Kyler, Stafford, Purdy, and Sam Darnold? I disagree.
Totally disagree. Yeah, I mean, I think I would be interested in thinking about the Cardinals being a really frisky type of playoff team this year. I think their defense is going to be awesome. Of course, they've done some things offensively as well, but I just am not a huge believer in Kyler over the course of a 17-game season.
Yeah. So I think I would move them down. I would start to move the AFC North up. Would you have the AFC North ahead of the NFC East?
I would.
Okay. That, of course, leads us to number 1, the AFC West. Bo Nix, Geno Smith, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. That's a studly lineup right there, even if Justin Herbert gets more passes in the media than he does in his actual games.
Yeah, at some point he is going to have to cut through in a postseason situation.
And maybe he can. All right.
Well, they finally get him some weapons a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. By the way, speaking of Tyler Shuck, as we were just a minute ago, I want him to succeed now or spectacularly fail because of this quote. I think for me, what I've been through, I've been carted off the field. I've been booed. I've been an MVP. I've been a starter. I've been a backup to Herbert. I'm like, throw some S at me. You're not going to faze me if we start 0-2 or I effing suck.
Hey, man.
You got to love the honesty there.
That's a great quote. That's a guy who totally knows there's a wide range of outcomes that could happen for him in his career. And I think it's more likely that he ends up really, really sucking. But he clearly is aware that he knows he's done that before.
Sure.
And there's a real chance that happens again.
Now, in Tampa Bay, you got contract extensions for both Todd Bowles and the GM, so head coach and the GM, multi-year deals. Was the biggest shocking thing to you that they had won the division 3 years in a row before or going into this season?
It is surprising until you remember what the division is.
Sucks.
But the Todd Bowles thing is so interesting because I feel like he's also on the hot seat plenty of time. Like he would have been on a short list of guys that I think could easily, if the Buccaneers go sideways to start the season, that he could be losing his job. He single-handedly lost. Wasn't it versus the Chiefs?
Yes.
Sunday night game where Todd Bowles is actively playing defense against his own team, winning the game.
But on the flip side, I don't think Todd Bowles is going around telling people it's my 4th year as coach. I'm 3 for 3 division title.
It's hard to argue with that.
But like you see the division.
Don't worry about the division.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that we're playing the Panthers and the awful Saints and the Falcons, who are just an embarrassment of a franchise. I do think Penix is going to shift things a little bit for them. But still, gosh, that division just sucks so bad.
Do you think Dak Prescott should be on this list? Top 5 draft values of the millennium at quarterback. I know this morning on Sean and RJ, they were talking about a lot of people are doing their 25-year lists, and they've done this for other positions. But I wanted to see if you think Dak should be in the top 5. Obviously, Tom Brady is number 1. Surely the greatest draft pick value in the history of the world. Mm-hmm. Ooh, except for Roger Staubach.
I love that. Did you see the way he signs and autographs things? You see Micah Parsons got sent to Brady.
No.
Parsons got some type of Brady autograph thing sent to him, and it was personalized for him. But Tom Brady signs it Tom Brady, 7-time Super Bowl champion.
You love it. Just like Belichick on his boat. He's like,
that's right.
How many 8 rings?
Yeah.
Or whatever the number was, including the coordinator spot. All right. I think it is 8. Aaron Rodgers is second. That's fascinating to me. He was obviously an excellent player. Just he's a first-round pick, so I was a little surprised. But it goes Aaron Rodgers second, Lamar Jackson third because he was the last pick of the first round. Russell Wilson is fourth, and then Brock Purdy is fifth. Mr. Irrelevant right there. Do you think Dak should have cracked into that list, or are you like, no, I feel good about the value? Because obviously Dak's supplemental fourth-round player. Or supplemental pick in the fourth round.
Yeah, that is. I think that's fair.
Okay,
I do think that's fair.
All right. Do you agree with the people who are texting in that want you to say Michael Penix?
I'm actually kicking myself that I didn't. I'm like, what am I doing? I hate to disrespect the kid like that and mispronounce his name.
No, you said his name right.
Michael Penix.
Oh my God.
Please forgive me.
All right. Is this disrespectful? George Pickens bailed on his football camp. Now, I know it's complicated because obviously he's not there anymore. But
this was a Pittsburgh camp?
Yes. And so it's scheduled for Saturday. And so supposedly, look, the organizers of the camp said that they talked to George after the trade and he's still committed and said he would show up for the event. And then last week he told them, hey, I am no longer interested in attending the camp.
Here's where I will defend him. I will sometimes say yes to things that are so far, like they're so far away. Just be like, yes, I think that'll probably be fine. And then the closer you get to it, the more you realize there's no chance I'm doing that.
Yeah.
And who knows what type of things have popped up from a schedule standpoint. Dak might be doing one of his team wide receiver outings or whatever, where he's like getting with the guys and throwing the ball to them, and they're running against air or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe he had a boys trip lined up.
Yeah.
What, are you going to say no to the boys?
I mean, your wife wants you to, right?
Yes. Yes, she does consistently. It is tough, though. It's not a great look, but it's not a great look.
So
it's like, dude, you want me to fly all the way to Pittsburgh in the middle of the summertime during the heat dome?
I get it. That's what I was just asking because
when the Poop Cruise just dropped on Netflix, and I obviously am trying to watch that
on the plane.
What if the internet doesn't work?
Well, you should have downloaded it.
What if I'm too cheap to buy the internet? I'm George Pickens. I haven't gotten my big money deal yet.
I just answered that question.
Would you rather see Pat Fryermuth show up or
that is
George Pickens?
Now. I mean,
shout out to Pat for being a good former teammate.
Probably Pat. Just because, he's also like, I might bring other Steelers with me.
Yeah.
So,
And he can teach you how to block, but George Pickens can teach you how to fight.
That's
at this camp.
Is that what you send your kids to camp for?
You're like, yeah, hey, go learn how to get an unsportsmanlike penalty.
Man, you don't hear all of the benefits of that as much as you probably should, right?
I agree.
Sent my kid to camp, learn how to be a hell of a fighter. I always think about that when they show some of these prisons, and you're like, you better hope that person that maybe you had a hand in sending to prison doesn't use that time wisely. And they're like, no, I got buff. I learned. I have all kinds of extra skills that you did not know I had. So
can you imagine
time for revenge?
Bobby Belt in prison.
No!
The amount.
I'm already terrified of Bobby Belt.
He finds ways to be the most skillful human being, well-rounded talent. If he had actual nothing to do, he would be a superhuman.
By the way, I've seen a couple of people asking. Austin Reeves declined what would have been his max extension at the time, 4 years. I think it's $89 million, something in that neighborhood. Because if he rides it out and plays one more year in his contract, then he is in position to get significantly more money. So Austin Reeves betting on himself. I can't fathom that, because if somebody said, hey, I'll give you $89 million, I'd be like, sounds good. And they're like, I didn't tell you what it was for yet. And you're like, that's fine. But yeah, so with somebody with his skill level, I think he's looking ahead a year, and he's like, I can cash in.
You just never want to get Dennis Schroeder'd.
Man, or Nerlens Noel. He went through that same kind of deal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got a couple more basketball and Cooper Flagg notes for you, and that's great. But what I know people are here for, the great Nuggets and Tenders sauce bracket. What is the number one sauce to dip your tenders or nuggets in? We will decide it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hi Cooper, Dirk here. Welcome to Dallas and congrats on being the #1 pick. We're excited to have you. Dallas is a special place with the best fans in the NBA, and we can't wait to see your career here in Dallas. Let's go.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That is, of course, Dirk Nowitzki, all-time franchise, human icon, talking about Cooper Flagg. By the way, in case you were curious, Cooper Flagg is the favorite to be Rookie of the Year at 1-3, and Trey Johnson is next up at 13-2. Which makes Cooper Flagg about 19.5 times more likely to win Rookie of the Year than his next closest competitor.
I wonder if Trey Johnson's odds got better or worse after everyone saw his outfit choice last night.
Yeah, was it like a kilt?
It felt kilty to me, but then the more I looked at it, I was like, maybe it's just like baggy dress shorts to go along with his. They're like slacks shorts. I don't know, but it was kilty vibes for sure.
See, but this is where I think there could be good money, because like they even put out Rookie of the Year odds without Cooper Flagg, which is really weird to me. But like, if you're like, hey, maybe he struggles or something like that, 6.5 to 1 on Trey Johnson, 7 to 1 on Ace Bailey, 9 to 1 on Dylan Harper. I mean, there's decent money to be made right there. Now, we've talked about this for the last few days, and we've brought in a couple of experts to help us out on this. Carter Freeman, Zach Wolchuk. It is time for the 2025 Nugget and Tender Sauce Bracket.
Yeah, baby!
Let's go!
I want to point out we last did this, and I actually saved the paper from this like 6-7 years ago. Still to this day, we get texts of people that are angry about the outcome, which saw Ranch victorious.
Really?
And so here are the seedings for the tournament. Seedings were based on various votes from throughout 105.3 The Fan, and we used the logical kind of AP or the coaches poll style points. Number 1 seed, barbecue sauce. Number 2 seed, ranch. Number 3 seed, spicy ketchup. So obviously shout out Whataburger right there. Number 4 seed, buffalo. Number 5 seed, sweet and spicy sriracha, which at least one person in this room is furious about. Number 6 seed, honey mustard. Number 7 seed, cane sauce. And number 8 seed, Chick-fil-A sauce.
Wow.
So you all get a vote. I will vote when appropriate. But if it's a sauce that I don't care about either way for both of them, which definitely is going to happen, I will turn my vote over to the fans. Look, I looked at the bracket. I see at least 2 that I'm like, nope.
Really? I thought there was only going to be 2 that you'd be like, yep.
Yeah. Well, luckily they're not facing each other. I'd be really screwed. All right. Matchup number 1, the number 1 seed, barbecue sauce, against the number 8 seed, Chick-fil-A sauce. This is one of the few I can really vote on, so I will say barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I know you do love your BBQ sauce.
Man.
Wolchuk's obviously going to have a Chick-fil-A bias because he had a managerial presence there for many, many years.
They held you back from your true calling of radio.
No, they saved me. I was trying to make the true calling happen and to be able to earn a living. They were able to provide.
Yeah.
While we just scrounge, slinging chicken and selling cars.
That's what we did, and now we're here talking about sauce.
I love sauce.
We've made it.
Well, it is nice that, Chick-fil-A sauce might get a pity vote here, and it is cool that you can buy it in the store, but this is barbecue sauce. There's no question.
Okay. Chick-fil-A sauce has barbecue sauce in it.
Ding! Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got other stuff that I don't want.
It's a far superior sauce. The fact that it is an 8 seed in this bracket
is telling that it's worse than barbecue sauce.
It's just terrible.
Barbecue sauce is one for a reason.
Chick-fil-A sauce, way more popular than barbecue sauce at Chick-fil-A. I will say that. Now, you could argue that you don't like Chick-fil-A's barbecue sauce.
Whataburger Fancy
Chick-fil-A,
Ketchup is really popular at Whataburger,
It's sweet,
too.
right?
Yeah.
But it's Chick-fil-A sauce all the way. Like, what are we doing having this an 8 seed, boys? This was just asking for an upset.
Eric, you're up. It's 2-1.
I just have to be honest about my history with chicken and sauce, and I've put up more numbers dipping chicken into the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Yes!
Than I have barbecue sauce.
It's incredible. It's a delicious sauce, and now you can buy it at stores.
Yeah.
Just rub it on everything.
All right.
It is crazy because this is the KNC masterpiece. Barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, it goes to you, Jacob. And by the way, There's already one complaint about this bracket. We will address the complaints about a missing entrant in just a second.
I'd co-sign that complaint for the record.
Maybe I've got a trick up my sleeve.
Ooh.
Jacob.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the sauce that always needs to be in my fridge. I'm going to side with the nosebleed boys.
Oh!
This is so
Chick-fil-A
wrong.
sauce
You
with
guys
the
messed up
upset.
making it an
Good
8 seed.
Lord.
Jacob, you have taste.
We messed up putting it on the list at all if it's going to beat barbecue sauce.
Jake it or leave it.
I mean,
He's jaking it.
there are people,
I'm
there
leaving
are
it.
Tolos that don't like the Chick-fil-A sauce. 806 Chick-fil-A sauce. Yuck. Zach, you're weird. I don't think I'm weird. I mean, you're right. I am actually very weird. But the Chick-fil-A sauce take is not a bad take, guys. You don't like Chick-fil-A sauce?
No, I think Chick-fil-A sauce is fine. I just think
delicious.
barbecue sauce is the one seed for a reason.
Yes. You're
I
going to
love
Chick-fil-A.
barbecue sauce. I put barbecue sauce on everything.
Well, you should put Chick-fil-A sauce on everything. And
You know what? You buy me a bottle.
give it a try. Okay,
I will.
you got it.
Yeah, give me a bottle.
You got
I'll start using it more.
I will.
Gentlemen, we got a lot of ground to cover. We're going to move on. Number 4 seed, Buffalo sauce versus number 5 seed, sweet and spicy sriracha.
Oh, Buffalo all day.
I'll take Buffalo as well.
I'll also go Buffalo.
Yeah, I think Buffalo is the winner here.
Then I'm going to pause it right here because there were multiple people actually who had spicy, sweet and spicy sriracha in their top 3, and 2 people who had it number 1. Here are the complaints about one thing that's missing. We did consider gravy for quite some time. The debate ended up being, is that only effective for tenders, and do you not use it for chicken nuggets? But I see it again and again and again. Where's gravy? From the 214, gravy. From the 817, where the gravy? Another 214, where the F is gravy? And from the 972, why did gravy not get consideration? It did get a lot of consideration, and so it is dropped in here as an alternate and a redo. First time ever.
Oh, wow.
Buffalo sauce versus gravy.
Damn.
I'll be honest with you. I'd like to pour a little buffalo sauce in my gravy.
Oh,
that's a good tip right there.
That feels like that would be pretty special.
Let me throw this out. The consistency factor. Some places have excellent gravy. Other places, runny gravy. Maybe there's a bad taste factor. Maybe they didn't blend it properly.
So I feel like even like mediocre buffalo sauce will get the job done.
Absolutely.
I vote for that.
For that reason, I'd go buffalo.
I'm gonna throw a vote in for gravy.
You know what? I think I will too. And I like buffalo sauce, but I never thought of gravy as. Is it weird? I don't think of it as a sauce. Just because I guess you top it, it tops things.
Carter,
as opposed to dipping most of the time.
I swear to you, you look at the fan text a few seconds ago from the 817. As weird as this sounds, gravy isn't a sauce per se.
It's not a sauce like the other sauces we're talking about, right? That's why my brain didn't go there.
Well, if it's not a sauce, you have to tell me what it is.
We will have that conversation later.
Sounds like another segment.
Buffalo sauce against gravy. Jacob, you get to decide.
I've never dabbled in the gravy, so I'm going to go buffalo sauce.
Buffalo sauce advances.
Hey, can I just shout out Frank and Chase who are listening to the Kansas City Masterpiece right now for the first time ever?
Oh, wow, really?
The first
what a
time
fascinating segment to start.
First time they've ever listened to the station.
Oh.
So shout out to Vinny, recruiting his guys, Frank and Chase, as we sauce it up.
Oh, wow. Vinny from Premiere?
No, Vinny from Vinny, one of our favorite. Yeah, Vincent, one of our favorite Tolos of all time.
Vinny's my guy. I wear that polo every time we go to the Rangers games.
By the way, if y'all are enjoying this conversation, Vinny and company, tomorrow, 10/22, the Great Wada Chicken Eating Contest. All right, number 3.
I'm a heavy favorite, by the way. I'm like the Cooper Flagg of this particular odds.
Fact. Spicy ketchup against number 6, honey mustard. I am going to cede my vote to the fans. 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. You get my vote. Spicy ketchup versus honey mustard. Now you guys vote.
Okay, this is really, really tough. I would say there's a variety of different types of honey mustards out there. I specifically, when I put my vote in for this, I had Wendy's honey mustard because I do think they have.
Well, guess what? It all
right
got
up there with the best.
together.
It all got lumped. That's totally fine.
Guess what? Screw you and your thoughts.
It's lump.
It's all the honey mustards. Hey, Babes, underrated honey mustard. I always like to just give them a shout out for
Babes
this.
is
Appreciate them. But it's all about, come on. The spicy mustard. Spicy ketchup. Yes.
There's one for spicy ketchup.
Yeah, the specification, because I love ketchup, but spicy ketchup is really on its own level. I don't think, and I love barbecue sauce, but I think I put spicy ketchup as my number 1 on this particular list, so I'm going spicy ketchup.
Just to specify, is this specifically to dip the chicken in?
Yeah,
Correct.
that's all this is.
Correct. This is for your tenders or your nuggets. That's all we're doing.
Specifically for the chicken, I will go honey mustard.
Oh, Jacob, what say you? Oh my God, there's 68 jillion votes.
See, this is a tough matchup, but I think I'm gonna go honey mustard. Always been a big fan of the honey mustard, so
Jacob's smart.
That's mine right there.
There's a lot of honey mustard lovers on the Fantex right now, Hagee. I mean, that
honey mustard with the chicken,
it's fire.
Because like if we're talking fries, or really a burger, anything else,
that as well.
I'm going spicy ketchup.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, like when we were talking about this earlier, Choppy and Bobby were both saying like chicken is not for ketchup.
Yeah.
Fries, maybe burger is for ketchup. I happen to disagree, particularly when it comes to Whataburger.
I definitely disagree because if I can, I'll get a couple extra spicy ketchups, and if I get, I don't know, Golden Chick or Chicken Express, I will use the spicy ketchups for that if I can.
I love crossing streams with the fast food.
Oh, I know
stuff.
you do.
Taking a different place and dipping it into another place, and it's always being dipped
That's a
into
new layer.
Whataburger.
How much do you love this text? Spicy ketchup is too young. It's not their year. For the 979. They need more time.
In 7 years from now, when we do this again, that'll maybe be its time.
Builder program.
I am shocked at this result. Honey mustard is your winner. It has advanced.
I'm 0 for 3.
Hey,
I'm about to just bow out of this whole competition.
Let's just acknowledge the heavyweight bout that was.
It was.
So strong.
Yeah. Could have been a final main event anywhere in the world.
Absolutely.
Someone had to lose that.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate.
All right, our last first round matchup, and then, man, we might have to just move this into crosstalk. Number 2 seed, Ranch, the defending champion, against the number 7, Raising Cane Sauce.
Really appreciate them both, but I'm a Ranch guy to the day I die.
Cane sauce has grown on me. I really do like the sandwich, but just as far as dipping, it's Ranch.
We're talking chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking chicken.
It's fried chicken.
It's fried
chicken. I'll still go with the champion Ranch. Although Cane's with their chicken specifically is glorious. But I haven't dabbled with other chicken in the ranch, in the Cane sauce.
Semifinal number 1. Now that the number 1 seed barbecue is out, it's Chick-fil-A sauce against buffalo sauce in your nugget and tender sauce bracket. Give me buffalo sauce.
Yeah, buff me up.
We're buffing versus what?
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
You know, just because Wolchuk's going to buy me a bottle of this and I'm excited to try it, I'll go with the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Oh, I won you over?
How about that?
Look at that.
Wow. A guy whose mouth doesn't even know the flavor is going to use that mouth.
Yeah, I can't
to proclaim.
I can't really give you that vote yet.
I can picture it, or I can, sense it.
We
right?
might take that vote away for the fans.
I did say I was about to quit, so maybe I should just quit now.
I don't think it's a worthy vote there, Carter. I love you though.
So you're going buffalo?
No, I'm going cane sauce. I think Carter has to go buffalo.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
I think Wolchuk just lost his vote too. He doesn't know what we're voting
I'm looking at the text. It's all canes. They're pissed off about the canes. I get it. I'm going Chick-fil-A sauce over the ranch you picked.
Jacob or Gavin Dawson? We're still talking. Chick-fil-A sauce or buffalo sauce to dip your nuggets or tenders in. Who gets the win?
Chick-fil-A sauce is making a nice run to the championship here. I'm going to give them my vote.
Cinderella. It's poorly seeded.
Oh yeah.
Damn, dog.
This
see Buffalo go.
I mean, it's not going to be Ranch if Ranch makes it there.
Shocking.
I'll tell you
It's going
that.
to be the Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
Other semifinal, honey mustard against ranch. I will cede my vote once again to the fans.
Honey mustard.
Ranch.
Gosh, dang it, dude.
Although I think honey mustard has a real shot at another upset here.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go with ranch, though. Okay. Oh, that hurt.
I'm noticing my enjoyment with yellow/orange colored sauces. I'm going to stick with honey mustard here. Just give them a vote.
Politics. All right, so is that
It just glistens on the chicken tendy.
Yeah.
is that 2-2 then?
No, 3-1.
3-1. All right.
Couldn't be a sweep.
So honey mustard gets the win,
I'm fine with that, too. Like, wow.
which puts it in the
Wait,
final.
you didn't go with Ranch?
I did go with ranch.
Yeah, I went with Ranch.
Yeah, see, I thought it was 2-2.
Yeah, ranch
Oh, it was 2-2.
We are 2-2.
You guys tried to
Listen,
trick
we
me.
can't count.
I thought Wolchuk went ranch.
No, are you kidding me? I'm going honey mustard here.
yeah,
You and I
it's
see
tied.
eye to eye on these dipping
Beautiful.
sauces.
Gavin Dawson, can you help us out? Honey mustard or ranch for dipping chicken tenders and nuggets into?
Well, Chuck, you know how I'm going on this one. It's a no-brainer. This is honey mustard.
Honey mustard advances
the white stuff.
to the finals. All right, so the finals. Chick-fil-A sauce against honey mustard. This is for the championship in the nugget and tender sauce bracket. You sticking with honey mustard?
My personal preference would be honey mustard, but I think for recognizing the truly greater sauce with more mass appeal, I would never eat it myself, but I'm going to vote for Chick-fil-A sauce.
Wow!
Wow.
Is that vote good enough?
Here comes Brian Broaddus, perhaps, to get
It is the Chick-fil-A. It is the Chick-fil-A
This
sauce.
is your crosstalk, okay?
Let's go.
Chick-fil-A sauce, please.
Oh!
They're this year's Indiana Pacers and Halliburton doesn't get hurt.
You're voting Chick-fil-A sauce as well.
course.
That puts it at 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going honey mustard here.
Okay, honey mustard with the vote.
Well, I don't like honey mustard, but I've been told that I can't vote for Chick-fil-A sauce because I haven't had it yet. So I'm between a rock and a hard place, but I would go with Chick-fil-A sauce.
I can't believe you haven't had Chick-fil-A sauce.
And Jacob?
Just need that bottle.
Gotta stick with the hot hand. Chick-fil-A sauce all the way.
And the winner of the
amazing.
2025 Nugget Tender Sauce Bracket, it was the number 8 seed. It defeated Barbecue, Buffalo, and Honey Mustard on its march to the title. Chick-fil-A sauce is victorious.
Rags to riches.
Wow. And by the way, if you've made it all the way through this segment, you deserve a reward.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack. That was tremendous. A 4-pack of tickets to AEW's All In Texas, July 12th at Globe Life Field. You can buy tickets at AEWTix.com, or you can win a 4-pack right now. 877-881-1053. And coming up next, we'll continue our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're on the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And there's a swing and a ball hit back up the middle into center field, a base knock. Rounding third is Osuna. He's in to score. Moving to third is Haggerty. It's an RBI single for Corey Seager and a 4-0 Texas lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, although it felt like we had already begun this with the bracket. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today? And thank you for the help.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Hagee. It was an honor and a pleasure. Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Now, a lot to talk about from the draft. One of the things I did notice, and I mentioned this would be a fascination, the Brooklyn Nets did, in fact, use all 5 of their picks yesterday, and they used 4 of them on guards and 3 of them on point guards. Do you like the philosophy of, hey, no need to wonder your competition? We all drafted you together.
I'm just fascinated by all these different ways of trying to team build like the Pacers and Thunder. I think they have the blueprint of as many, 6'5" to 6'8" guys that are skilled as we can possibly get, then about 3 or 4 big guys that can also switch stuff. I think that's clearly it. So it boggles me when I see something like Brooklyn, do that. I think there's just so much redundancy. I guess they couldn't choose which one they really liked, so they're just like, hey, let's throw a bunch of darts at the board.
A little bit.
And then you have the Trailblazers already have DeAndre Ayton, drafted Donovan Clingan last year, and then took Chinese center Hanson Yang.
Yeah.
So, I guess they're looking at it more like the Mavs, like, hey, with everybody going wings, let's try to punish them with rebounding and, rim protection. So it's evolving, fascinating. And apparently the Mavs think we don't need point guards. We just want a bunch of tall guys who can make the next pass and defend and rebound. So I don't know.
And then D'Angelo Russell is going to be our de facto point guard, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be
for the first part.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Were there any other takeaways or thoughts you guys had about the draft last night? I know we've all been prepared for a month and a half that it was going to be Cooper Flagg, so it could be about that or anything else.
I kind of unloaded my notebook there on you, Hagee.
That was it.
Okay.
That was the max.
Can I tell you the one thing that I heard that I thought was amazing? I can't remember who said it, though, and I feel really bad now. But they said Cooper Flagg was such an enormous rock star in Maine that if Taylor Swift and Beyonce were walking down the street together and Cooper Flagg was behind them, that most of the people would push around the other two to get to Cooper Flagg.
And the game of who said that? Jay Billis.
Okay. There you go. Thank you very much. And that's like,
I'm marking B on my Scantron for false.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are you really going for in that scenario?
I think that you're going to clearly gravitate to the other two quickly, and probably
Beyonce.
I think Beyonce would probably carry the day.
I did think it was pretty cool what Taylor Swift was doing at the old tight end U.
Definitely. Just all of a sudden decided, hey, give me a guitar and let's go ahead and play Shake It Off.
Yeah.
She's become a real woman of the people.
She is.
Fan of sport.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, it's a smart play to try and endear yourself to your boyfriend's friends. And clearly those are his big time friends, all the tight ends in the league.
Besties.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a really good move by her.
How long does that last? Do you think like that lasts all the way through, or if you get married, you're like, hey,
until marriage?
Yeah.
Okay, and you want to like, I don't like Steve or whatever.
Yeah. Right at marriage, everything's out the
Then you
window.
got to cut off.
Jay Ferguson's a drunk.
We should save that one, Jakey.
Now, obviously, we were paying attention.
Ferg.
We have Fergie on during training camp.
We were paying attention a lot to the draft yesterday, but how caught up were you in Jacob deGrom perfect game, then no-hitter fever, and did you not want him to go the distance because you were worried about his arm?
Yeah,
his elbow.
I was actively rooting for somebody to get a hit,
Okay.
and thinking, I actually tweeted Star Worship is dangerous because when you're looking at a guy who, with that injury history, if you're going to defer to him because of who he is and say, we can't take deGrom off the hill, he's never had a no-hitter, then you're just not putting the team's priorities first. And I was worried that the Rangers might do that because he's never done a no-no. So I thought it was a blessing. And yeah, he's coming up on 100 innings anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe now is a good time.
Yeah.
I bet those were a lot of high leverage pitches for him last night.
Man, that's a really good point because, he's pretty consistently stayed in the 80s. And when we talked with Boch yesterday, he was like, look, we'll probably arrest him at some point, but I don't think his pitch counts have been too bad. But not all pitch counts are created the same.
What did he have, like 54 pitches through?
He was cruising.
I thought he could have made it. Until the seventh.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, I saw that he had the no-hitter, and I was kind of like, man, go get it.
Yeah.
Just go get it. And give this team something good to feel about, That's
I understood.
Yeah, it's a good way to close out the trip. You get the victory and all that, and it kind of even more solidifies. We've been waiting a long time for this guy to pitch.
Yeah,
and I think it would have been kind of nice for everybody to have a no-hitter there.
Yeah, I'll share my thoughts on that at the top of the hour on the G-Bag Nation, but I did think the RSN, like what were we doing? Did we need to put a graphic up there? And they've done an excellent job.
Oh, with the perfect game?
Did we have to put the perfect game bracket and the graphic, and then as soon as, all right, now you've walked a guy, we're just going to switch to no-hitter?
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to even talk about it.
Sure.
I don't want to put it into the ether out there. I think that stuff is real when it comes to these pitchers.
Oh, that's okay, Cal Ripken. Don't worry about it.
Sandler was doing a nice job on the radio. I was listening to most of that. I was much more interested in baseball than NBA draft. Like, just let me know what happens in the draft, but watching it isn't that fun to me.
Would it have been any different? You think if like the Mavs also had pick like 9 or 10 or something?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably with you on that.
By the way, our Florida guard wouldn't have got to us. I couldn't trade high enough with Brooklyn.
He did go high in the draft.
Yeah, you guys had me kind of believe that if I could get one of those 20 picks that we might have this guy. Why do we have you guys involved with this?
No,
you guys are like my guy here. I'm sitting here like thinking I'm on the phone working with Brooklyn. I'm trying to. I trade for like the 22nd pick. The guy goes 5 picks ahead of me. I'm going to look at every one of you MFers and go, what are we doing here?
Even that was
what
a big
are we
jump
doing here?
We got bleeped.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
We raised his stock. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was that
What kind of evaluators are we here?
We'll talk with Tim Cato at 4. We'll see what he thinks of Plan D'Angelo Russell, Tim Cato, Mavs Insider at 4, Joel Berry, ACC Network at 3, and everything with the Rangers and everything else that's in sports here right out of the gates.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So yeah, I want the gravy, Kevin.
I do want some gravy.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're off and running here on just a massive Sports Thursday. Even though the Rangers are off, we have so much to talk about. Let's start with your baseball team. They did it again. Nearly threw a no-hitter and beat the Orioles. They win a series. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup, feathering his nest, fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk's in the house. Chiafalo did a heck of a job filling in with KNC Masterpiece once again. He'll be back with us next week. And thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us every day, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Please like the video, subscribe, and hit that bell button so you don't miss when we go live or upload a video for your enjoyment. Yeah, last time this happened where the Rangers, took a no-hitter this deep is never. Okay, what you saw last night was Rangers history, and this time the bullpen did not collapse. 7-0 the final. deGrom went into the 8th inning. I think thankfully the no-no was broken up on pitch 90, Brian. I was kind of surprised to hear you say that in crosstalk because, I kind of think that deGrom's a pretty big key not only for this year but next year.
Sure. I just kind of felt like that we've waited a long time to see this guy pitch, and we all need a little feel-good about the Rangers.
Yeah.
Team's 40-41 right now.
Mm-hmm.
About to come home. Schedule's not going to get easy. We got the Orioles are coming in, but you got the Mariners you're going to have to deal with. I don't know. It's kind of feeling like, listen, this guy's, it was a big investment made in him pitching, and if I could feel good about him throwing a no-hitter right now, and the staff and the team, I'll take that. The whole thing, unless they get their timely hitting done or make some corrections that way, it's going to be a 500 team. So, we're talking about, this year and next year.
And that's what I was thinking, like Bochy looking out there going, you know what, we're probably not contending this year. The offense not coming around. Sure. Let's go get us a no-hitter.
Yeah, and I think deGrom wanted it.
Oh, he definitely wanted it.
I think he was trying to set himself up to make the right pitches and get himself with an opportunity to have it. And I'm always up for a no-hitter.
As the elder statesman, though, I would anticipate that you would have the best understanding of delaying gratification now for a long-term bigger gain. But
I'm not guaranteed. I'm not sports guaranteed tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sports guaranteed. So I'll take what I can get right now out of that.
At 877-881-1053. I think worst case scenario this year would also have to be to flush next year. If deGrom goes out, now you're looking at it like it's totally over.
If he's going to go out, his starts have basically been immaculate.
He's the best pitcher in baseball again.
Yeah.
And so he could win the Cy Young, which would be historic.
I feel like I've waited 2 years to see him pitch like this. And the outlay on the contract is huge. Just kind of I'm happy to see him. I think when the season started, what we were all kind of talking about, I just wanted him to take the ball every time. Take the ball, go out there and pitch.
Exactly.
Every time. And if it meant him maybe taking a game into the 9th, possible no-hitter, whatever, sure. I'm okay with that.
He's 8-2 with a 2.08 and a .88 whip.
There's some games that they've let go that he's pitched great in.
Sure.
That they've kind of
he did go to 103 pitches back in May.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was one of those where, man,
he was going to go get this.
See, as a manager, if you go talk to him, he's probably not letting you take him out. But I definitely was wondering, and my personal thought at the time was, you've done your job. It's 7-0. And it would be catastrophic if he goes out there, he tries to push this, and the next thing you know, Jacob deGrom's out again. I didn't think the risk
on a 40-41 team
here. Yeah, I didn't think it did. Well, it's still a team that we're hoping can get hot in the second half of the season.
You had a story yesterday talking about that people in baseball believe this team's going to get hot in the second half.
And Jacob deGrom's a huge part of that. So, it's a very tough one.
This pitching staff has been great all year.
It has, and he's a huge reason why. But he's never had a no-hitter before.
That's what as a Ranger fan, I was being selfish.
Yeah, I probably would have ended up saying, hey, go for it. But you could kind of tell that it was he was starting to labor a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's notable that, in May he went 89, 90, 96, 103. They're ramping him up for longer work, and then at some point they after that 103, they hadn't gone to 84 after that. They never got back into the 90s. And last night he was one pitch away from it. I assume they would have. Maybe you've been resting him enough that you think, hey, we can go to 105, but if that thing extends beyond that, there's no way you can let him go 110, 120.
Sure.
I mean, Boch is hilarious. He's the one. I think he holds the record for leaving a dude in there in the modern era for 145 pitches to get a no-no back in the day. And he was talking about things have changed since then quite significantly. But yeah, I do wonder if behind the scenes they're looking at it and saying, hey, at 37, he can't go a third time through the order and be nails. Like, we're getting a dip here, and we don't want the high leverage pitches that might stress his arm into injury.
My guy is so efficient throwing the ball.
But then he walked a guy.
But he became, like, if he had have kept up that efficiency,
yeah,
I'm with you. But he started to get the pitch count up there in the 6th and the 7th. And that's where I thought, like, okay, we were lucky to kind of get out of this thing. Do you want to push it? It's so tough. And he would have said, screw you, I'm going back out there if they tell him.
Sure.
He's doing it.
Because he hadn't pitched for 2 years.
But yeah, but that's even you're proving the point of, like, why.
I'm not proving any point. I'm just saying
he hadn't pitched in 2 years is why you're like,
I paid this guy to go out there and pitch.
Yeah, and he's finally healthy to do so.
And he's doing a great job.
He is. He did his job.
But see, now we're with these thoughts. What if he'd had like a no-hitter possibility early in the season? Would you be thinking differently? Would you say?
I mean, pitchers have been getting taken out over the last decade. Like, pitchers getting taken out of no-hitters is a thing.
Yeah, Blake Snell always comes to mind.
I think it's a terrible thing.
The perfect game, hey, that's special. And look, not to say a no-hitter's not.
Right.
But I do think,
especially for a guy that has the decorated career this guy has.
Yeah.
To say, no hit. Yeah.
Speaking of decorated careers, Chris Arnold just walked through the halls in his new brand spanking new Mavs T-shirt, fired up about Cooper Flagg coming aboard last night. But yeah, I think if it's a perfect game, now you're really starting to get interesting. But I think there would even still be fans there saying, you haven't had him healthy. You know that the high leverage pitches are going to be, a problem for stressing his arm, and we need him next year. We need to do everything we can to actually have the back half of this contract work out in our favor, because we really didn't get anything for the first two, and it stinks, to have to do something like that, especially with a great pitcher like that that's never had a no-hitter and he wants it. I just wonder if Boch or somebody in that organization would have actually taken the ball from him in between innings, without that perfect game being broken
I think
up.
Boch leaves him out there.
I think he does. I think it would have had to come from upstairs.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, like,
and
I need this guy healthy.
We've talked to CY numerous times. He doesn't always go in that door and demand stuff, does he, from his manager?
He might at times.
No, I mean, he said it himself. He says he doesn't like to go in there and, I mean, we've asked him questions about lineup changes and stuff like that.
I don't think he's going to mess up the lineup, but I think that the health of your team, the health of a player, that's when you probably step in there.
Do you think you have this discussion about him every time he goes out? What if he's got a no-hitter going?
Let's think, yeah.
Because he's the one guy that every time he takes the ball, you could get a no-hitter.
Yeah.
If we hadn't talked about it by now, we're definitely talking about it today. Like, what are the hard limits, and let's get something we can agree to with him. Just so we have an understanding going into it. But I just think next year, so big. Like, where would you draw the line, Brian? Is it 110 pitches? Like, what's your draw?
Until he gives up a hit.
Wow, that would be the most.
I think he's that efficient pitching, and he knows where to and now how to locate pitches and stuff. Sure, he's tired, but that's where I think his game's even better. Locating, working the plate down up. I think, to me, you get a veteran pitcher that knows how to get outs. I let him go. If any other ones you might think of, I just think of a guy like that who has such pinpoint control. You let him go try and do it, And if he looks into the dugout and looks at you like, I can't do this anymore, and he's probably not going to do that.
No,
but his ability to be efficient with pitches wants me to give him a chance.
He said afterwards something that makes me think maybe he'll have another shot at a no-hitter next week when the Orioles are in town. He says the goal's always been to try to come back and be as good as it was before surgery. When you miss that much time, you've got a lot of time to think about what you've done in your career. So I go back to that take it one pitch at a time mentality, just try to hit my spot, and if I miss, make the next pitch. So I'm constantly trying to work on that and still work on things between, but tonight felt good. He was asked to reflect on, is he the same guy that he was before? And I think for us, we can say yes. He's always his toughest critic. But
he's got a good shot to be the first Ranger ever to win a Cy Young.
Okay, great story from late morning. DFW's Bobby Witt Jr. is going to play for Team USA in the 26th World Baseball Classic. This is the Four Nations impact, isn't it? And maybe it's just the beginning of superstar players recognizing the ability to grow their brand and compete, and maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something for your country. I just wish the NBA and the NFL could do something like this, and maybe we're not too far off in the NBA. And I know the NFL is looking into how could we do that, but I think it really comes down to like country versus country. I think you tap into national pride, you get some of that Olympic or, a World Cup mojo going, and hockey finally cracked the code. So I think baseball is going to fly in here as well. I would want my players going now.
Hell yeah.
Just because of the energy and was terrific. The second half of the NHL season, better ratings, better interest. I mean, it really, was a massive bonus there for all those players' recognition and the popularity of the league.
All forgotten country, but please don't get injured.
Right. Yeah.
What about Diaz? Remember that whole thing, jumping around, celebrating, blowing out a knee?
That was.
Then he wasn't the same, right?
That was rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. The team's got to get insurance on their guys. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But it was epic. The last World Baseball Classic, you're getting Ohtani versus Trout. I mean, it is awesome.
Okay, Mavs Cooper Flagg era is now officially underway. We have multiple guests to talk about it later on in the show. Just 8 days older than when LeBron James was taken straight out of high school.
It's wild.
A few days younger than Dwight Howard. Or maybe I got that opposite. A few days older than Dwight Howard, a few days younger than LeBron James. I believe the state of Maine is now Mavs country. Like they mentioned it in Crosstalk, how big the Mavs are going to be up there in Maine. And check it, like seeing pictures of Newport over the last couple of days, that sounds like a perfect August vacation, doesn't it?
It looks gorgeous.
There on the water.
It does, especially if you're a lobster fan.
I know Newport, Rhode Island is beautiful. I've been up there doing that part. I've never been to Newport, Maine, but Newport, Rhode Island, I think they're all kind of in that same area up there. Man, it's beautiful. In the summertime, it's glorious.
Jamie Benn is returning. Will it be glorious? I don't know. 1 year extension per multiple sources reported earlier today. That's good, right? I mean,
it's a massive pay cut.
Listening to Dutch, was it a massive pay cut?
Yeah, I mean, he was making $9.5 million, and now he's making $1 million. Yeah, so he clearly wanted to be here. I still think for that amount of money, he's got enough left in the tank, and he is a great captain. I mean, he's very well respected throughout the league. He is still one of these guys that's not afraid to mix it up and do some dirty work for you. So, I mean, he's no longer a top two-line player. I think he's going to be on your third or fourth line, but hopefully they can go win a cup for him this year because maybe this is the last ride.
2-4 Dawson World Baseball Classic was here before the Four Nations. It was a hit last time with all the stars they played last time. What are you talking about? It was good. I mean, but it didn't capture the nation's attention like Canada versus the USA did. 817, with the addition of Cooper Flagg, does this bring back the Duncan versus Dirk type of rivalry? Certainly hope so. This is going to be a terrific build-up. Is he going to play Summer League? I didn't see anything on that.
That's a great question. I don't know. I would assume he would, right?
At least a couple of games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start to get your feet wet.
He'd play. I think Wemby played a game or two in Summer League.
We get to preseason. I remember, Luka's preseason debut when we were watching that at a bowling alley. It was like, holy crap, this guy can really freaking play. Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard really to have a strong opinion on what he's going to do. My only strong opinion is I think his floor is very, very high because he plays, both ends of the court, and he's a team player. But at the same time, I look at he had two teammates drafted in the top 10 last night. With Malawach and Knippel fourth. So I don't necessarily buy into the concept or the hype that he willed his team to victory. I think it was one of the most loaded teams, and he has a great skill set that helped them win. But how does all this interact with the NBA? And if he does win Rookie of the Year, and if he can't be like a 20-7 type of guy as a rookie, I would expect this team, nobody can touch him in the West. I mean,
if they're healthy,
can we start the hype train?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys. I know, I get it. The health is tough to bank on for certain guys like Anthony Davis, but they've got so much depth right now, and that is a weakness for every other team in the Western Conference. I'm very excited about what the Mavericks could do.
Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us today, buddy?
Well, we're either going to do the funniest MLB names or which movies deserve a sequel. Got a poll out now. Depending on the results is where we'll go. We let the people decide. That's next in the nation.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters?
Laser Lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Let's go to the Pip Cup. Lucius has the champ.
Yeah. Big Godzilla walking through the city right now. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday at 5:30. There will be a G-Bag of the Day today. Got some hot nominees. Got some John Blaze-ish coming for you, bro. But yeah, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. And the replay here at 2:20-ish, 2:22 today. Hey, if you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. It's a combo pack. Our winner's a combo pack. Shout out to Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Why are they trolling the church like this, fam?
Praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Brother Harry Dick Jones. Man.
He went right through it, man.
And also, Brother Harry
Dick Jones.
Oh, Dick Jones. Oh, you got me.
Yeah. Never paused.
I imagine all the kids and some of the dads trying to contain their laughter.
Oh, somebody was high-fiving back there. Got him. I got him.
Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor, have you tasted him this week?
Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Come on. That was the wrong neighbor.
That was the wrong neighbor.
Could try to save it.
If you're stuck sitting next to Brother Harry Dick Jones when the preacher asked that.
Man, I love these cuts. They'll be tough to beat. Coming up at 5:30, the G-Bag of the Day every afternoon with Lucius. Right before we get to LA Live at 5:40, here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
All right, we will get into the top 10 movies that deserve a sequel. 877-881-1053. What movies would you like to see get a sequel?
Sequel means part two, not like a remake, right?
Nope,
Tired of the remakes. Okay.
Absolutely.
Continuation of the story.
Yeah, and it does seem like we do have a lot of remakes.
You get the remakes before you get a sequel. Yeah.
It's like Hollywood's, we run out of good ideas.
And they're flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're flat.
They're usually not better than the original. But shout out to Cooper Flagg as he is now getting his own pizza in Louisville. Motor City Pizza in Louisville has come out with their own Cooper Flagg pizza. And what you can get on this thing, pretty delicious sounding to me. It's topped with chicken, bacon, and ranch, cheesesteak as well. So it's a chicken, bacon, ranch, cheesesteak pizza that you can get. I think we actually have prices here as well. If you're interested in that, you can get it $16.95 or go with the big one, $24.95. If you want thin crust, and I'm kind of a thin crust fan, $18.95 is what you're looking at there. So I'm assuming we're probably going to get a lot of Cooper Flagg named dishes.
I was kind of hoping that maybe it was a pizza involved with some kind of like brisket or something like. I mean, it kind of sounds like it's got that Philly flair.
Is it the cheesesteak?
The cheesesteak, yeah. Go with sirloin. How about like sirloin on a pizza, kind of a thing?
Where's he from?
He's from
Maine. So if you want to throw lobster on the pizza, that would make even more sense.
We try like a lobster roll pizza.
I think there's nothing wrong with the lobster roll at all.
Get creative with that.
It's probably a pretty expensive pizza when you start talking about using lobsters, but
it's a first draft pick.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It seems like to me it's got a very Philly vibe to it.
Well, anytime you're putting in the cheesesteak, it does make you think of Philly.
Yeah. Wait. I mean, that's kind of what that city's known for, the cheesesteaks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, if this was a 76ers pick, I would totally understand what we're doing
we need
here.
to do something like Dallas related.
I was thinking brisket, steak, something else. Yeah.
Instead of just the cheesesteak.
I'm sure it's a good pizza, but
that's a fair counter.
Yeah.
Now, Eric talked about this a little bit earlier. I don't know if you guys have stumbled upon this on Netflix, but it is the Poop Cruise documentary.
Yeah.
Okay.
The poo lasagna.
Did you watch it?
The chef called it. Yeah, that was gross.
Dude, his description of that had me like cringing yet like cackling.
So this is something to do with bathroom problems again?
Yeah, so
of course Eric is all over this.
Well, if you remember, so
dude,
yes,
he
of
is.
course.
There's nobody that finds more stories
No.
about people unfortunately crapping on themselves than him.
It was amazing because I saw this.
Did you see this the other day?
Yeah.
Dude was at a golf course and just blew out the back end.
Saw this during the prep.
Oh, it was you, brought us.
And then he fires off the trailer doing his, the chi block earlier at around 2:45. If you were listening, but I ended up watching this last night with Maya because I'll be honest with you, the NBA
Is it
draft,
disgusting?
It did not hold my attention. There are parts of it that are disgusting. There are parts of it that I did find humorous. And having done the cruising, now I've never done a Carnival cruise. I've only done the Royal Caribbean.
So the bathrooms are clogged up on these things? What are we doing?
So like CNN ended up making this a huge story, and they talk about that in the documentary. It's only about 55 minutes long, but back in February of 2013, one of the Carnival cruise ships, ended up getting a fire in the engine room.
Oh, no.
And it burned all of the wiring for the electrics.
Yeah.
So they're completely without power. They're just floating out there in the ocean.
That's why you don't go on a cruise.
So the toilets aren't working. They're not flushing. They're trying to figure out what the hell are we going to do.
Over the side.
Initially, the advice is you can just go ahead and number one in the shower, and for the number twos, we're going to give you red bags. And there was one guy that was in this being interviewed, and he was like one of my spirit animals. He goes, my whole thing was I'm not using the red bag. And I would have been the same way. I am not using the red bag. I'm doing everything.
How they want you to use the red bag? Is it like put it onto a bucket or something? Or you put it onto the toilet and then you go into it?
I don't.
Or am I supposed to balance? Like, I have to be skilled to brew now?
It did not sound, Did not sound easy. Did not sound easy. And then what you're supposed to do is leave the bag out in the hallway when you're done with it.
Oh my god!
So and then you ended up having an overflow.
That's a job that Eric needs to do.
Bro.
There's leaking. Oh my god!
All your decisions in life are hitting you at one time. Like, man, how did I get here?
So bad.
Picking a poo.
Right.
Why did we think getting on a crowded boat in the middle of the ocean was a good idea?
There you go, Dawson. You got the right idea there.
Man, I'm an advocate for the
man, those cruises are fun.
They're incredible.
They're fun, bro.
Yeah,
This is one story of like hundreds that go out.
We've lost power in the engine room.
Every time.
It's the one. It's the one time that you get a bad horror story like this.
I'm sorry, Captain. We
get
it all
cruises
we've got.
that are departing every single day, and you're hearing nothing bad about it.
Scotty, what's the problem down there?
I hear that there's
We've
just
got the red poo bags out.
Yeah, well, the red poo bag sounded disgusting.
I heard it's really only fun if you want to drink all day.
I think there's
Why
a
don't
lot.
you just go to the beach and do that? Just like pull up at a beach.
Because they're taking you to beaches.
Like I could see like hanging out all day, like
Hey,
with
if you wanna
Lucius,
eat
like
all
at
day.
a pool swim up bar thing. Hey man, where
I'll
you
definitely
from?
be there. I'll be there. Then you got the little casino. There's clubs in
it's
that
got
joint.
everything for you.
You don't have to go out and float around
It's a
and have
floating
a
city.
Yeah, I
But
can
that's
pee in
part
the
of the
pool
deal.
if I want to. I don't have to use a red bag.
Well, you can be on. You could have done that in the pool if you wanted to. And the issue was they ended up giving away free booze to try and build morale. And once people get drunk, now they're not thinking.
Now
So
they're throwing the bags
Now
at each
we've
other.
got fights. We've got people that are urinating off the side of the deck.
Viruses is just spreading across that
my
thing.
God. And then people are starting to hoard things. So they're going off in their own corners, and they're like, "These are my people. Get away!" Now we have the barbaric human nature's coming out. Now we got
Lord of the Flies.
How long were these people floating around out there? What is Carnival doing? Are they just letting them just?
Well, they had issues.
Anarchy out
'cause
there? What are we doing?
Initially, they had a tugboat that was going to come and take them back to Mexico. Then they ended up
3-hour
floating
cruise.
thousands of miles away. So now they got another tugboat that's going to come and take them over to Mobile, Alabama. It ended up being like a week. I mean, it sounded.
They were on this
awful.
boat for a week.
Yeah. It was multiple days. It was day 4, I believe, in which the fire happens, and then it's multiple days that they're dealing with the terrible conditions on Carnival.
Thank you.
And they probably have no recourse, right? Like, well, it wasn't our fault, so.
Well, they did.
definitely
Yeah,
aren't.
I mean, ultimately, they did talk about that at the end of the
What
documentary.
boat was this? The
They
Pooh
got
of
2
the
fun
Sea?
passes. Here you go. Come back.
They
50% off.
They refunded everything. They gave them a free cruise and like $500.
Did they?
bucks.
They gave you a free cruise.
Yeah.
Here, go on a boat that actually works.
Yeah.
Most of them do.
Our bad.
Most of them do. That's.
I tell you what, you're
I'm a
selling
Royal
this-
Caribbean person.
Are you?
Yeah, I've never done the
Okay.
Carnival deal, and Royal Caribbean's treated me right.
They're cool, man.
I got nothing. Yeah, I love the cruise.
Yeah, I like it too,
You get
bro.
on the cruise, you don't have to worry about a damn
Of
thing.
course, they have. You've been pregnant twice out there.
I'm
haven't
all
you, on
good.
this thing?
No, the second time
sure
we were already conceived, Brian. We were conceived prior
Oh,
to the
I'm
boat.
sorry, but it was on the way,
It's
right?
a pleasure cruise for him.
He was on the way. He was on the way.
Yeah, I'm showing up with my
We were a
without my
couple
pants.
months in. But yes, so the 214 acknowledged when you watch it, there's a contract when you sign and buy the ticket that does not specify, apparently, and I don't know if Carnival's changed this, that they don't actually have to have like working
lifeboats
conditions for you on this cruise,
or like
essentially.
an ability to get you off
like
the boat.
fine print. And if anybody knows this, it's like, why the hell would you buy the ticket in the first place? But that's these loopholes, man. They always find ways. It's ridiculous. Now we get into the top 10.
All right, let me ask you this: if this happened to you, would you go back? Would you go back as much as you love to cruise around the Caribbean?
That would be a scarring. It's a scarring experience, 100%.
Okay.
I
just want to make sure
I
that
would
you're
need
not
to
dug
take.
in.
I would probably take a break for a while, but I can't say that I'd never get back.
Would
on
you?
another
Yeah.
cruise.
Would you accept the cruise passes? They give you 2 more and $500 to spend, bro.
I'd be pissed.
You'll be right back on it, bro.
Like, that's so ridiculous.
You'll be right back.
Hey, the free cruise. You're right. I'd probably
Would
I
you-
earned this. We deserve this, honey.
Would you
We went through fecal matter to get here, baby.
Could you regift it like
To somebody
here.
else?
Yeah, like here you go.
Hey,
Mom,
buddy,
Dad,
never,
enjoy.
Oh, you've never gone on a cruise?
Yeah.
Yeah, give it to Eric. Hey, you guys have never gone, right?
Oh, Eric would love that if it was a poo cruise.
I
He'd
think
be
he's-
all over that.
But aren't the bedrooms like a third of the size of the Pimp Cup?
They're small.
They're kind of small. Some of them are small. Matters which ones you get. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can go. I
More
mean, if you wanna
comfortable
go
than
fancy-
How narrow are the halls? You know,
Hall's pretty narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the worst part is
what are we
walking through the
doing?
hallways. They're fun, Brian.
He's trying to find negative
They're
things
awesome.
about it.
What are we doing?
They're fantastic. The food's great. It's free booze.
You get to hit some ports every once in a while.
The ports
some
are
cool
awesome.
ports.
You're traveling the
Yeah,
world.
get off and stay off.
It's amazing. I've loved all my experiences on the cruises, and the staff incredible.
Okay.
Very friendly.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Social Network's
In the
getting a sequel.
Navy.
You guys familiar with the Social Network?
The movie?
Yes.
With the Winklevoss twins? And,
Yes.
And Facebook Man?
Yes.
And you're asking me.
David Fincher. Well, it's a movie you should see because you'd actually probably really like it. It is
would I?
about the making of Facebook. Phenomenal movie. Was nominated for an Academy Award. Did not win that year, which I do think was a big time snub. But since then, it looks like Aaron Sorkin, who wrote that, wants to do a part 2, a follow up to the Social Network. I guess what's gone on ever since then with Facebook. And that whole debacle.
Yeah, those Winklevoss twins, they ended up getting $100 million, I think, in a settlement.
Good for them, because they had the idea.
They took all of that money and bought Bitcoin. They bought 5% of the world's supply of Bitcoin, 1 million of them, and then started a crypto exchange.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they still ended up cashing in. I mean, they were already pretty damn
They did
rich. I
incredible.
think.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to have a silver spoon life one way or another. But yes, this took it into generational billions.
Well, Andrew Garfield's character in that, and I can't remember what his name was, like Eduardo or something. He's the one that seemed like he got really screwed. Like he ends up he was like the co-founder, and then they
Did
end
he
up
sell
taking
out?
his name out of everything. He didn't sell out. They basically like bought him out. Like they kicked him out. He signed something, and I guess he didn't have his lawyers look over it properly. But what he signed was essentially like he gave up his shares. So he got bleeped. But that's on him, I guess, for not doing your due diligence and making sure everything.
I'll be in the street. I'll be doing rocks, bro.
Yeah, I'd probably have. That'll get you.
Somebody you don't even understand.
So what are some?
I'm so close.
You'd be on
Have
a
you seen
cruise.
that Facebook thing?
Yeah, you'd be cruising, baby.
On a cruise.
You got a Facebook?
That's me, man. That's all me right here.
You're kidding me. You're the Facebook guy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
Facebook
me.
guy?
You got $1?
Please. No Country for Old Men was a movie that they want a sequel to, according to Outside the Star. The Detective Pikachu movie is a movie that some wanted a sequel to. My Cousin Vinny.
Hey, yeah.
That'd be good.
Like, did he go on and do more?
Like, what happened there?
Yeah, what happened there?
Old School?
Was it a one-time thing?
Yeah, old school.
I think we could do a My Cousin Vinny sequel. There's probably a lot of people out there that haven't even seen that movie.
Old School was a little tired bit, wasn't it, Brian? I think we were too old when that movie
I
came
think
out.
we were way too old when that
Didn't
thing
like
came
it?
out, yeah.
Edge of Tomorrow, that Tom Cruise movie. The Other Guys.
Was that the one where he kept coming back? He would
Yes.
die and then he would come back,
Yes.
and he had to.
It was
figure-
good.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting.
Fight Club. Got to vote?
Oh, yeah.
Can I vote for one?
Yeah, please.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Okay.
Bueller.
I'd like to see them kind of like older,
That could be a good
like
idea.
an adult.
I want to see the next day when he got caught up and everything. And that explained to everybody?
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Where'd you been?
Cameron's character in Succession is such a dweeb. What a fail. You know what I'm talking about, Wolchuk, Lucius, right? That's Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah.
Oh, the actor?
The
Matthew
brother
Broderick.
from the first wife.
Well, Matthew Broderick is Ferris.
He's Ferris.
Right, but he's talking about Cameron.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Cameron, he's the dude.
yeah, but like,
the
I don't know what
Ferrari.
he's- I don't know
the
what
Ferrari.
he's
done.
He's
It
the
was-
dad.
yeah.
He's
Yeah,
still.
but-
He's
Like,
buddy.
I haven't followed that guy's career. What's he ended up doing?
I hadn't either. The first time I saw him since Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
He's in Succession. He is the first son
Holy crap.
with the hooker
no
wife.
way.
Yes. Yeah.
I did not know that was him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you call yourself a movie authority.
Well, Succession TV show, Brian. But yes, I do see a lot of movies. E.T., Superbad, and Hancock are the honorable mentions on here. And Hancock is an underrated film that Will Smith made. If you haven't
That was
seen
great,
it,
yeah.
Dude, it's badass.
Fun.
I'd love to get that. A lot of people.
Yeah, I see it now, bro. I'm sorry, I'm so late. Yeah.
So good.
My fingers moving slow as hell.
That's
But I see what you're saying. You were
Like
right.
me the other day on meds.
The top 10 that need a sequel, we got The Goonies, which they might be doing, or they're doing a remake. One of the two, Lucius. It's probably a remake.
Yeah.
Forrest Gump.
I mean, you wouldn't want to work with any of those child
I
actors.
don't know what else you would do.
I guess you follow his son and see if they kept the old shrimping business alive.
Yeah, that's good.
Does he like
Did you
me?
sell those Apple shares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he find Facebook?
Yeah.
Did he? Yeah, did he?
I mean,
iRobot?
is the kid a good running back and kick returner would be
Yeah.
my first.
Playing for Alabama.
LSU.
Did you ever find out how awful your mother was?
Yeah.
Terrible person.
Yeah,
Did your dad so wrong, fam?
iRobot at 8. I don't know that we need an iRobot sequel.
Nah, we living in it.
Alita Battle Angel. Didn't you see that?
Oh, Jenny. What's that?
Alita,
Sorry, I'm in
that
Forrest
Battle
Gump.
Angel.
Yes, that was a great movie.
You thought it was good.
Yeah,
Battle
I enjoyed
Angel.
it.
I never
Yeah,
saw
Battle-
that
I think there is a sequel coming to that, isn't there?
There is?
Yeah.
Well, these people are going to be happy. I haven't heard anything
We don't
about it,
even know.
but might
Oh,
be.
Boys in the Hood. I need a Boys in the Hood
Okay.
update, man. Did Trey ever, did he keep it on the straight and narrow? Had a rough time starting out there.
Yeah.
Did he ever go to college and become somebody? Now he's a professor trying to save the community again. Come back to save.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Training Day got texted in. Pulp Fiction. Crazy Rich Asians is number 6. The South Park movie. Minority Report, another Tom Cruise film. I wouldn't mind a sequel to that. Inception.
Yeah, it was good.
How about The Dark Crystal, Lucius?
Yeah.
That'd be bizarre.
I know a local radio DJ that looks like the Dark Crystal.
Ooh. Doesn't work here, though.
No.
And
She's beautiful, by the way. I'm just saying, she looks like the Dark Crystal character. Beautiful.
The Simpsons movie, number 1, though, that they want a sequel.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
People love The Simpsons, man.
Was that the movie they were in a bubble? Was Springfield in a bubble?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I really didn't even think it was very good.
No, I
It
didn't
did give
either.
a Spider Pig, though.
Alrighty, there it is. The top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon. Why Cooper Flagg's going to wear 32. More interesting talking points next. Joel Berry, ACC Network at 3 here in the nation.
Coming up.
Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I was in my parents' bedroom, I think in 1990 or 91, when Christian Laettner hit that shot, that iconic inbound turnaround.
Spectrum, Philadelphia.
Incredible, historic. And I don't know where Cooper Flagg's mom was when she saw that play, but left a big impression on her. That is why Cooper Flagg is going to wear 32. That's why he wore 32 in high school. Only wore 2 at Duke because 32 was retired for Christian Laettner. So Coop's going to be in a 32, and iconic number, really. I mean, I love it. Magic Johnson, Bill Walton, Karl Malone.
Yeah.
Like before 23, 32 was kind of one of those numbers, that was just kind of different, and 23 has overshadowed it. But there was at one time 32 was a definite GOAT number. Magic Johnson, the greatest 32 to ever rock it. Can Cooper Flagg be better? Hopefully, we shall see. The other update on the Mavs is that D'Angelo Russell is apparently favored to be joining this Mavs team. And I guess it really makes sense if you need a guy who can run some offense. But if you're trying to build a playoff team out of that, like he can't be the lead guy. It's got to be, this is the guy that makes the most sense to give us offense, to give us shot clock winding down, give us late game type of stuff. Even though D'Angelo Russell isn't efficient enough, he's pretty dang good at it. And if the surroundings around him are great and he doesn't overshoot, like we don't want D'Angelo Russell volume shooter. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed by this one. I would hope they could get better.
Yeah, Nico was saying during the presser last night that he seems to think that they've got their pick of what guard that they would like. So maybe they've got their eyes on a bigger fish than D'Angelo Russell. But, yeah, I mean, D'Lo's had some moments, but he's also just super inconsistent, right? There's been some really good highs. He's a little bit volatile, I think, off the court as well. Where is he mentally? Is he always kind of feeling it? I think he's had some up and downs when it comes to mental health as well. But
in his mind, he's a superstar.
Yeah.
And I think he struggles when he tries to do a lot, and the coaches say, hey, I don't know what his mental health situation is, but I just know him trying to do too much is the problem. If he would play inside of his skill set, I think he could be a really good asset.
Yeah, I think that's probably spot on when you consider how he was drafted, what the second overall pick by the Lakers. And he turned out to be a bust. And he's had good moments elsewhere, whether it was in, Brooklyn recently or in a second stint with the Lakers. But he is one of those guys that I think could play once you get Kyrie back because he's kind of a combo guard, like a 1 and a 2. But I think that there's other names that I'd like a little bit more than D'Lo.
Yeah, but still, it would be a welcome addition, I think.
Absolutely. It fills a need.
Yeah, right now, just the backcourt creation is rough, and it really makes me wonder how important they believe it is. We've seen the traditional point guard that just handles it, brings it up, maybe scores 9-10 points a game and hands out 8 or 9 assists. He's basically dead. Now every team's best offensive weapon is essentially charged with figuring out a way to be the point guard unless you're clearly a big. Okay, so all this is going to unfold really over the next couple of weeks. Probably by late next week, we're going to have a great view of the free agent picture and what the Mavs roster might look like. We're waiting for an update on Wyatt Langford, aren't we, on some kind of a side tightness situation? Last I'd heard, they're hoping it's not an oblique strain. That doesn't sound good because these obliques can be a month or so.
Yes, it could be an extended period of time if that's the case. He's getting tests today. Hopefully by the end of the day, maybe
has he dealt with this
something.
before?
He has, I believe so. It might have been last year when he first came up and then went back down.
Yeah.
This is the too strong argument, isn't it? Dude's too strong.
Too tightly wound.
That's what we were discussing.
Yeah. I mean, you're really rotating through on both, hitting and throwing. So I do think Wyatt Langford loves the weight room, and there's tremendous benefits to it. But I think at some point, like being, I think the word is supple or more flexible.
Flexible.
It might be more important than that extra.
No, you're right. Supple. You have to think about it. There's a book called The Supple Leopard or something like that.
Yeah.
It's about stretching and knowing your body.
There you go. Yeah. Get it some yoga maybe on your off days.
Yeah. April of last year, he had the right oblique strain. So this one might be on the opposite side.
Second year in a row. Speaking of last year, the story is back. They've decided they're not going to do a Pride night or a Pride week or whatever. They're the only team in baseball that is not participating in it. Right? I suppose. I don't know how you take it. Maybe for some fans it's offensive. Maybe it's a nothing burger. I do support those initiatives, but I think it's important to be inclusive as much as possible, especially for a business. But with how polarized the country is right now on either politics or rights, I mean, staying out of it has to be okay, isn't it? Isn't just saying, like, listen, we just don't want to get involved. Can we please? I think we just saw in multiple stories here, gambling and then the THC stuff in the spring, the legislative sessions, how much muscle the religious conservatives still have in our state. It's the biggest voting bloc, So if you're the Texas Rangers, how many of your fans are going to be offended? And is it bad for business?
Sure.
I don't know if that's what they're thinking, or they just have some sort of a stand against it. But it is interesting, and I think you'll probably see that
definitely makes you stand out when you're the only one.
Yeah, like why?
Yeah, just
why?
Only one.
Do you think the sponsors have something to do with this?
I could see
Absolutely, it could very well be.
That they know that if they have it, then it offends their sponsors, and then they lose their sponsors, then there's problems?
There's probably a business standpoint on it, but it's not a situation for the other 29 teams.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe there's something about Texas, or maybe this goes right to the top to Ray. Maybe he's one of these guys.
Might be because he did not want to comment about this. Reading Evan Grant's article that he wrote, maybe he's just not into it.
Yeah, that could be it. WNBA corner here in the G-Bag Nation. Caitlin Clark is out tonight versus the Sparks. She has a groin injury, putting tomorrow night's showdown against the Wings at the AAC in jeopardy. It's sold out. Mike Peasley and 20,000 of his closest friends have tickets for the AAC tomorrow.
She ain't playing tomorrow night.
And that does not sound, a groin injury does not sound like something I have tonight and is going to be okay tomorrow.
She's not playing.
It's just load management, boys. Come on. They've got her sitting, knowing that she's going to be playing off a back-to-back tomorrow. You don't want to play on.
Hopefully that's the case. It does remind me of heading to the Cotton Bowl to watch AS Roma play Ronaldo's Real Madrid team, and he waved and then went and sat on the bench for the first half.
A huge letdown.
You're talking to a guy that drove all the way to Chicago to watch Man United play. And they played dudes that were wearing number 73, number 64.
B-team guys.
It was like,
their U18
they were playing. They were.
This will be a good experience for the lads. Get them out there in Chicago.
It's like when they first, like we figured out, it's like, oh my gosh, Manchester United, like all of us load up to go. Like, we'll never get to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. We'll never get to see a bunch of backups play. They're playing Bayern Munich. But Bayern Munich did the same damn thing.
Yeah, they do in those preseason tours. I guess they think that us silly Americans won't know the difference.
Hey, something's come up, 60 seconds on soccer, that managers around the world for these clubs are worried about the heat in North America next summer. That the problem that they're going to have with the pitch surfaces, just the overall temperatures and stuff for the players and stuff.
Yeah,
they're thinking that this might be something that when it comes down to it, that becomes a huge issue.
Might need to see the old water break come into play in some of these.
The fitness of their players, they're really worried about this.
I know it's been a problem this summer in baseball. And they're coming off a cycle where they played in Qatar.
Yeah, I've heard something about that.
So maybe they got some some lessons learned there that they can apply here.
Well, they did that in the wintertime.
But it was summer there.
It was in the winter. No, it was in the
But weren't games still approaching triple digits?
It wasn't as bad.
They definitely
the worst one they've had.
They couldn't do it in the summer. It'd be
Brazil. Brazil was bad. That was a struggle. It was they built those stadiums basically in like the wetlands and stuff like that.
Popped them up quick.
Humidity was a big problem down there.
Yeah, it's fascinating. You look into Brazil and some of those stadiums are just all overgrown now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Caitlin Clark did not miss a game in college or her first year in the WNBA, but she's
scared of the Wings.
Just over a week ago, she had a quad injury. I would say she's probably working too hard and needs to chill because she's
getting knocked around.
That's 2 leg injuries in a row. All righty, we got to run. When we return, Joel Berry, ACC Network predictions for Cooper Flagg's rookie year here on The Fan.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, and it's a Rangers night off, so we have a full 5 hours to discuss today's sports world with you, including the latest Mavericks edition, Cooper Flagg. And for more context and perspective on that, we go to Joel Berry from the ACC Network here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, we are. It's very exciting. Cooper Flagg coming aboard. I guess I'll just hit you with this. We're wondering if Cooper Flagg pushes the Mavericks to be the best team on paper in pro basketball when Kyrie Irving comes back. What would you think about that?
I mean, I wouldn't fault you for having that assumption with the talent that they have around him. You really don't see number one picks walk into a environment like that where they have those type of veterans, and not just veterans that have, had okay careers. These are guys that have won championships, that have played on the most elite teams that we have been watching for the last decade. And so these guys are still producing. So I think that having a talent like Cooper Flagg come in can really raise this team. And it's crazy to say that again, like I said, with the vets they have, but he has the potential and the skill, the ability to be able to do that and not only just show up, but actually make an impact for the Mavericks.
For someone as yourself that was an NCAA champion at North Carolina, I know it's got to be tough to sing the praises of a Dookie, but what stood out to you when you were watching Cooper Flagg in the ACC and dominate at such a young age?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, if you just to put it in perspective, he should be entering college basketball this year. And it's just crazy to see what he has done as he has streamlined to the NBA now. I think that for him, The talent is just off the charts. And you talk about a guy that literally led his team in every single major category. That is really difficult to do. And that just shows the impact that he has on the game and how it's hard for teams to be able to scout him, because if he's competing at the way that he competes, but he's also filling up the stat sheet in different ways, it's just really hard to scout a guy like that. The first thing I saw or my thought about him was that he's a basketball player. He plays the game where he impacts every single aspect of the game. I think that's why he is going to fit right in, because if he's not scoring the ball, he can still impact the game in so many different ways. And that's what truly makes him special.
Hey, Joel, you're known for your breakdowns and your work. How do you stop a guy like Cooper Flagg? How do you defend him?
I think physicality is the one thing. I mean, you see his frame. So I think, you could say, hey, try to get physical with him. It's hard to really do that in the NBA because, that's a way of it's a skill to be able to draw fouls.
Sure.
And so it's really hard to do that. I think you just keep bodies around them. I look at like a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is like very hard to guard one-on-one. And what the Pacers did, with sending an extra body at him kind of disrupted his game a little bit. So I think that's, maybe two ways you can impact him is being physical, trying to defend early, but also just keep bodies around him. But as we know, it's hard to do that in the NBA because there's so much space. And that's why it's going to be so difficult to guard him, because if you try to play him one-on-one straight up, he has the ability not only to be able to get around you, but he can finish at the rim. And then you talk about a guy that can see over the defense and deliver a pass. I mean, just think about him and Anthony Davis in a pick and roll situation.
Right.
How do you guard that with a Klay Thompson sitting in the corner? Yeah. It's going to be very hard for teams to guard them, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah. So you're saying that his game, what we've seen in the NCAA, it's going to translate even better in the NBA just because of the way the game is played, the style of the way the teams play.
Yeah, no, it will. I mean, like I see Jokic sometimes catch the ball at the free throw line,
right?
On the corner, and they basically ISO him. And so in a situation like that, as a defense, what are you going to do? I mean, I've seen he did that quite a bit at Duke, where they just kind of let him have his island, if you will, and said, hey, defense, you have to react to this. If you don't, he's going to go get a bucket. So I see the same thing. It's like you can't help, because we know in the NBA they make shots. So what are you going to do if he catches the ball at the elbow and he's able to do whatever he wants to do, and he has that ability to blow past you and finish at the rim?
It's Joel Berry with us, of course, the 2017 NCAA national champion and Final Four most outstanding player, now with the ACC network. Joel, how much has the game changed just since you were there 8 years ago? And how tough is it to make that jump here at 18 years old, dominating as a freshman, to now playing against 25, 26-year-old men who've been in the league for a while?
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I see now, you look at the lineups, and I'm checking out all the heights and stuff, and it's like, I don't even see a guy. I'm 6 foot. I don't even see a guy running out of the starting lineup that's even near 6 feet. Yeah. So it's just like the game has gotten, guys are a lot bigger. I say there's a lot of space, but, you got guys now that point guards. Look at Shea SGA. He's 6'6". Guys that are 6'4", 6'5", that can that are very physical. I just think that's the biggest adjustment, is the physicality. But also the pace of the game has really picked up too, with quick actions, not running through an offense. It's really quick hitters to be able to take advantage of the size, the length, the speed. And now, you look at Cooper Flagg, this is a 6'8", 6'9" guy that can handle like a guard. And I don't remember seeing that much in my day, and now it's like that's what you see all across basketball, are these lanky guys that can handle the ball like a 6-foot guard. And it's just really hard to guard. But I think, you know, one for Cooper Flagg, I just think the physicality piece will be a little bit different, but it's hard to say that when we all know what he did at USA Basketball. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts.
Hey, Joel, that's, you know, you brought that up about the ball handling and stuff, and I think the questions we have because of Kyrie's injuries, how much do you see him like as a 2? Is that, you know, you live with this guy, you watch him play every night, you know this guy. How do you see him as a ball handler potentially being that for the Mavs?
Yeah, I mean, you see it now where there are, you know, the bigger guys are bringing the ball up the floor and initiating offense. You know, Cooper Flagg can do that, especially with, you know, the defensive pressure in the backcourt isn't there enough to be worried about him being pressured. So I think he's a guy that you can allow Kyrie Irving to play off the ball a little bit and have Cooper Flagg initiating the offense. I could definitely see that happening. And that's a luxury that the Mavs have now, with being able to have not only a guy that can just handle the ball and create one-on-one, but you have a guy, like I said, that can come off a pick and roll and be able to make a play. I mean, him and Kami Malawach did that quite a bit at Duke. So now you have a lot more talent around you that can come off, and he can come off, and I mean, he has his choice. So, like I said, I see him as like a Jokic that's just a lot more mobile, and can, you know, be able to deliver the ball on point or be able to score and finish at the rim over guys.
Joel Berry with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So covering the ACC, we're in the NIL era. How is that now covering the sport? And do you think that this can benefit college basketball with players now maybe staying multiple years instead of, you know, the one and done era that we just experienced?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how it'll play out now, especially with the whole house settlement now being in play, and which will generate more money for guys. So it makes you think, is this a route where, you know, the one and dones that we've seen, will they, you know, can actually look at staying in college, you know, maybe an extra year? It'll be interesting to see. I don't know. We don't have the answers, but I think that's something that you could potentially see. But from a different perspective is like Cooper Flagg. I think this is such a great avenue for one and dones, because now this guy has handled all the off-court stuff that's an adjustment for a lot of guys that are going into the NBA. This is a guy that had, you know, dealing with brands, handling the money aspect piece, doing all these different things that are pulling your attention away from what you're actually there to do. And he did that at Duke. Now he's going into the league, and it's like, it's not it's not just an eye opener for him. It's like, I've been dealing with this. So you look at it from one side of the spectrum where guys might take a look at, instead of, maybe I come back and take the guaranteed money instead of making that jump. But when you do have guys that are now going into the league, they're able to understand how to deal with all the other things outside of basketball.
Do you think it's possible that the economy of college hoop grows so much that the universities can get alumni to pay a guy more than he would make in the NBA the following year if he stayed?
I mean, looking at Cooper Flagg's contract, I mean, I don't know if the money will be able to get up to that point, but you just never know. I mean, I think all possibilities are on the table. And as we continue to move forward in this formation of this new college world where it's outside of NIL now. This is actually guys sharing revenue, just like you do in the NBA. You share the revenue with the players. This is what it's turning into. So the possibilities of these guys potentially making money like that in the college level, I mean, years down the road, I could probably see that happening. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this plays out, especially with that added piece of the revenue sharing.
ACC Network's Joel Berry with us here on The Fan, a Tar Heel legend. What about the narrative that Flagg carried Duke? I saw some other top 10 picks there last night.
Yeah, I mean, you think about a guy that had all the hype coming into college, and that takes away the attention from all the other players, and rightfully so. I mean, he did a lot. Like I said, he led his team in every single category, in every single major category. So rightfully so, he took all the attention. But I don't, it's hard to say that he carried his team, because look at what they were able to do in the ACC tournament. Cooper Flagg goes out, and they're still able to win the ACC tournament. And I know all the things about the ACC being down. Hey, look, at the end of the day, it's basketball, and you still have to step out on the floor and play the game. And look at what Con Knippel was able to do. He stepped into a new role and really impacted that team, and so did Malawach. So I see why people are saying he carried the team, but it's because he had all the hype and he backed it up. But he had a lot of other talent that kind of helped him be able to be the player that everyone thought that he would be. Example, if Con Knippel's not out on the court, how do you space the floor? If Tyrese Proctor isn't there, how do you space the floor to be able to get Cooper Flagg to operate? So I don't think he carried the team, but he did a lot for the team. But there was a lot of talent around him.
Hey, Joel, as a North Carolina man, how excited are you for your football team and Bill Belichick? Got things buzzing there in Chapel Hill?
Oh, Chapel Hill is going crazy. I think everyone's just ready for the football season to be here to see what he can do.
Sure.
And I just think having a guy like him in Chapel Hill has really helped the brand. Now, to say that he helped North Carolina's brand is pretty crazy, but I just think he's brought a type of aura and excitement to football, because you see the basketball piece, but to have basketball paired with football and to be good in both sports is something that Carolina wants. And you can tell the school has been wanting the football piece to be there, and Bill Belichick brings that. So I think everybody's ready to get it going. I think they're tired of hearing about his girlfriend. I think they're ready to see what's going on and what can happen on the field, which I'm excited about that too.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this kind of like having Dean Smith back on campus? Something like that?
In a different way. I don't think they've had, a coach with this much talent, or not talent, but with this much. I mean, he's bringing all of his Super Bowl and what he's done in the NFL. I don't think they've never had this at the head of football.
Sure.
So I think this is something new, and that's not disrespecting all the other coaches
that
have coached at Carolina. I mean, they've had some great coaches, but I'm talking about bringing the standard, bringing the status of being able to see what a guy has done on the NFL level, and now bringing that to college football. They just haven't seen that, because a lot of coaches, once they coach NFL, they don't want to come down and mess with the college football.
Yeah.
So I just think they've never seen this before, and I think that's part of the excitement.
Joel, how good do you think SMU can be moving forward? They had pretty good success coming into the ACC, but we were talking about that yesterday because they're just down the road from us here in Dallas. Just how good can the Ponies become?
I think they were good last year. The way that they played last year coming into the league I was very impressed. And I think if Boopie Miller didn't get hurt in that stretch, I think the season would have looked a lot different for them. And it's one of those things that you've got to kind of balance now is in that non-conference. It's like, all right, you got to have a hard schedule, but you also don't want to drop those games and now your net's down and it impacts you at the end of the year.
Right.
And I just think it kind of hurt them a little bit with not having as tough of a non-conference. But for what they've done from coming into a league that is historically known for basketball and producing really good talent and having really good teams, and for them to be at the top in the top five for, majority of the season, I think that's very impressive for the school and seeing what they've already been able to do in just 1 year. And then look at football. Football, you come right in and you're in the ACC championship. I just think that speaks volumes for what they've already done. And I look forward to what they can do moving forward, especially with the piece of, I think one thing we know, y'all are in Texas. They bring the money.
Yeah.
And I just think that piece of it and what they've been able to do around, okay, how can we fund to be able to get the best talent and keep it there in Texas? I think the sky's the limit for SMU.
Terrific stuff, Joel. Congrats on your success on and off the court, and we'll enjoy your work real soon.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Salute. There he goes, Joel Berry. I think two-time all Final Four team, one-time champion, freaking legend down there at UNC, a couple of years in the G League, then a year in Turkey, and now working with the ACC network. I mean, he was so good. I think he was 6'5". Right now, he would be an all-star. Sure. He would be crushing because he was that good and a great team player there for those great Tar Heel teams. Okay, when we come back, it's time to hit the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening on the other side as we inch closer. I think, is it 70 days today until Cowboys-Eagles. 70 days. Amazing. We got 10 weeks, and we're back to talk about it here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Permapeer with you, though. When it comes to foundation repair, there's only one name that I trust. That is Permapeer Foundation.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to
Out
remember.
to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Caitlin Clark, I guess it is load management. We'll check you were dead balls on. Don't want to risk injury on a back-to-back. Walt, our buddy, who is on that beat for the WNBA, he's at all those games and works the locker room and stuff, had a great question for Paige Beckers at her presser. He just texted me that, says she's still on schedule to be at shoot-around tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a sold-out crowd tomorrow night at the AAC.
Boy, I was feeling bad for those folks.
Yeah, I have some appetite for this as well. Like, could Paige Beckers actually end up being better than Caitlin Clark? I think that's fascinating, and I'm ready to dig in and see the first matchup tomorrow. I guess she was faster than Clark by one game, first to 200 points or whatever it is. So
Yeah.
I think she has she's a more efficient scorer, and
Have a better all-around game.
Yeah. Okay, C-Note time. Cowboys news of the evening here in the nation. Full training camp kicks off July 20th in Oxnard. Be padded up a couple of days later. So I guess we got the schedule yesterday. Brian gave it to us like last week or something, but it got published.
Yeah, it did.
So that's cool. And you're going to be out there for what? A lot of it. First week starting.
Yeah, I'm going to be there the 21st through the 2nd.
Okay.
So I'll be there. I'm coming home with you guys on the 2nd.
Yeah.
Right on.
Be a blast, man.
Okay, so what do you guys think about the George Pickens story? Backed out on an agreement to do his football camp. His name is on the camp in Pittsburgh. Apparently, after he was traded, they reached out and he said, "I'll still be there." But this week it's time for the camp, and George is ghosting him.
Well, I believe he's doing the retreat with Dak.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be.
And the other players. So I'm hoping that would be the reason if he didn't give another one. And it's just he's with Dak and CD and the rest of the group over there just putting in some work ahead of training camp. If that were the case, then I have no problem with it. I mean, it'd be nice to be at your camp that your name's at, but I mean, maybe his focus is on, hey, I just want to get things right with the Cowboys and with my new teammates.
I don't think there's any malice here. I think maybe there was probably some scheduling problem, misunderstanding.
Sure.
Like, okay, wait a minute, my camp was in, but I've got a team function I have to be, or not a team, but a teammate function that I need to be at. So I don't think he's doing anything to try and turn his back on some kids.
I think the organizers did put out a pretty damning press release about him.
Okay,
I think so. Maybe he just didn't communicate that I'm not going to be there now that I have a new home, and this Dak retreat where all the offensive guys get together and bond is perhaps more important than an obligation that I had before I got traded.
Do we have the statement? What they said in the
man? I had.
Was it like George knew well in advance that this was the date? And
yeah, and we've been trying to
and we had
get
not
a hold of him,
and we had not got a hold of George.
We gave him a deposit already.
We paid him.
Oh, did he get paid?
No, I'm just saying that's what usually happens in promoting.
Okay.
I give the deposit up
I thought
front.
this might have been
my
a
guy
thing.
dips.
Yeah.
Then I'm holding the bag.
Yeah.
My internet's choosing a really interesting time. I had this story up from TJ Hushmanzada explaining what he believes Pickens thinks about this situation. He says, I don't know if you know George. I've been around him a little bit. He just doesn't give a damn.
Okay.
His representatives were like, hey, you need to do this. And he was probably like, I'm not doing it. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I don't care what you say. I'm not doing this.
Okay.
He says, I think it's unfortunate because he's probably going to take a hit in his reputation. I don't think he gives a damn, but those kids, that's part of it, and they are just going to be disappointed.
Okay, well, I wanted to believe the other half of it, so obviously TJ Hushmanzada knows him better than I do.
Oh, yeah.
And so if that's the case, then, that's unfortunate right there.
I think it's just a maturity thing, and I probably go with what Hushmanzada said. In this situation where something comes up, I don't think anybody would have blamed him for getting in there and saying, I would really want to be at this camp, and I'm sorry, but I'm with a new team, and they have this annual retreat that happens to be on those dates.
I see how players react when it comes to kids. For like media and others, they don't give a damn. That they don't give a damn on. But for like kids, that's usually a different story. So that's surprising to me.
It's a bummer. So the camp, I guess, was sold out. It was going to take place at Highmark Stadium there in Pittsburgh. And the statement from the organization, True Edge, said our team at True Edge was fully prepared to host a camp this Saturday. because we were led to believe George would follow through on his commitment.
Okay.
His sudden decision to back out not only reflects a disappointing lack of accountability, but also shows a disregard for the families and children who were excited to meet him. We were incredibly disappointed by his actions, and his actions do not express the goals or motives of True Edge Sports. And I guess Pat Freiermuth, current Steelers tight end, is going to appear in his place.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously they have a bunch of ticked off fans now. As you were mentioning, the parents and the kids are like, wait a minute, Pickens isn't going to be there? We're getting the tight end? That's a little bit different. I mean, Pickens is one of the most popular players on NFL TikTok and NFL YouTube and stuff because of his highlights. And I think it's just one of those unfortunate timing type of things. And I don't know, are they grandstanding? Is that doing too much? I guess they have their reasons for doing what they're doing.
They feel like that they got slighted on this deal, so they're doing what they need to do. Maybe I could say I probably this is one of those things where they told George, hey, listen, this is the date. Okay, I'm in. Yeah, okay, cool. And then when it comes down to the time, like 2-3 days before, it's like, whoa, wait a minute, no.
What would you do if you're Pickens and you get here and it's like, I think I'd call and say, can we do it another day?
I've got to tell Dak, hey, I have this camp. I have to be there at least for half the day. I have to show my face and tell people, hey, I got to do this thing with Dak. I got this new squad I'm trying to build with these guys. I got to bounce.
I mean,
you got to split yourself. You got to do both.
Yeah, I think if you showed up for like half the day, these guys have enough money and the access to private planes that they could have a plane there, waiting when it's done, get him on the plane and get him to wherever Dak's event is. I think that's something,
Where did Dak go last year? Was this an island? Was it a Caribbean island?
He always takes the offensive linemen, like they went to Vegas one year, and then I think they did fishing another.
Okay. Yeah,
so I don't know.
Fishing.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're at most 5-6 hour flight away from getting back to Pittsburgh.
I would go for half the day, like Lucius said. That's a good plan.
I think it's just the first tiny hiccup in a journey that's going to have some bumps in the road, and I think you just you go into it knowing that George Pickens is going to have some of these, and I just wouldn't want to make too big of a deal out of it. Obviously, he's got to deal with that on a personal level. It's a shot to his reputation. But I just think you got to buckle up for some bumps along the road and realize that while these things come up and they're embarrassing for him, I don't think they take away from the team. I also think he's really ticked off how things ended in Pittsburgh last year. I do think he kind of gave up on him. If you look at like the last, I think it was 4 games, he had 7 catches and a couple of horrible drops. Yeah. I think he just wants nothing to do with Pittsburgh anymore. Yeah. Okay, Warren Sharp has posted some more stats, total offensive penalty yards last year. And the Cowboys, here they are, they're 5th. Where are you with this team and discipline and penalties? I know it's been a big problem under Mike McCarthy. Can we expect good things in the penalty and discipline department here moving forward, or is it too much fun under Shoddy to get some of that?
I feel like the Cowboys are always a team that we're dealing with penalties.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's coaching,
right?
Coaching that outfit. And McCarthy would stand up there and say, "Yeah, we got to do something about the penalties," and then they'd never do anything about the penalties. So yeah, this is something that just is. It's the type of players you have, and you could talk about coaching penalties. I think you could also talk about making your players aware of, like we with the referees every week. Hey, no, listen, we're going to get officials this week that are going to call this. Make it known. If you're lining up on the outside, don't be too deep.
And he's good at that in Green Bay.
Yeah, but he was. I mean, if he talked about it every week, every press conference. The penalties and turnovers. They always talked about that, and they just never really got better on that.
The question of the day from DallasCowboys.com. Your guy Nick Eatman doing a good job cranking this content.
Question number 19.
This is 18.
Question 18. Go ahead, Nick.
By the way, got a copy of Nick Eatman's book.
Which book?
If these walls could talk, or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Do you? The question is, what is the most important game in the schedule?
Well, the next game, obviously.
I think the first.
That's the Eagles game.
I think it's the first. I think they've got to find a way. You can't just go out there and get rolled by the Eagles right off the jump.
I mean, you lost by 25 and 35 last year, right?
You cannot go out there. Any thought of going, you win that game, now you're buying yourself some goodwill. That you can't turn around the next week and lay an egg against the Giants, but you go out there and you don't show up, people are going to remind them that they have a ping pong table in their locker room. People are going to remind them that they got a happy head coach that loves everybody.
Yeah.
Everything that he's built up in this offseason to this job and ramping it up, he better damn make sure that team's ready to play football.
It's got to be close. I think Saquon can't go for 150 yards. There's just some things about that game that I think could really go to giving us confidence. And it's consensus in this room. I mean, yeah, week one, that is huge.
It's huge.
Are
It's
the
huge
Eagles still a superpower?
Yeah, well, it's huge for a coach that is like his first time out.
Yeah.
Don't go out there and just look totally unprepared.
Yeah, it sets the tone for the rest of the season. It really does.
Okay, we got to run. Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some guys that I want to talk about. Maybe these guys are going to play better. We'll see. Talk about that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we got a ticket giveaway. We empty the junk drawer, and my nemesis might win worst take of the week. It's a Friday morning on the Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, break it down a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on and leave it on your Cowboy station. 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner with the Broadus. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Tim Cato's coming up at 4. What are the Mavs going to do next? Here's the King.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Looking forward to talking to Tim Cato.
He's the best, man. We love Tim.
Talked to him the other day.
Their guy.
He and I had a Mavs discussion.
Good Mavs talk?
Yeah, good Mavs talk.
Yeah.
He's kind of my guy I call up and ask some questions about.
You go tip for tip?
Yeah, he was like I had sources, you know. I'm like a Mavs source
Just
guy.
trading information.
I was just trading information with him.
That's awesome.
He's like, I didn't know that. I'm like, well, you saying stuff I didn't know either. So good for you. But looking forward to having Tim on at 4 o'clock today. That'll be a lot of fun. We're getting ready for training camp, and you know, always kind of hunting content, especially Cowboys content as we get closer. I mean, we've got Love of the Star. I think Zach and I got one of those going off tomorrow as well. We're going to probably handle that. Probably take some fan questions.
Love the fan questions. The mailbag questions are the best.
Really love that. So all that. But anyway, I was doing some work, and I'm just always trying to find different angles. And I know we talk about guys that we think, maybe what about this guy? What if this guy falls apart?
Mm-hmm.
What if this guy doesn't deliver? What if this guy? So you kind of play those what ifs.
Sure.
Flip it around the other way. And I'm not talking necessarily about, like I say, okay, tell me the guy, and I got a list of guys. Tell me the guy or 2 or 3 that you feel like, listen, we're not really talking about it, but he's going to have a good year. He's going to show up. We get to Oxnard, and we're watching the one-on-one drills and the 9-on-7s and some of the preseason games, and maybe the guy's not a starter, but he's going to be a guy that, like, watch this. And I'm going to start this thing off. I think Awesome Richards is going to have a damn good year. And I'll say this, I think Awesome Richards, Dawson, is going to push for the left tackle spot.
Wow.
At starter at left tackle.
I love it.
That's the strongest thing I've heard about Awesome, and I've heard a lot about him in the last couple weeks.
And you know what? The thing about him, have we talked about him much?
You haven't? No.
See, that's what I'm saying. But
he's getting buzz.
See, that's what I think that maybe we might be sleeping on Awesome Richards. Yeah.
He looked good in all his reps last year.
Yeah.
The problem, I mean, he had that ankle, unfortunately, but I thought when he had his opportunities, he played really, really well. I was impressed. I know, like we've heard, maybe he would prefer to play guard than tackle, but his tackle tape was good coming out of North Carolina. We were pretty excited about that pick, and he played well in place of Tyler Guyton last year at left tackle.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that there is going to be, and I think the Cowboys are going to allow this.
They'll actually say, hey, fight for the job?
I think they're going to allow a competition for this job.
That's awesome.
If Tyler Guyton goes out there and doesn't do the job, and Awesome Richards is better at it, I'm feeling like these line coaches, these 2 new line coaches you have, are going to convince the head coach, we need to go with this guy. We need to find a way. And I think Awesome Richards is in the perfect part of his career right now, where he's kind of figured some things out. He kind of knows what he has to do to maybe get ready on a weekly basis. I think he's ready to be that guy.
You get a coaching change to push out.
Yes.
Guyton sponsor.
Yeah. Well, and in a way, I don't know if Mike Solari was really a huge Guyton fan. I think people in the scouting department were probably a little bit bigger.
Okay.
But Awesome Richards he's played guard. He's played tackle.
Yep.
He's shown plays where he's been really good at either one.
It looked like he got stronger last year.
I think we're gonna sit there in Oxnard and we're gonna be watching those practices and we're gonna go, that's a good rep. That's another good rep. Oh, they ran the ball outside right there. Oh, that was Awesome Richards on the block. I think there's going to be a legitimate competition at left tackle.
I love that. I think that'd be awesome. Make him earn it, man.
So sometimes they take the long road like Doug Free.
Yeah. I think this
year 3.
They're looking for, not that Guyton's not an athletic guy, but I think they're going to, if Guyton doesn't show the ability to be able to secure edge, left side edge, or pass set and have some power out there, and kind of sit down and not get compressed. And all of a sudden, Awesome Richards is kind of doing the job, keeping the guy wide, and they're able to run the ball a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying I wouldn't be. I should say, I think there's a legitimate shot for him. I really, really do.
Well, that's great because they need options at left tackle. We can be optimistic that Guyton's fixed his body and is going to take it more serious, and all signs are pointing in the right direction. But this gives you 2 shots at a decent player.
All right, my next guy. I think Peyton Turner's going to surprise some people this year.
Okay.
And I say Peyton Turner because, Dawson, you're telling me, man, they got a log jam at edge rusher here. They got a log jam. I'm not thinking as Peyton Turner as my edge rusher. I'm not putting him in there with Sam Williams and Fowler and Micah and everybody else that's going to come, Ezeraku, that's come screaming off that edge. Dallas is going to have to figure out whether it's Marshawn Nealon, somebody's going to have to replace Tank Lawrence over there at left end.
Setting that edge.
Somebody is going to, these teams that are right-handed running the football, somebody is going to have to be able to man that left edge. I think I saw things in Peyton Turner with the Saints. He is not a bendy rush the passer guy.
No, but he's a big body.
He's a big body. He's long. And he's able to hold the point of attack. And I think to me, don't look at him as like, well, they've got a lot of these. No. I think he was brought here to give them some strength on the left side. I think they're looking for, we talk about how they drafted Marshawn Nealon to be the Tank replacement.
Yeah.
But they really didn't. They worked him on the right side a lot.
I kind of like the option of maybe having them both out there together at end, and now you feel better about being able to set the edge and run defense. Because you're right, he's got 5 sacks in 4 years. That him getting after the quarterback ain't his strength.
No. Don't look at him. When we start to talk about him at camp, it's like the 9-on-7 period, the run period, the inside period. Wow, that's a nice job of holding it up. Oh, they got that thing stuffed. Oh, that was Peyton Turner over there. I kind of feel like that he has a different. They have a different plan for him, and not to be a bendy edge rusher, man, but be a point of attack. Let's be stronger when teams are trying to run the ball on the edge off their right side.
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, so you like that one?
I like that one a lot.
My next one. I think Jonathan Mingo is going to have a really nice year for it, because I'll tell you why. I think by adding Pickens, it's kind of clicked everybody down in responsibility. I think Jonathan Mingo has shown that he has more toughness. And here's a guy that could have pouted last year. Didn't get the ball, maybe, was getting traded, not a good scene. Oh, now he's not, Dak's not throwing the ball. He's having to come in. I didn't see this guy pout. I didn't see this guy give up in games when he played. I saw a guy that showed presence on the edge when they ask him to do some of the dirty work stuff.
He's good at it.
I think this guy is more willing to do things to be on the field than even Tolbert and some of the others. I think you talk about with Flournoy, Brooks, these other guys, I think Mingo is toughness and his willingness to do the dirty things, but also I think with Dak throwing him the football and him not having to be pressured to maybe be the second wide receiver here. He could be the third wide receiver.
You're going to get a better cornerback matchup like that. I'm hopeful because of what you talk about with his size and his ability to be physical. They need that element in their game.
He's definitely a good blocker. There's no question. And he's a much better blocker than Tolbert. I mean, that's night and day different.
See, this is where I just see a guy, like I said, he's got the size that you like, the ideal. But see, now the pressure really, really isn't on him. It's really not on Tolbert or any of those other guys because they don't have to be the two.
So you're playing Mingo on the outside, Lamb on the inside in 11?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
He's a bigger body guy.
He's a bigger body guy because it keeps the threat of the ability to run the ball if you want to play condensed formation and stuff like that.
Like the crack toss.
Crack
he
toss,
can do that
all
stuff.
that stuff on the edge. He could do that. Plus, you could throw the slants to him and things. He just needed a better quarterback throwing him the ball. And I think with Dak, I think we're going to get to Oxnard and we're going to see why they like this guy.
I hope so.
People are saying, well, Carolina said the same damn thing, Brian, about him. I just don't think I don't think the quarterback situation in Carolina was conducive to anybody getting any kind of growth.
No, the ball, you never knew where it was going to go.
He never knew.
When we saw the targets for him, he had no shot.
He had no shot at all.
He really didn't. It was unfair.
So you think Dak puts him in a position where he can produce 50 or 60 catches, 700-800 yards?
Man, I don't know if it's going to be that many, but I will say this. I will say that it's going to the way that he contributes is going to be better than maybe and last year, Tolbert had a lot of touchdowns, but he had some games but he had some games where he wasn't a factor. I think this guy is going to be a factor every week they play, whether it's catching the ball or being on the edge in the running game. That's where I think this guy is going to be a guy that they're going to want to keep on the field.
Good stuff, Brian. Anything else?
Mine? Just one more player.
One more. Let's get one more in.
Real quick guy.
Dak.
I think Kenneth Murray.
Oh,
hey
okay.
man,
I think Kenneth Murray is going to be. I think Kenneth Murray is going to be the guy that if you look at what happened at Tennessee, I think scheme bad.
Yep.
If you look at the Pro Football Focus ratings for the Tennessee linebackers, every one of them were down. Every one of them are down. I think that was a scheme-related thing. I think Kenneth Murray, he's shown the ability to play downhill. I think he's going to thrive in the way that Matt Eberflus uses him.
I've been very bullish on his
I am
his
very excited about him. Those are my guys. Appreciate it there, Dawson.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're heading to the third hour. Tim Cato of All Cities going to join us and talk Mavs with you here. It's the G-Bag Nation of The Fan. Have to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because it's how I keep my
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and thanks for making us part of your day. As Tim Cato, All-City Dallas, set to join us here and talk about the Mavericks after the drafting of Cooper Flagg. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Fantastic. How are you guys?
The same. Just ecstatic about what this could mean for this upcoming year. I think the Mavs look as good as anybody once they get healthy for this championship. What do you think Cooper Flagg does for their chances?
Oh, he helps. He helps right away. This is such a fascinating situation that, think back through all the number 1 picks. There's not a lot of examples of a player showing up right away to a team that is not just trying to win, but has a roster to assemble that it's not just a team that's going to go scrap for the playoffs. It's a team that their ambitions are multiple playoff series wins to be a contender. And I think Cooper, as the number 1 pick, is very well equipped to fit into that mold. A lot of number 1 picks, you're going to see them get drafted and they're going to be just incredible scorers. And with all this boundless ceiling and talent and potential, and certainly many of them are good right away, but sometimes they need to kind of flesh out all the other stuff in their games. And I think with Cooper, of course, he's going to develop. Of course, he's going to learn and grow. And, there's going to be rookie moments for him just like anybody. But, when I think about, really elite prospects, coming, generational talents coming into the NBA, Cooper is one of those guys who, he can do all the small things and, he can do the small things maybe even better than the big things. And, he has the motor. He's gonna, cut and dive and, he's gonna offensive rebound and he's gonna, know defensive principles and schemes right away. He's gonna pick that up. He's gonna be a plus on both ends. Absolutely. He helps a lot. I think his ceiling, where his career can go is mesmerizing and fascinating, but there's no questions that he's going to come into the NBA instantly and be a really good starter for this team.
Other than that, what can you say that you know for sure about how things are going to go? Can we be sure about what his role is until we see who else is on the roster?
It's a good question. And, these type of questions are the ones you want to have. It's questions about, okay, what is the best way for him to fit into this roster, to fit into this team? there's a little bit of redundancy on the roster. I don't think there's any doubt about that. With they've got 5 guys who are going to take up pretty much every minute of the front court right now when they're healthy. To the extent that Cooper Flagg, there's even Jason Kidd on our DLLS show a month ago, was talking about maybe he'll play shooting guard. So yeah, I do think there's absolutely some questions just about where they go with the roster, and increasingly it does kind of feel and seem like the plan, the idea is to run things back as much as possible. But like I said, I mean, they're good questions. We can dive a little bit more into this, but they're good questions to have. And I think the great thing about Cooper is just he's so versatile. He can fit anywhere. He's going to make a positive impact no matter who's on the court around him. The question is, how much, what's the right way to maximize, his abilities.
I mean, even when they do go get a point guard, which I'm assuming they're going to do, they still only have one. So I imagine they would prefer to get Flagg in some playmaking, but it might be forcing it as a true point guard at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Virtually every single player coming into the NBA has some ability to dribble and grab a rebound and take it down the court. And Flagg does that stuff at a really, really high level. He is absolutely somebody who can make plays. But yeah, he's not a point guard. Being able to make plays, being able to create shots is a different skill set than doing it 30 times a game is a different skill set than being asked to do it 60 times a game. And just having somebody that is no matter his matchup is going to be able to create an advantage. I don't think that's quite yet what he's going to be, all the time. So yes, point guard and creation, I think is the most important thing. And right now, even with, them potentially signing or definitely they're going to, sign somebody, and my pal Mark Stein on over at DLLS is, he's reported Dallas is the leaders in the clubhouse for D'Angelo Russell. So there's, one name that it might be, but yeah, I will say that, he's going to be asked to do a lot of it because I do look at this team and I do think they're pretty light when it comes to offensive creation.
Tim Cato with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's continue with that because we talked D'Lo earlier in our show. What do you think of that fit? And are there some other names out there? I know Chris Paul's been mentioned. Maybe the Mavericks try and find a way to convince him. Like, who else do you see if it's not D'Lo? And are they better in your mind than maybe D'Angelo Russell?
Yeah, it's this is my one critique of how it seems like the Mavericks offseason is going is that I think it's just so important to try to find somebody who can not just bridge the gap until Kyrie comes back. He's an all-NBA player and he is right now Kyrie is pretty much the most important player to making this whole roster work. He's going to miss half the season. D'Angelo may be the best player they can get on the free agency market. But free agency is not the only way that you could go try to get a point guard. This is a situation that, if the Mavericks have a high priority, as high of a priority as me, and, maybe they don't, and maybe I'm wrong. That's totally fair. But that's how I see the team. And if I were running the team, right now I would be very aggressive about, moving players and doing what it takes to try to get somebody who is obviously not going to, replace Kyrie 1-to-1 in terms of creation ability and all NBA talent, but just get somebody who is out there, because D'Angelo or, bringing back Dante Exum, Chris Paul doesn't seem likely to, could be going anywhere than other than LA. Malcolm Brogdon, at this point of his career is early 30s and not as effective as he used to be. D'Angelo Russell, yeah, probably is the most talented, available guard, if you're just prioritizing that with free agency. It's just, that is a choice they're making. And I think if I were running the team, I would make a slightly different choice.
Tim, I'm concerned about all the coaches walking out of here. Is that something Mavs fans should also be concerned about?
It's a situation where, we'll still see what happens with God Shamgod and Jared Dudley. Sean Sweeney is definitely leaving. Alex Jensen, left. I think you could look at each individual case and say, and there's, probably a logical explanation. But when you look at it in totality and when you look at, just how different this coaching staff is going to be. Never mind all the Jason Kidd rumors that swirled, although certainly, just to get it on the record, I directly asked Nico Harrison about that last night at the post-draft press conference, and he said that, yes, Jason Kidd is going to be the head coach. But yeah, it stands out to me. It does feel like something significant. I do believe, from conversations I've had, things I've heard, that, it's certainly noticeable. How much of an effect it's going to have on next season, that's a really hard thing to say. But for 4 different coaches, to be potentially leaving all in one summer, that does stand out to me.
If you had to vote, is it guys wanting to leave, or maybe they're removing people loyal to Luka? Is one of those narratives in play?
I don't think anybody's being removed, but a big part of why a lot of coaches are even able or available to leave is that they're out of contract. That's not the case for Jared Dudley, but the rest of these guys, have had contracts that are expiring at, they're going to expire at the end of the month. They're only signed through this season. Typically, not every single instance, but a lot of times in the NBA, when a franchise makes a very successful run to the NBA Finals, like they did 2 seasons ago in 2024, that is often met with extensions throughout the coaching staff, without the, throughout the key personnels. So that was something Dallas chose not to do. And, I think that absolutely is contributing to this, what might be, like I said, 4 different coaches all moving on, is that, Dallas did not extend these guys. They did not, lock them up under Jason Kidd, even as Jason Kidd did get an extension, obviously had some interest from the Lakers. So if you look at it from an organizational standpoint, this is a byproduct of choices that were made, to not necessarily go out and say, this is the coaching staff that, Dallas wants under Jason Kidd, even though it's, pretty clear that, these are all guys, Sean Sweeney particularly, these are all guys who had, been with Jay Kidd for quite some time.
Tim, what can you tell me about Matt Riccardi and what he does within the organization?
Yeah, so he's the assistant general manager of the team, and certainly a very influential part of the team. He works very, very closely with Nico. Usually, in past, back in the Donnie Nelson days, he ran a very open front office where he solicited info from everybody. You didn't always know what Donnie Nelson was thinking, but, when conversations were being had, a lot of people were involved. And, I don't mean to imply that, nobody gets involved. Obviously, there's there's tons of people in that front office, and they all have roles and contributions and, moments. But this is a front office that is around Nico and around Matt Riccardi and Michael Finley and Andrew Baker, who's their cap guy. A lot of conversations about where the team directionally is going, what they're trying to do, is pretty focused, in that core group. And Matt's absolutely a huge part of it. So yeah, I would say absolutely, he is very influential within the front office, and very much is somebody that Nico Harrison listens to.
So he's like, Nico leans on him, say, more than anybody else in the organization?
I've heard various things, but I think there's certainly times that's probably, I think for the most part that's an accurate characterization. Yes.
When it comes to the trading, I know you said there were other ways that you looked to maybe go get a guard. I mean, were you surprised by Daniel Gafford getting the extension? I was thinking him or PJ made a lot of sense with the expiring contract. That would be a PC move. Like, who do you think would be some guys that you look to move to kind of move pieces on this team? And would a guy like, I know, Derek White in Boston be an interesting name?
I wasn't surprised at the extension because Dallas signed him in a manner that he is immediately still trade eligible. What I have been surprised at is that everything coming out of Dallas, everything I'm hearing from them is that they insist they want to keep him. And, it still wouldn't surprise me if he ends up getting traded, this month or next. But certainly I don't think they have something in the works or did not sign him to an extension, with the idea of trading him. Daniel Gafford is somebody, is a player who absolutely is valued around the league. And so, there is, there could have been scenarios where you signed him to an extension, you got that taken care of. And then he's even, a bit more appealing, as a trade target for other franchises. So that's why that wasn't that surprising to me. It's just a matter of, this team, now has 3 centers. I know Anthony Davis wants to and is going to play a lot of 4, and in the regular season, that's fine. But there are going to be instances where Anthony Davis is playing the 5. There's going to be games where that's the best lineup for Dallas. We saw it last season, in Luka's return. It was a lot of Anthony Davis in the second half of that game, even though Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, although they were on minutes restrictions, but they were available and they did not reach their minutes restriction. It was just clear that those were the better lineups for that matchup, for that game. So when I look at that and 2 starting level centers and Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford, and a third guy who was going to play that position, it does seem pretty crowded to me. Obviously, there's some injury redundancy and health concerns, and there's no doubt that Anthony Davis and Derek Lively will probably miss some regular season games next year. But in my opinion, there is a pretty crowded front court, and certainly the minutes when this team is healthy. If this is the roster that they take into next season, there's going to be people who are not playing as much as they have in the past.
That's what makes it incredible. If Flagg can play shooting guard, is getting Washington, Davis, Lively, Flagg all out there at the same time, and that would just be a sight to behold. Is it possible?
It'd be great, but then does Max Christie? Klay Thompson's going to take half the minutes at shooting guard. So if Cooper's taking some of those, where does Max Christie fit into the rotation? The idea that they would bring somebody, bring Dante Exum back or somebody like that, pretty hard, pretty difficult to kind of see where he fits in. Najee Marshall is another guy who absolutely will be in the rotation. It just gets a little bit tricky. And again, there's almost always a player or 2 injured, at any given point once you get about a few weeks into an NBA season. And so that will solve itself to some degree, or it will be useful to have these, this many players to kind of step in. But it's not it can be a hard sell to go into a season and tell players, well, you're out of the rotation until somebody, until somebody gets healthy, if that player is expecting and has been a rotation player at every other point of their career.
Klay Thompson, I'd be looking to move him if I could. Is there a market for him? Do you get any feeling that they would like to?
He's kind of their only shooter left. So I think he would have a market. I think that shooting is, just about one of the most valuable skills in the NBA. I haven't got a lot of a sense, much of a sense that they've been looking to do that. And quite frankly, I look at their roster and I just don't see a lot of people who, are going to have gravity behind the arc. Certainly a lot of people who can make threes, but in the modern NBA, when you talk about spacing, you also have to have somebody that, teams' defense and his opponents are scared to sag off of. And right now, looking up and down, it's after Klay Thompson, who's the next person who kind of fits that bill, who's healthy right now. Is it, probably would be D'Angelo if that's the route they go. Brandon Williams is that the next most dangerous, 3-point shooter in terms of gravity, in terms of spacing. So, it's not the end all be all, but, it's certainly something Dallas, they are going to have to overcome the fact that they do not scare teams like even an average team in the NBA.
Hey, Tim, I was going to ask you, night 2 of the draft, is there anything that we need to know, or are we going to sit around and drink Diet Cokes and eat turkey sandwiches in the war room?
I think it's possible that they find a way to move back in, to trade back in. But I wouldn't, I'm not going into tonight, waiting for them to trade back in, like believing with certainty it's going to happen. Quite frankly, probably think it's a little, if I had to put odds on it, I'd probably bet a little bit more that they don't than they do. But, I know conversations will be happening. As far as the players go, I did not do as much draft prep. I got to the first prospect and he seemed pretty good. And then I kind of looked at the Mavs pick and I realized it was the first pick. So, when it came to like doing really deep dive, rigorous, looks into second round prospects, I fear I don't have, as much knowledge as I do some drafts.
Come on, Tim, man. And on the NFL side, we studied 230 players here. I think
it's very different.
You could have given me one or two guys to look at, right?
Okay. Let me see if I can do something Googling right here.
Hey, did they have any interest, you think, in trying to get back in to get Walter Clayton Jr.? That was just a name we liked.
Yeah,
I don't know if they liked him.
We were calling Brooklyn the whole time trying to get all their picks.
I didn't hear anything about that, but I didn't hear anything about it like really either direction. And it seems to me that they're pretty committed to free agency being the way that they figure out this free agent, the point guard who's going to, be there, fill in for the time that Kyrie misses next year. And they also view Brandon Williams as a kind of up and coming young player who, in all likelihood, is not even all likelihood. If you're drafting a point guard in late first round or any point in the second, Brandon Williams has been in the league for several seasons now. He's going to be more ready for a role like that. Certainly not opposed to a long term development thing, but I think at this point, even if they were to trade back in and draft a guard, that's not to address next season. That's more of a long-term play. And the idea of potentially putting somebody next to, Cooper Flagg and over the next, over the coming seasons, with an S.
So I imagine you're going to watch him in Summer League?
Yes.
Nice.
Definitely be out there.
Cannot wait to get your reports, Tim. You are the absolute man. Enjoy your summer. We'll catch up with you soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
There he goes. Tim Cato, All City Dallas with you, just killing it once again for you in the G-Bag Nation, breaking down all things Mavs. Okay, what are we doing next, Wolchuk?
Just some sounds of the day. We've got the Deontay Johnson story that keeps on giving, and a suspension just came down for this great at his position. That's next.
Yeah, buddy, let's do it. Get some NFL news here, some sounds with Wolchuk segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's get to some sounds of the sports day. But before that, we did get the news that former Texas Longhorn, Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker has now been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. So the suspension is going to take effect on August 26th, which is roster cutdown day, and then Tucker will be eligible for reinstatement on November 11th. He's currently a free agent after the Ravens released him last month following the reports of inappropriate sexual behavior by massage therapists. I don't know that he's going to get picked up. I mean, he's 35 years old. You kind of see the performance wasn't quite there anymore. But there's the latest on the Justin Tucker.
Yeah, I could see him getting another shot if he was still nails.
He's not.
But I think at this point it's embarrassment for a slightly above average kicker maybe.
All right, let's get to embarrassment here. Deontay Johnson's been in the news lately. That's a wide receiver that at one time was really considered one of the best young players in the league with Pittsburgh. Came out of Toledo, had himself a really good season, then kind of bounced around a little bit, spent time at Baltimore, Houston, and has now found a home in Cleveland. And he joined the Sports in Suits podcast. And he had this to say. We'll start about the stop in Baltimore. And here was Deontay Johnson discussing his time as a Raven.
I wasn't getting into, like, no run plays, no, like, passing plays, no nothing.
Wasn't it cold as you said?
Yeah, it was cold. So I'm on the sideline, just standing there, like, just going to the heater back and forth, like, just waiting to hear my name called.
Yeah.
So fourth, like, end of third, going into the fourth or whatever. They're like, Tay, we need you. I'm like, nah, I don't think it's to me, I don't think it's a good idea for me, like, because, like, I was thinking about, like, my legs, I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
Right.
And it's not like I didn't want to go in the game, but you got to think, like, leading up to this point, I've been through so much. And
like you said, man, you were kind of checked out.
Yeah, I checked out mentally. I was like, whatever happens, happens. Like, I was just rolling with the punches at that time. So I told him I wasn't going in. I was like, I understand what you're saying, like, but I'm not going to go in. So I just sat on the bench. And then that's when they suspended me.
Yeah, so it was cold. He wasn't playing. He was mentally checked out, and he didn't want to put bad tape out there.
I know that feeling. You know, you're 2.5 hours into a long, cold day, and, like, nothing in your body wants to move. You just want to get in a hot bath, you know, in front of a heater. But you got to stay ready. Yeah. No excuse for it. Brian will tell you that.
Yeah, I think this is really the unfortunate part of football, and I appreciate him being honest about it.
Sure,
you know, and but you've got to have that kind of relationship with your coaches and the players, and, like, you know, keep them ready all week. Like, listen, we got an idea. We're getting this game. This may be what's going to happen, and kind of let him know that. But I think it's really, really, really difficult when a player says, "I don't want to go in there."
Yeah,
I don't particularly want to, be a part of that, and so that's tough. And I can understand him being frustrated, and, you know, he went from team to team to team, and a very talented guy, and you wonder if other teams have kind of felt the same thing that he just admitted to.
Okay.
That he doesn't,
very unprofessional.
Yeah,
So,
that he doesn't, you know, when you really need to call on him, he's not going to be ready to play.
So in this same interview, and this is during the same conversation, he now goes to his time with the Texans. And you tell me if you notice a theme here.
I was asked to get released, and then I got picked up by Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to Houston. Things was going smooth. I thought I was gonna be like the way they made it seem like I was gonna be playing a lot, like
right.
Just we want you to learn this. So I'm learning. I learned the playbook so fast, and then come game time, I'm getting like they putting the younger guys in, but I understand it's the guys they drafted, so I gotta wait my turn. But it's like, dang, but y'all was telling me
that
I'm
you're
gonna
be
get
the
this
guy.
dude. You know what I'm saying? So I checked out mentally. I just went. It was bad timing. Checked out mentally. Talked to the head coach right after the game. Like, I wasn't trying to wait. Had a drug test. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to talk to the head coach. And after that, they said I was a distraction.
Yeah.
And they released me.
Yeah. So you checked out mentally both places.
Yeah.
Baltimore, Houston. I get it. You're not getting playing time. That's a frustrating
good teams
deal.
too.
Yeah. playoff teams, no question about it. So now we go to the Unpaved on Rumble podcast. Now, this is Sean Salisbury. I think still lives here in the area. No, his kiddo went to Plano West. And he's also with Coach JB. Now, Lucius has played Coach JB a bunch. You know, this guy from Last Chance U, he says a lot of wild off the cuff stuff.
Yeah, he breaks down plays while having like a high ball in his hand at the same time.
He's crazy. He's wild. But
shuffles the ice in there, diggy, 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 and he does X and O's. This some bitch should have went right here, and he went over there.
And he's like smoking a cigar. I mean, very entertaining.
Sounds like a good podcast.
Yeah, it's wild. So they listen to Deontay Johnson, and they go off on him basically saying how he didn't want to put the bad tape out there because he was cold and he just wasn't feeling it and he was mentally checked out. Here was their discussion.
I don't want to put bad tape out there. That's what the quote is.
He said, I don't want to put bad tape for people to see. Yes.
Is he in JUCO or high school trying to get a scholarship or something? Am I missing something here? Is he not making millions of dollars already and made it to the NFL?
He would have been cut on the sidelines. You're not going in because you're cold. Even if you are, first of all, even if you're just trash and a clown like that teammate anyway, and we can say it's you on you. Can you imagine all the teammates that are out there playing, some beat up and hurt, saying 41 degrees, you're not going in? Dude, there would have been a fist fight old school on the sideline, and the players would have been a part of it. Somebody would have grabbed the dude around his jersey and you know, guys, some of the dudes I played with in the past, it wouldn't have been or played against. To me, this is absolutely, you can't be a more, unless you're stealing from a teammate, which in essence this is, you couldn't be a bigger turd. I wouldn't hire the guy if I had to play a right guard at wide receiver for the following week. I would not put him on any roster because he's a chump that won't go in and support his team. But this, to me, he's a teammate.
It was, I mean, I agree with kind of what they're saying here. I would have no part of Deontay Johnson anymore.
Well, we're kind of learning that now.
And now he's in Cleveland, and we'll see what happens there.
Teams will chase talent, and until they figure out that really, okay, I could see what the other teams, and then it gets to a point like, you know, we don't want to mess with this guy anymore. You know, the thing that's hard is when he says, "I just checked out."
And that's both places too.
In both places, and
like, I
keep
it,
mentioning good teams. I mean, you're a player on a team or playoff teams. You know, you got to expect you got to be ready. And if you don't get in, well, then the next week maybe they find a way to get somebody gets hurt and you do get in. But the fact that you just said, "Nah, I'm good," you know, that just right there. Like I said, if I was a general manager of a team, I would say, okay, this one's on me. I thought that we could bring this guy in. I put him with the coaches. Obviously, this is on me. Guys, this won't happen again. Okay? I learned my lesson. Guy's a talented player. We kind of saw the talent, but I've got to do a better job of identifying guys that want to play football and guys that don't want to play football. And obviously, he doesn't, but that's on me.
Well done.
You know, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
And you move on. And when you hear things like that, if I'm a general manager listening to him talk, I'm not giving him another chance.
Yeah, it would take at least a couple of years and hearing that Deontay Johnson had, you know, tried to figure things out. Like the kid really needs a mentor. It sucks for him because he's letting his talent kind of go to waste here because he can't overcome adversity. That's all it is. Like as a pro, even the best guys are going to get criticism and the public isn't happy. Like anything you choose to do in life, somebody's not going to be happy with your performance. You're going to have an off day.
Sure.
How do you react to that, right? You got benched. How do you react to that? Do you totally give up? Like how could you at any team right now? It's got like CFL written all over it. You know. So it's unfortunate for him, and I think that's a big deal for teams to try to root that out and look into college. But I mean, when the guys in the pros and multiple teams are moving on, I guess Houston had a big need there late. But I get it. I did wonder as you were saying that, like, is that what we're looking at with Trayvon Diggs right now?
I think that's that's fascinating because that does kind of jive with a lot of what I've heard. I think, you know, dealing with the injuries, that's tough, right? Like I feel for Trayvon Diggs in that sense. He signs the contract, then all of a sudden, boom, I have 2 catastrophic injuries. But there also comes to the work ethic, and there seems to be quite a disconnect between like how much are you really trying to get back on time and are you doing everything you can from the Cowboys perspective, and then Diggs' perspective of, well, here's my documentary that I'm putting out on YouTube to show you what I've done. So there's some type of not disconnect here between both sides.
I think that he's played for a very hard coach in Nick Saban. He played for a very difficult coach. So you're kind of, if you ever says, well, he can't take hard coaching. No, he's taken and Nick Saban coaches a secondary. So he's been beat up in some games, probably for some of his stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge disconnect between him and Britt Brown. That's the problem. And, and Britt is one of the best in the league at doing this. He's also super, super, super tough. And that's what surprises me a little bit about Diggs, that Diggs is used to being around guys that are very demanding. And Britt is very demanding because he wants to get you back on the field. That's his job. But you have to be willing to meet him halfway on it. And I'm surprised. But there's there's a disconnect. I'm going to say it.
Damn right
between
there is,
Diggs and Britt Brown. And I think it's really bad because Britt Brown has done a good job of getting guys back on the field, and Diggs doesn't trust him or doesn't think, or maybe Diggs thinks, he's too hard on me. I'm not going to be pushed that way. I'm not going to be bullied that way. I'm not going to be, and I use the word bullied. Britt's not bullying. Britt is very demanding when it comes to pushing guys to be back and not be back before the coaches, but try and get themselves as healthy as possible to be ready to play.
Right.
They're not going to put anybody out there that's hurt. They just don't do that.
No, of course not. They're one of the best in the league.
But Britt is an SOB with this. He takes this very seriously. I've seen him 15 years of my life. I've watched that man work. He is very serious. And if you don't share the same demeanor about trying to get back, that's what him and Dak get along great doing this because they both, to the point where Dak had to have another surgery, right? Because they were working so hard.
You got to save Dak from himself sometimes.
Yeah, you got to say that's what I'm saying. So it's just surprising that Diggs has this kind of demeanor.
It made me think of Pickens because that's another Steelers receiver they got rid of.
Yeah,
and I don't think
George
he
gave up on Pittsburgh last
right,
year.
And I don't think George mentally is quite like this with Deontay Johnson. But when we're talking about like a guy that's going to get a second contract and maturity is a big issue, like, are you a pro? If I'm paying you like $25 to $30 million a year, I need to rely on you. And if reliability is a question, I'm not giving you a second contract, man.
No, I think that's well said. Okay, there we go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll talk about the Stars news of the day, and we'll be back on the Rangers for you and what we thought of deGrom's performance last night and what should he do the rest of the summer when it comes to taking starts off, because he is so amazing, and the Rangers need every single one of his gems, don't they? Well, Chuck, what are we doing next, though?
Okay, coming up on the other side, let's do a little bit of a Hodge, shall we? We'll talk some more Mavs with you. Which NFL player comp would you give to Cooper Flagg? How about that? That's next in the nation. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
The Nutmeg
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. What's it sometimes called?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We're 1 hour now from LA Live, the first LA Live in a week, the first G-Bag of the day in a week, coming up 5:30.
I was about to say, Dawson, you're hard out for this. This show is 4:52:36.
We got a good, solid segment of basketball talking here for you. At the top, we'll talk Rangers, we'll talk Stars, we'll talk more Mavs. I got a Cooper Flagg question for you. I think you're going to like here coming up in the 5 volt check. Take it away.
All right, well, let's stick with Cooper Flagg, as last night afterwards, after the first round of the draft, we do have night 2 of the draft. I don't know how pumped you guys are.
I might watch it.
877-881-1053.
I like how the young kids are wearing those big Steve Hightower suits again, like the 90s draft.
I wish they were.
They were making the, I seen them. I seen a few. They had the big joints on.
I like how the guys have
Tan
the inside,
suits too, bro.
The inside of the, the silk part of the jacket. They've got like pictures and stuff. Inside the jackets.
What they're doing on the inside of the jackets now is awesome.
The whole family and whatnot, everybody to represent.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. The Ace Bailey stuff was fascinating. Like, teams were told not to take him, and then Utah said, screw this, Danny Ainge. I don't care. This is the best player on my board. I'm taking him.
That guy said, I'm not working out for you, Danny Ainge. He said, watch this, I'm about to draft you.
Yeah, I'll draft you. So we'll see how Ace Bailey turns out, but this will make you feel
Cost
old.
about $9 million, they said.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Hopefully he makes that back with an awesome career. Otherwise, that was not a good decision if you were Ace Bailey.
Should have worked out.
Should have just said, okay, I'll go number 2.
Yeah.
But on SVP on SportsCenter last night, post-draft, we had Cooper Flagg talking about his favorite player growing up. And I don't know.
In Maine?
This might make you feel a little bit old.
There's going to be a moment when you're guarding somebody or somebody's guarding you that might have been a poster on your wall when you were a kid, might have been your favorite player. Like, who's the guy, Cooper, that you imagine when it hits you at some point next season? Oh, my gosh, this is my life. This is me. Who's that person?
That's a good question. Maybe Jason Tatum. That's somebody that I watched a lot at Duke and then watched a lot again at as he's gotten onto the Celtics and had an incredible career so far.
We look forward to Tatum being healthy enough to get out there on the floor and share it with you.
Jason Tatum, who's like 9 years older than Cooper Flagg. Maybe 10. I don't know if you go by like the days and everything, but gosh, it's like that's how young Cooper Flagg is. This is that's Jason Tatum was the guy he was watching with posters on the wall and thinking, man, it'd be really cool to play against him in the NBA.
Been in the league like 8 years.
Yeah.
It seems like forever for that guy. Half his
unreal.
life. I definitely thought about that. I felt old earlier when we were talking about his mom's favorite player growing up was Christian Laettner.
Oof.
Like I might be older than Cooper Flagg's mom.
Yeah, you might be.
Probably am.
Man, the moms were they were still on the show last night. I think it was
the second overall picks, Mom.
That's right. Yeah, she Dylan Harper's mom.
Baylor, right?
She went viral. No,
she's very well spoken.
VJ Etzcombe. Which the Baylor kid.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was Dylan Harper's mom.
Oh, it was Harper's mom. He was a second pick.
Maria.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, she told Sports Zone Jersey.
Not a Maria, bro.
Yeah, Maria.
I ain't even seen it, but I already know a Maria's. That's
There's a song.
I already know, bro.
Oh, Maria. Yeah, she blew up on the TikTokies.
No,
she now has 100,000 followers on social media, does Maria.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Dylan Harper, winner of the night, and his mom, Maria, stealing the show. But I love the trades and the trade possibilities that we can get into. I'm hoping something good happens tonight. Maybe we get something juicy. Apparently, a Trae Young trade was going to go down with Sacramento. King said, no, we're not interested. They did not want them some Trae Young.
What they have to give up? What they're giving up?
The details of that did not yet emerge. Because we didn't get that far.
Shams not working. What are we doing?
We're locked in with Trae.
Bring back Woj for these things.
You think that's what we need?
I need to know what's going on, man. I tried to make some calls to the Nets. They weren't taking any of my calls.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they the Hawks have been wheeling and dealing. They make the trade to get Kristaps Porzingis, and I guess now with Sacramento, this is per Sam Amick. Kings officials ultimately decided to pass on pursuing Trae Young due to concerns about how much an extension would cost and his offense-first style of play.
That's that crazy coach there, Quinn Snyder.
We're good here.
Okay, so this is Ron Harper's dad, the former Bull and Laker, the 5-time champion. He was Ron Harper, a great member of the
That's
second.
Dylan Harper's dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's his wife.
Maria.
Yeah.
Nice, Ron. Ron and Maria.
She's very
Shout
pretty.
out to the Harpers.
Very pretty.
Maybe we can get a reality TV show with them. Now, Boston's still taking calls for Derek White, but they're also actually listening to offers for Jaylen Brown. I'd be shocked.
They're
if they
shedding
move
some
Jaylen Brown.
salary here right now, right?
But they are. They absolutely
they've
are.
done like over 200.
They're kind of going.
Yeah, they're back under the aprons and stuff. I think they traded for Anthony Simons just for his expiring contract.
Absolutely. But the Derek White thing's interesting to me. Like, listening to Tim Cato, he's right. There are log jams here on this Mavericks roster, and I love the depth. And certainly at times throughout the season, that's going to pay off for him. But Derek White would excite me way more than a D'Angelo Russell would.
Oh, yeah. Derek White is one of the best glue guy, role player plus that's out there.
Splash away, baby.
Yeah.
Splashing away.
That would be amazing. I just wonder how interested the Mavs are doing this. Like, the move they made last year to leave it just Kyrie. Like, do they really think we don't need ball handling? We're gonna play quick and everybody's just passing and moving forward. We want to have the best defensive team ever.
It's weird.
Turkey sandwiches and Diet Cokes.
Turkey sandwiches and Diet Cokes.
And I think if you're Boston, if you're looking at it like, we don't want to have Brown and Tatum. That's not the model. We don't want two $60 million players.
Do you think there's an offer the Mavs could make to get in on Jaylen Brown? Do you think Anthony Davis would pique their interest?
Well, yes, I do. I do think the Mavs have enough, but I don't think they have the interest.
Remember, I told you
in
the other day though that
they're not trading.
AD would the only reason Nico would trade him is if AD asked him to trade him.
Well, maybe AD needs to do that. The last thing here, Austin Reeves declined a max extension with the Lakers that would have paid him $89.2 million over 4 years. He thinks he can cash in on a larger deal in the future. Well, I hope that doesn't end up being like a Dennis Schroeder type of decline for Austin Reeves.
I think it's probably a dodge bullet for the Lakers, though. I just don't know how you could put Luka, Reeves, and LeBron on a court together and think you're going to stop anybody.
Who was my guy for the Timberwolves way back in the day that turned down a bunch of money? I hate to do this.
Wally Zerbiak?
No. There was a guy that was I'll look it up here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you, Dawson.
They happen. I remember the Mavs had one with Nerlens Noel. Remember that? He turned down
that was one. But there was
$70
somebody with the Timberwolves that turned down a huge contract and said, "I'm good," kind of a thing. And then this career just completely flamed out from that point on.
It's just wild, and I know it's happened here and there, and it's sad. But you think about the loss. How could you ever recover from that psychologically? Hockey Man is back.
Was it Latrell Sprewell?
I don't think so. No.
It might be Sprewell.
No, he choked his away, right?
He definitely. He was in that bank rub.
We'll get to the bottom of that. Did the chance go over the line last night? We'll ask you some DeGrom questions as well coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. That is right. It's been a while since we've gotten into hour number 4. Here we go. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. We'll hit the Expressway at 5:20 and LA Live's at 5:40. So we got a lot of good stuff coming up for you, including a lot of local sports talk right here, Rangers, Mavs, and Stars for you. I wanted to get this in, though. You good? Usually when stories pop up like this, I'm like, oh, geez, it's gross. I don't want anything to... I don't even look at the story.
Yeah.
But I went ahead and clicked on the Wander Franco story, the Tampa player who was involved with the 14-year-old in the Dominican Republic, because I saw he got a 2-year suspended sentence, which means you're going to serve no more time as long as there's nothing else that comes up. And I thought, how can you do this? You know, Dominican Republic's laws are actually tougher for child endangerment or, you know, statutory, whatever you're going to call that. Gets 2 years suspended. So why? Down in the story, mom of the girl ends up getting 10 years in prison for trafficking her own daughter. When they raided the home, they found $68,000 of U.S. cash and thousands of dollars in pesos. And the theory is mom lied about her age, put her on the internet, and was essentially pimping her own daughter out. Jesus. So was Franco an unknowing victim? Should he have known more? I think all those are questions for you to decide on your own. But I think the judge saw it that way. Isn't that what that looks like to you?
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, initially he met her online. He met with her twice back in December of 2022. And yes, it does. It sounds he did not think that she was underage. But either way, obviously he is found guilty of this. But I cannot fathom what is that mother thinking.
Yeah.
Like that's the evilness in this whole story right now.
It absolutely
is. You know?
Yeah, desperate.
Just desperate. You got nothing.
Might be the family business. You know, maybe that's how mom paid the bills, and you know, she sees the young one having the beauty to put her back in the game, and wow, just an absolutely disgusting story, and you feel horrible for that girl, and I guess for Franco. I don't know if he can resume his career. I read farther down in the story that it's going to be difficult to get a work visa to come over to the U.S. with a conviction.
I'd imagine.
Like that. Okay. Jacob deGrom nearly throwing a no-hitter, and you beat the Orioles last night. 7-zip the final. deGrom goes into the 8th with a no-hitter, into the 7th with a perfect game. I was happy the no-no was broken up. I thought when Boch came out there with that big smile, that smile was for cool. I can take you out now.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with, you know, how your second half's going to go. That's the way I would have treated it. Like, deGrom hadn't gone over 100 pitches since May, and at the time he had gone up gradually from 65 through the 90s and into the hundreds, and since then it's been under 85. So I feel like the team has been making plans to decrease his workload or to be mindful of that. So you get out of that without having to push him over 100 pitches. That's the good. But now he's approaching 100 innings. Mm-hmm. The All-Star break here coming up on July 15th. And this has to be a significant debate right now if I'm the Rangers. Like, you know, hey, he's 37 years old. Maybe this is the end of his career. Maybe this is the last great shot he's got to make in the playoffs. But if you get to the playoffs, they've said all along they don't want to go over 200 innings. So how do you manage this and also try to catch the Astros, who aren't cooling down? You win another series, they're still 7.5 ahead, and I think the Astros are like 13 games over 500 now. Well, Chuck, they've been playing some pretty good baseball.
Awesome. And we'll get into, there's another team in your division that's starting to get pretty hot and play good baseball when we go around the bases in an hour. But look, DeGrom really wanted that one. In the moment, man, I agreed with you 100%. I was when he gave up the perfect game and then the no hit, like you could kind of see that it was going to happen with the pitch count going up. All of a sudden, he was kind of losing some command. Like you could see the stuff was starting to fall off a little bit.
It wasn't like that Gage Wood no-hitter that we saw where he was just electric all the way to the end.
I mean, he was the pitch count, the way that he had controlled that game up until really the 7th was phenomenal. I mean, he had his pitches down really, really well. He was getting in and out smooth. But I had a lot of fear. I was like, man, it's awesome to do this. It would be his first no-hitter ever. And he said afterwards, quote, I even stood there and said to Cowser, who got the hit, like, dang it, I wanted that. I think it was a fastball. I asked him when I came in. I think I kind of blacked out, but I was like, what did I throw there? And it was a fastball, and he got to it. But it's just the risk-reward situation there. If you're Bruce Bochy or Chris Jung, and you've got to go talk about, like, yay, of course, Jacob deGrom got a no-hitter. That's awesome. But God forbid something else happens in the 8th or 9th inning, and you're pushing him, and he's trying to get to this thing, and he wants to do it as well. The pitcher's always going to want to do that. But can you imagine into another big injury to Jacob deGrom, who's had 16 starts? That's the most of anybody on your roster right now. And he's looking like a Cy Young candidate again. He's 4th in MLB in ERAs. Jared put out some awesome numbers. 2nd in Major League Baseball in a whip. He's 5th when it comes to base average. Tied for 1st in OBP. 4th in slugging. 4th in on-base percentage. The guy very well could be the first Ranger to ever win a Cy Young. Like, you got to kind of look at the big picture play here, and I do think they've kind of looked at they're going to skip some starts for him. That's what's going to have to inevitably happen. That's why a guy like Jacob Latz, who's pitching his ass off right now, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
You know, Jacob Latz is a guy that could step in, maybe take that start. Hopefully Malley and Evo get back here soon. That can help as well with that rotation. And then maybe John Gray. You had Cody Bradford on the back burner. Unfortunately, that's no longer an option for you.
Okay, remember Johan Santana no-hitter never was the same, threw like 138 pitches, the 9.79. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if I was Jacob deGrom talking with reporters in the game, I would have said, actually, I wanted to come out if we got anywhere near 100 pitches, because everything I've gotten from this organization and not really given much back over the last 2 years, like that's $70 million the organization has paid me. I would feel like, man, whatever is in the team's best interest. It's interesting that in a sport that is so obsessed with not making it about you, like if you walk into that clubhouse and make it about you, all of those players are going to alienate and ostracize you. But it's okay in this situation? Why? Because I'm Jacob deGrom. I'm the best pitcher on the planet. See, I just think that when you look at that kind of a situation, you could lose this year and next year. I think the stakes were way too high. And if I'm CY, I'm hammering on the text. You know, who do I got to text here to get a message to Bochy? I'm picking up the bullpen phone. Like, who do I have to call right now as we approach 90 pitches? That's what I would have thought. The perfect game makes it different. You know,
Sure.
Perfect game's so rare. But, you know, guys come out early with no-hitters. There's team no-hitters that have been happening quite a bit over the last decade of baseball as we get more aware of how that wear and tear can spell disaster for the next 2-3 months. You have a big game, maybe you make it through to the other side, but it's what it does to your muscles and the fatigue factor long term that ultimately has those catastrophic injuries pop up.
Can I ask a question here? When do you guys plan on sitting in some of these games?
Which games?
Yeah, I mean, give me an idea of how soon are we going to start sitting this guy? Because if we're in a situation where we're missing a couple of starts, where you're missing a couple of possible wins, are we going to miss 3 wins potentially? How are we looking to do this? Can you guys? And I know I'm asking an unfair question.
But
you know, if you guys could tell me when we're going to start sitting him and missing games,
I think it starts tomorrow with Eovaldi coming back, and then Malley comes back, and now we have enough. John Gray coming around in a month or so. I think.
So how many games you plan on him missing? I'm just asking that question, too.
Okay, so it's how far are you out of the wild card spot at the same time? I would say I'm going to knock him probably 4 starts, maybe as many as 6, like 2 a month. For the.
So we're gonna just forego
I got to have him in the postseason
wins.
if we make the postseason. Now I'll tell you what, if we totally fall behind the Astros double-digit games and you're a half dozen out in the wild card, then I wouldn't play him again. I'd be like, this is perfect. 100 innings this year, 200 next year. Go rest up, get ready for 26. And what's the most important thing? The championship, right?
Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm trying to figure out how you guys are going to gauge. You need to get back into it. I think you're 1.5 games back. How many games back are you in the wild card?
In the wild card,
it's like 3.5.
It probably is now since they won back-to-back games and were able to salvage.
You're behind the Angels. You're behind the. Well, how many?
2
back. Okay. How many games can he afford to miss? Those are games you're probably going to win.
Yeah, I think you got to get Eovaldi and Malley back for it to make sense. You can't have any more injuries, and you got to start scoring some runs. But I wouldn't want to push him over 200 innings, and here we are in the playoffs, and you're making a decision like Strasburg. We got to shut him down. That would just be crazy, and I don't think you would. I think you'd send him out there for potentially 20 or 30 more innings, in a playoff or World Series type of situation. So I trust CY, and I know it's a tough thing to balance, like go for it now and long term. And I imagine the standings are going to have a lot to say about that and the trade deadline as it approaches. The really neat thing about deGrom is he has so many great pitches. I was listening to Sands and Hicks talk about him last night. He was only throwing his changeup 9% of the time, and hitters were hitting 150 against it. So last night he threw it 19 times, and it was devastating. But he's so good with his fastball and, a slider, that he really only needs 2. And his 3, 4, and 5 pitches are so good that anybody else in baseball would be like, man, that's my go-to secondary pitch off the 4-seamer, baby. But he's just, he keeps it in his back pocket. And when a matchup presents itself that, a change-up or this pitch or that pitch is more devastating, than we see it a little bit more. So then, you get back after him tomorrow with the Mariners in town, and then the Orioles next week. And this is, going to be massive. We'll be out there Monday. Would love to have you come by, but I feel like this is the time. We can't have any more sweeps or anything like that, because after you come out of this week, and you're really looking at 2 more weeks of baseball to evaluate before the All-Star break, and that might be church if you get run out of here by the Mariners and Houston has a good weekend. Okay, a lot of people have asked me, General, you've seen it all in basketball over the years. How's this thing going to go here with Cooper Flagg? And I don't know. I think there's a lot of different possibilities. I said earlier, my strongest take is his floor is incredibly high. This guy's going to be very good. He's going to be a multi-time All-Star at least. Can he be an MVP? I don't know. But I was thinking, I do think the biggest misconception about Cooper Flagg's game right now is that he's going to be a creator or a high-usage guy on the ball. I think he's more Dirk than Luka. And I think you can be great like that. Especially if you're a good shooter. He hit 45% of his threes in his last 18 games at Duke.
It's amazing.
If he shoots like that, we're looking at a completely different conversation as far as, do you want him attacking and breaking down and passing? No, the hell you don't. And a lot of these looks, Wolchuk, came in pick and roll. These aren't static corner threes or switch it and threes. These are, I'm in pick and roll, and I'm either going around the screen, stepping back and shooting, or I'm the pick guy. We call that a pick and jelly roll, where you pop up high the 3-point line and shoot it from there. And that is just like exactly what the NBA game is all about, and then try to throw lobs to your big man. But I think it's going to come down to how good of a shooter he is, because I'll tell you what, and I don't want to be critical or negative about a guy. I just want to manage expectations. I don't see the quick first step. I don't see getting into the lane and playing off the bounce.
Everybody's talking about him running by people.
I don't see it. I don't think he's that fast. I think he's powerful and he'll get more powerful, but I do want to focus on the positive. There's virtually no bust potential here with Cooper Flagg. He's going to be very good. The only question I have is, what's his peak, and then how good can he be rookie year? Because if he wins rookie of the year and gives you let's call it 18-7,
that'd be awesome.
You're not going to be able to contain this team.
No, and he's a big time favorite to be rookie of the year right now. I mean, just the shooting ability, the ball handling, I think is definitely something that he can improve upon. But his ability, it sounds like, to just play essentially any position on the floor besides the 5. It's really tantalizing, the different type of lineups that Jason Kidd really has to play with here. We'll see how good ultimately he becomes. But when you hear Brian Scalabrine and others that are some compare him to LeBron, others are comparing him to Kevin Garnett. Either way, Scottie Pippen's a name that Biancardi gave us yesterday. Like, you're talking about some of the greatest to ever play, the defense that he's going to give you, the hustle. I mean, him going and dominating D1 athletes at 14 years old in the gym and dunking on them. Like, this guy's been doing this his entire life. I just can't wait to see ultimately what he's able to do in a Maverick uniform.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. One final move each NFL team should make. What are we hearing about Caitlin Clark tomorrow night against the Wings, and more than the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan?
All right, we got to talk Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's TRA.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Yeah, I was on Twitter there at the break, seeing a lot of people reacting to the Wander Franco story. 2 years, suspended sentence, which means no more jail time. It really appears like Mom was a lot more responsible for that whole story than Franco, and maybe he didn't know. Maybe he should have known. But he didn't know, I guess, is what the judge believed. And Mom gets 10 years in prison for trafficking her own daughter. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot going on here in the world of sports with Cooper Flagg now a Dallas Maverick. The Rangers have the night off, though. Wanted to see if we could jump into some Cowboys conversation here with you. We have the one move that each team should make as we get ready. And one of my questions for Jerry and Steve when we get there, depending on who we are going to interview in Oxnard, maybe I'll have to wait till Stephen Jones, week 1 of the NFL season. He joins us every Friday at 3 o'clock. But I would ask him, how could you do so much and have such a good team and not want to allocate some more payroll to really push this team over the top? I don't think you can really say you have enough at corner, safety, maybe linebacker, to be serious about wanting to do this. And if I only have George Pickens for 1 year, I want this to be my year that I really go for it. I would say the same thing at running back. A trade, some money. How much more money would it take, Wolchuk, to build a team that you would be confident could beat the Eagles? Is that $2 $6 million corners and a running back? I think $20 million in payroll could push this team over the top, and you can spread that into the future, guys.
Yeah, that could. I think you add another corner, we're going to feel a lot better about this because there's a lot of uncertainty over the health of Diggs, when he's going to be able to come back. Bland is a guy that, he did come back from a big injury last year. You feel strong about him, but really, there's a lot of unknown behind Deron Bland. We're excited about Kyer Elam and what he's shown so far, but the bottom line is he hasn't been a good NFL player. Kalen Carson, I refuse to believe is as bad as what we saw last year. I think that was a confidence thing. I think he's a guy, and answering Brian's question earlier, Kalen Carson's a guy I think is going to bounce back and have a better year than he did last year. The film that we saw as a player in college, he's a better player than what he put out on tape last year. So it's just still, you need something. Maybe Stephon Gilmore's the guy. He still was solid last year with Minnesota. How much does he have left in the tank? I don't know, but I'm with you. You still have a lot of questions, and there's optimism and there's hope in areas, but it's not a foregone conclusion you're going to hit on those. So the running back thing, I think if you added a running back that you feel better about, I'd be in on that. Corner, safety, I think they are what they are. They're just a team that doesn't seem like that's a position that they evaluate well whatsoever. When we went through that all-quarter century team, safety was just bad. The 3 guys that were listed, it was Darren Woodson, who should be a Hall of Famer, Roy Williams, who was good with Darren Woodson, then fell off, and then the other name listed was Gerald Sensabaugh. That goes to show you just how weak the safety position's been in Dallas over time.
All due respect to Barry Church.
Yeah, and Barry Church should have gotten a mention there, and he didn't. But outside of that, safety's just a spot that they've never had a difference-making player ever since Darren Woodson.
I thought J-Ron Curse was pretty good. A very sure tackler. Wasn't there 1 year where he didn't miss a single tackle? He was 22 or 23.
His first year with the Cowboys.
So and that was a $4 million player. Can we get somebody who can tackle ball carriers, at the safety position? Donovan Wilson's not good. Mm-hmm. Bell and Thomas aren't good. Malik Hooker's not good. I think at all the other spots, I would say, okay, let's get into training camp and see what happens. But I think defensive backfield, the only way you're going to have a lot of success is if you're playing with a lead and they have to pass, and your pass rush is getting home in 2.5 or at most 3 seconds consistently. And now those guys on the back end don't have to cover very much. But how can you be serious about thinking you're playing for the championship? How could Nico be serious last night? Was he trolling us? Is this just is this just not having your finger on the pulse?
Clearly he doesn't.
Right? Fortune favors the bold was his line. I can't imagine even fixing my lips to say something like that.
As soon as you saw the video, Cooper Flagg gets drafted, and it's just fire Nico chants. That's all I need to see. If I am the Pat Dumont, the Adelson family, there's one person left here you've got to get rid of for this thing to be able to heal and move forward. Nico Harrison's got to be let go.
Yeah,
he has to be.
I think part of not letting him go is Dumont being in damage control mode. Oh no, we're fine. This is, and they need this thing to play out successfully. I just thought the fire Nico chants.
And it's not going to go away.
There, in some ways, it's the absolute right thing to do. In others, it's the wrong way to do. I think there's wrong and right on both sides of that. Like, people are saying, let the kid enjoy his time. Cooper Flagg has nothing to do with this. You had players last year during the season say, please stop chanting fire Nico while we're at the free throw line. But if you're a fan and you want this protest to work, you must let Dumont know you cannot have nice things until this one thing is changed.
What if Dumont agreed with him trading Luka?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he had to stand that.
Then he didn't know any better.
If you fire a guy that you agreed with, then you're just as guilty.
See, that's the damage control I'm talking about.
See, and
we got this. Yeah,
and that's why I think they were thrown a lifeline with the league giving them the number one overall pick. They caught a huge break. You can't tell me that 1% that you have a chance to get the number one pick when you're looking at all those other teams that were just awful during the year. Team in Charlotte and places like that were just terrible, and they've got like the 5th and 6th pick. Yeah. The league did. They threw you a lifeline. I think it's very hard for Patrick Dumont to fire Nico because he was an accessory in the crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now we still have to go with we did the right thing.
I think he is extremely worried that if all of a sudden that he fires Nico and then Nico starts to talk about really what went down.
Yeah.
And I think he's doing it right now with the hope that this thing with Cooper Flagg completely works out for him and that people stop thinking about Luka anymore.
Well, nobody's going to be associating Nico with Cooper Flagg. That's just the luck of the draw. You got lucky and got Cooper Flagg.
He was a general manager.
Winning is
Nico
a great
had
perfume.
nothing to do with that.
He was. I mean, okay. He honestly did have something to do with it.
What did he have to do to get Cooper Flagg?
He traded Luka away
and
put you in the lottery.
Yeah, your team went backwards. Your team went backwards because of the trade he made. You've said it yourself on this program.
Yeah,
you said if they had Luka, they would be playing in the finals against Oklahoma City.
Agreed, and I'd rather be sitting in that position than having to celebrate drafting Cooper Flagg. I'd still rather have a Luka Doncic on my team.
No question. But he had a hand in making this team weaker. And by making them weaker, it did put him into the position where they were able to be part of the lottery where
but that wasn't his vision. That wasn't his plan. He thought he was making the team better by getting rid of Luka. The fact that they made the lottery was just because of health.
But by making that trade, he worsened this team.
And that's what he's going with last night.
I don't see credit there to Nico Harrison.
I'm not saying. I mean,
he tried to take credit last night.
Yeah,
of course he's going to.
And fortune favors us. I'm surprised Brian had his back like that.
It's kind of.
No, I'm just saying.
I don't see the credit. I don't see what Nico did.
I'm just saying though that that if we don't trade Luka here. And your belief is that
they're not in the lottery and they're not getting the number one overall pick.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Maverick fans would say, hell yeah, put me in the NBA Finals. I'm totally cool with that.
But what he showed last night is this is personal. It's adversarial. He thinks he has all of the answers, and I think Patrick Dumont still believes him. Because he doesn't know what he doesn't know.
I just think that if Dumont fires him. Now that's all. The fingers are all going to be pointed back at Patrick Dumont, and then all of a sudden, people in the family are going, "Okay, yeah, he's married in, but do we really need to have him as the governor of our basketball team?"
I could see the self-preservation angle for Dumont. Sure, that one makes sense.
I believe there's reasons why, maybe in a sick, twisted way, Nico letting all these coaches walk is trying to damage Jason Kidd.
I wouldn't doubt it. I think he has done a great job. He squeezed out Mark Cuban almost immediately, even though he had a handshake deal with the Adelson family. Yeah. I think once he started talking to Dumont has believed almost everything he said, and he has not reversed course yet. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where it's back. Here's Lucius.
Oh, my gosh. Is that a milk carton?
Lucius! Hey, first of all, I didn't know how y'all were going to wrap that conversation right there up. I felt like that was like 5 more minutes left of that.
I kept looking up at the clock.
Yeah, I was like, shoot, let me stand back. Let them boys cook for a second. Getting somewhere. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We haven't done it in a while, but we do it at 5:30 here on The Fan. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up on the social medias. at Lucky Lucius P. And it's Lucious. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All of our handles are in the bio. And send your hate mail there, too, okay? Send it over there. Our winner, Church Combo Pack, 2 clips right here. First one, let's see here. Oh, they were pranking the prayer request at church.
Praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Brother Harry Dick Jones. I like that pause he put on that thing, too.
He knew exactly what was about to happen.
Mary Flanagan and Brother...
Also, Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Dick Jones. Big guy. And this one, too.
Good. Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor, have you tasted him this week?
Yeah.
Come on. That was the wrong neighbor. Find somebody else.
Find somebody else.
Find Harry Dick Jones.
Find Harry Dick Jones.
I keep trying to imagine, what did he see that made him say, oh,
I don't know.
That was wrong neighbor.
That ain't it.
The eyeballs looking at him like, bro, are you serious?
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Sit next to my grandma right here.
Yeah, well.
That'd be an awkward conversation.
Hey, did we say that this right here is brought to you by the On-Time Expert?
There you go.
Yeah,
sir. Now we have.
They do a good job, too.
Okay. Just making sure. All right, what I got? What I got for you boys? Hey, little Al coming at you.
Oh, wow.
Okay, the Thunder's won. The Thunder. And I have 2 clips of them for you. We played one Woolchuck did earlier this week. The Thunder reporters.
Yeah.
That fanned out when they seen SGA.
Oh my God, the porter potty.
I mean, they fanned out when he got up close.
Yeah.
They're falling. I think it's SGA. Is it SGA? It is. He's right behind the porta potty. There he is. There he is. SGA. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Robin, we could get SGA.
Good for them.
Sounds like a bomb siren.
Keep it together, ladies. Keep it together.
Must not have covered the season.
No. Finally got those passes to come on through. Those press passes finally
It's an
worked.
all skate.
Yeah.
All skate.
Thunder, the center, Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
He was low-key faded at the parade ceremony.
Love it.
Yeah.
Chet, your journey has been far from easy. You have experienced broken bones, bruises, ups, downs, highs, lows. What did it take for you to get here in this moment right now?
Took everybody that's in here. It started with Clay, Sam, and Mark for believing in me enough to bring me here in the first place. Because without them, I'm never even here. All right, let me lock in. Should we put you on the mic right now? All right, yeah, all right.
That's a good idea.
Let me lock in. Let me get focused.
Yeah.
Let me get focused.
Let me get these sunglasses on.
Faded, bro.
Yeah, good for him.
Was SGA on Good Morning America?
Oh.
Looked like he was just ran through.
Yeah.
I think it was Good Morning
He
America.
looked like he had not slept.
Yeah.
Maybe
Is this one of those
popping
satellite
Eddie.
deals? You're like,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, where's the camera?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Let's go to Fox 29. How you dealing with the heat out there, lady? What you gonna do?
I'm gonna put on some booty shorts.
Are they cooler?
Yes.
I support that. Got to fight the heat.
Booty shorts.
Booty shorts.
Girl, give me them booty shorts out of there for me.
Yeah.
Show us hot out here.
Just a little loose at the bottom, get the good air circulation in there.
And then loose at the bottom means there's probably nothing back there. It's like, oh no.
I don't know, these styles, you see a lot of cheek these days.
You do see a lot of cheek these days.
They do some amazing things with jeans.
What else we got right here for you boys? Oh, the Cardinals announcer, Chip
Carey,
had a slip of the tongue.
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
It was that 30-second layout is which I'm really a fan of. It's just a slip of the tongue.
I know, but yeah.
Go for it.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with a theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme. Need that one.
We sure did need that one.
Yeah, I heard Ray Davis is looking to replace Sands with this guy now. He really likes his style.
Yeah. Hilarious. I see what you did right there.
I went for it.
Yeah, no, go ahead, man. You got to, bro. We don't know if we're going to have it tomorrow. You know what I mean? We don't know.
Was Chip contemplating his career at that point?
I don't know what. Nobody helped him out. Nobody said anything.
Yeah, like, bro, I'm over here enjoying my hot dogs or something like that, you know?
It was just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, it happens, man.
They didn't suspend him, though.
He doesn't need to be suspended. I hate that they even had to make an announcement. Hey, he's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. But like, it was just a slip of the tongue. It wasn't a hot mic and he was saying something crazy behind the scenes. It was a slip of the tongue, bro.
Who's going to be first on this Mavs coverage with a flag slip up? Is it Followell, Cooperstein, or Damaris?
That's hilarious. Carter and I were talking about the same thing back here. That's what made this
It's going to happen.
Yes.
It will.
I think it's hard.
It's hilarious.
It's got to be hard.
I mean, I was guilty of this at nights when I was promoting Flagtober, and I just sped it up and
doing too much.
It
man.
was accidental.
Got to be careful, bro.
There was vodka involved. Yeah.
Need that one.
Yeah.
He sounded rattled.
Need that one, guys.
He was contemplating
That's
his
it.
career.
That's it.
There it is, the G-Bag of the Day champion and its challengers here. We have a church combo platter, pranking the prayer request, and have you tasted him? Thunder reporters going full fangirl. You had a combo platter there as well. Chip Carey's slip of the tongue has been nominated as well on that Cubs broadcast. I'm going to go with... and how you dealing with the heat, the booty shorts.
Yeah,
Was that for the parade too?
Yeah.
Somebody said cheek season.
It is cheek season.
Cheek season is
I like
crazy.
I'll go with Chip Carey.
Cheek season.
You're going to catch a case calling something cheek season, bro.
Chip Carey over there, huh?
Yeah, just, a faux pas. What does that call it? Blooper? Broadcast blooper, Lucius? Who you voting for?
Yeah. Let's see. Chet. Low-key faded, bro.
Low-key faded,
bro.
Chet Holmgren was good.
Yeah, he was trying to give some props to his guys, and he was just stumbling and fumbling all over the place.
Let me lock in.
Wolchuk?
I'm a basketball player, damn it.
I'm going with cheek season.
It's cheek season.
Is that a 1-to-1-to-1?
It is. We're tied at 1, Brian.
Yeah, why don't we do this a little bit? Why don't we go for the
four-way tie?
Church?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Fangirls.
Okay. Fangirls?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The first OKC parade clip.
Okay. Well, so
we haven't done this in a while.
Yeah. We'll combo that up.
Okay. With Chet? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Fangirls and Chet get a combo?
Yeah.
we
I'll vote on that then.
That's a good winner.
Yeah,
and that is your champ by a score of 2-1-1. The Oklahoma City Thunder Championship Parade audio extravaganza. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Y'all see Elle Duncan's boots?
She's looking good today.
She is.
I like this outfit.
Boots, bro. Oh my God! Oh my God!
All right, you squares. I forgot what I was supposed to say there.
Look. Fire up this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh God!
Everybody get high.
Do you prefer then? Do you prefer a slim woman or a big woman?
I like a fat woman, not too fat, overweight, but I like fat woman. Because you have just to use your wisdom.
Yes.
When you are touching bones, you are as if touching rocks or stones. Whereas when you are touching a fat woman, you are touching a smooth flesh and a little bit something that is a little bit exciting.
Exciting. I can finish your thing for you, buddy. Exciting. Boy, Unc like I'm thick, you hear me?
He sure does.
Uncle's like I'm thick. He said, use your wisdom.
When you're touching a thin woman, there's no good for the bones.
It's like touching rocks and stones. Unc like some thick. I feel you, bro. Unc like that squish. I feel you. I feel you, dog. This is LA Live for Thursday, June 26, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday ladies night here in LA Live.
So all of my ladies.
Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station, and a special shout out to the lady listeners of this station. You are appreciated. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And don't sleep on this. It's also a Thirsty Thursday. Okay. be careful with that alcohol out here. They don't promote how bad it is because you start sounding like a teetotaler or something, but it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It really is a dangerous substance, especially what we've seen for the past few months where they were just coming after the hemp.
Yes.
Nobody brings up alcohol. So be careful with that alcohol. Don't end up in the drunk tank. Do they still have the drunk tank where you can just get arrested, let you dry out, and
I think
release
they do. I think they do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wait, I think they throw you in the drunk tank and then throw you somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Drunk
know.
tank in the actual jail?
Yeah, I think so.
Trenchery over.
If you got to change them clothes, bro, you might be staying for a while.
Yeah.
They hand you them clothes out, you be like, oh, crap.
No, yeah.
They done found something. They done found something on your boy. Don't catch a DUI out here either. That means don't drink and drive, please.
Like, how many times have you driven out to a bar going, I'm just going to have one? All of a sudden you had like 11, right?
Every time.
And you're hammered, and you're thinking, but you're responsible. You're drunk, but you're responsible. You're like, God, I drove my car here tonight. God, I'm driving it home, all right? I'm not going to burden this place of business by taking up a parking space in this completely empty parking lot for the next 6 hours. I am not advocating drinking and driving, but I will tell you there's nothing better than when all your friends and family know you're hammered. There's nothing better than that walk to the car.
No.
It's incredible. Women are screaming, people tearing at your clothes. You feel like you're in the Beatles. Oh my God, no! Stop! And you're like, no autograph!
Wow. Billy B.
Billy's on fire.
Here we go. LA Live 105.3, the Fan on a ladies' night. Hey.
Who is this, Lucius?
A little Maze and Frankie Beverly coming at you.
Wow.
For the Southern girls listening to this situation on that LA Live.
Booty shorts.
Throwback. Yeah, booty shorts for sure. Hey. They got them fans. They're doing them little line dances with them fans out there. I see you. Hey. All right. Talk about a little date night situation that may have came back. Is Red Lobster back to be in a date night spot?
Please.
The CEO's doing good things, apparently.
The CEO
He's on fire. He really is. Yeah.
Now, Red Lobster used to be the spot with like a homecoming day or something like that when you was younger. You maybe after the prom, that type of thing.
It was nice.
Pre-prom meal, yeah.
Graduation dinner, maybe a birthday.
Yeah.
It slid back at some point. To be like B-rated family dining.
Yeah.
They're bringing it back, huh?
The advertisements, the meal didn't match the advertisements.
Sure they didn't.
It didn't look the same. It's like, wait, I've been seeing your commercials. This doesn't look the same.
The ultimate feast. I thought I was getting
what
a
are we
feast.
doing here? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Red Lobster is officially out of bankruptcy, and they said they back up, baby.
There they go.
Tell the streets we back.
That CEO is good.
They're rebranding. They're getting a mommy makeover to get a little BBL for their restaurant. They're rebranding. The 35-year-old CEO is upgrading the food and the vibes, he says.
Yeah.
Crab Fest is this summer.
Please.
So he's rolling out the new situation.
Yeah.
They have seafood boils, brothers.
Yes. Smart.
Seafood boils. The food in the bag situation.
Smart, man. Smart.
They look pretty good. It's like 3 of them. I'm not going to tell you all of them because this is not an advertisement for Red Lobster. This is about them getting back on their feet.
We like Shell
after
Shack
bankruptcy.
too. Yeah, we like Shell Shack a lot too.
Yeah, this is a fine American dining right here.
Yeah, classic.
But I think they're moving to that Shell Shack model maybe more, or the Crab Spot model where it's like, hey, we're having fun. We got bags. We're going to put it on the table for you.
Yeah.
Got to be messy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't need the linen napkins. Let's paper towels out. Let's eat.
They have new summer-themed drinks. A sangria flight.
Okay.
Like 3 different glasses of sangria on that thing.
I'll tell you what. Now you're cooking. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see, Red Lobster.
A customer said in the story that I just Googled, just don't bleep with the biscuits. I heard that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no, those Cheddar Bay biscuits are just delicious.
I'll get them out of the frozen section, make them at home.
Yeah, still good.
Now, I don't know about 3 different sangrias, but this is not to brag or anything. This is just honest to God truth. First time I ever had a sangria was in Cartagena, Spain.
Oh, geez.
It
Okay.
was
spoiled
a
it for yourself.
big, giant thing of sangria.
Yeah, all right.
Had the straws hanging out of it. You
Yeah.
sit down there by the street. You know, it's a nice little table. You just people watch, and you are just slosh.
You're never going to have another one any better.
No, you never will.
You're never going to have
Never
one better
will.
than that.
Well, hopefully Red Lobster get themselves back on their feet or something like that. I don't know if I'll be pulling up. I'm not sure, but hey, if it's worth it. I don't even like the seafood bags, the little boils. I don't eat the boils.
Oh, you don't?
Nah, fry me some shrimp up or give me some lobster or something like that, crabs.
Should we try it on a Friday thing? Bring about 4-minute dump and see what we can do?
Wow.
Just to see if they're any good.
Just to,
when do we start this? Are we starting it now?
It says this summer, so yeah, pretty soon here.
I'll just go order like 4 bags, 5 bags, and bring them. We'll dump them on the table. We'll see if they're any good.
I like the sound of that. I like table dumping.
All right. Let's go.
All right. I ain't mad at that. Look, that's a bet. That's a bet right there.
We got to test it. See if it's
good.
Test it.
I ain't
Test
mad.
it.
That's a bet. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Ladies Night. It's a throwback Thursday. I have a little controversial situation here, but it's still related to the ladies somehow. We have a legendary basketball coach in the great state of Georgia that has been fired. He's fired. A hotel room video took this coach out the game. A hotel room video took this coach out the game.
No. Did he know he was
It
bicycle?
happened in the Bahamas.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know.
Was he giving the boys beer?
Oh, no.
Some red stripes?
Okay, I'm so glad that you went there and not something scary.
Yeah, red stripes.
I like that you went there. No, Coach Dr. Philip McCray at Columbia High School out there close to Stone Mountain, Georgia, down the street from Atlanta. This man had a 35-year career as a basketball coach. He's legendary. Yeah, he was just celebrated in 2023 for having over 700-plus wins. Okay, he's like the Eddie Robinson of this little town.
God.
You see what I'm saying?
What do you have, 20 games a season? You got 700 wins?
This man's the man, bro. They even named the gym after him. Okay, and he's still coaching. Well, he still was coaching. So walking in the gym with your name as a coach, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's badass.
Oh! You usually have to die for something like that. But this man is alive, and he's seeing it. Well, he's out as a coach because a video of him spanking